Chapter 5, Part 5 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 5, Tendencies in American. Part 5, Processes of Word Formation. Some of these tendencies, it has been pointed out, go back to the period of the first growth of American, and were inherited from the English of the time. They are the products of a movement which, reaching its height in the English of Elizabeth, was dammed up at home, so to speak, by the rise of linguistic self-consciousness toward the end of the reign of Anne, but continued almost unobstructed in the colonies. For example, there is what philologists call the habit of back formation, a sort of instinctive search, etymologically unsound, for short roots in long words. This habit in Restoration days precipitated a quasi-English word, mobile, from the Latin mobile vulgus, and in the days of William and Mary it went a step further by precipitating mob from mobile. Mob is now sound English, but in the 18th century it was violently attacked by the new sect of purists, and though it survived their onslaught, they undoubtedly greatly impeded the formation and adoption of other words of the same category. But in the colonies, the process went on unimpeded, save for the feeble protests of such stray pedants as Witherspoon and Boucher. Rattler for rattlesnake, pike for turnpike, draw for drawbridge, coon for raccoon, possum for opossum, cuss for customer, cute for acute, squash for ascot-to-squash. These American back formations are already antique. Sabbaday for Sabbath day has actually reached the dignity of an archaism. To this day they are formed in great numbers. Scarcely a new substantive of more than 2 syllables comes in without bringing one in its wake. We have thus witnessed, within the past 2 years, the genesis of scores now in wide use and fast taking on respectability. Phone for telephone, gas for gasoline, co-ed for co-educational, pop for populist, frat for fraternity, gym for gymnasium, movie for moving picture, prep school for preparatory school, auto for automobile, aero for aeroplane. Some linger on the edge of vulgarity. Pep for pepper, flu for influenza, plute for plutocrat, pen for penitentiary, con for confidence, as in con man, con game, and to con, convict and consumption, defy for defiance, butte for beauty, rep for reputation, stenog for stenographer, ambish for ambition, vag for vagrant, champ for champion, pard for partner, coke for cocaine, simp for simpleton, diff for difference. Others are already in perfectly good usage. Smoker for smoking car, diner for dining car, sleeper for sleeping car, oleo for oleomargarine, hypo for hyposulfate of soda, yank for Yankee, confab for confabulation, memo for memorandum, pop concert for popular concert. Ad for advertisement is struggling hard for recognition. Some of its compounds, that is, ad writer, want ad, display ad card, ad rate, column ad, and ad man, are already accepted in technical terminology. Boob for booby promises to become sound American in a few years. Its synonyms are no more respectable than it is. At its heels is beau for hobo, an altogether fit successor to bum for bummer. A parallel movement shows itself in the great multiplication of common abbreviations. Americans, as a rule, says Farmer, employ abbreviations to an extent unknown in Europe. This trait of the American character is discernible in every department of the national life and thought. OK, COD, NG, GOP, which is get out and push, and PDQ are almost national hallmarks. The immigrant learns them immediately after damn and go to hell. Thornton traces NG to 1840. COD and PDQ are probably as old. As for OK, it was in use so early as 1790, but it apparently did not acquire its present significance until the 20s. Originally, it seems to have meant ordered, recorded. During the presidential campaign of 1828, Jackson's enemies, seeking to prove his illiteracy, alleged that he used it for "ol correct," OLLKORRECT. Of late, the theory has been put forward that it is derived from an Indian word, "ok," signifying "so be it." And Dr. Woodrow Wilson is said to support this theory and to use "ok" in endorsing government papers, but I am unaware of the authority upon which the etymology is based. Bartlett says that the figurative use of a number one, as in a number one man, also originated in America, but this may not be true. There can be little doubt, however. TB for tuberculosis, GB for grand bounce, 23 on the QT, and D&D for drunk and disorderly. The language breeds such short forms of speech prodigiously. Every trade and profession has a host of them. They are innumerable in the slang of sport. What one sees under all this, account for it as one will, is a double habit, the which is, at bottom, sufficient explanation of the gap which begins to yawn between English and American, particularly on the spoken plane. On the one hand, it is a habit of verbal economy, a jealous disinclination to waste two words on what can be put into one, a natural taste for the brilliant and succinct, a disdain of all grammatical and lexicographical daintiness, born partly, perhaps, of ignorance, but also in part of a sound sense of their imbecility. And on the other hand, there is a high relish and talent for metaphor, in Brander Matthews' phrase, a figurative vigor that the Elizabethans would have realized and understood. Just as the American rebels instinctively against such parliamentary circumlocutions as "I am not prepared to say," and "so much by way of being," just as he would fret under the forms of English journalism, with its reporting empty of drama, its third-person smothering of speeches, and its complex and unintelligible jargon, just so in his daily speech and writing he chooses terseness and vividness whenever there is a choice, and seeks to make one when it doesn't exist. Footnote: the classic example is in a parliamentary announcement by Sir Robert Peel. "When that question is made to me in a proper time, in a proper place, under proper qualifications, and with proper motives, I will hesitate long before I will refuse to take it into consideration." End footnote. There is more than mere humorous contrast between the famous placard in the washroom of the British Museum. "These basins are for casual ablutions only," and the familiar sign at American railroad crossings, "Stop, look, listen." Between the two lies an abyss separating two cultures, two habits of mind, two diverging tongues. It is almost unimaginable that an Englishman, journeying up and down in elevators, would ever have stricken the teens out of their speech. turning 16th into simple 6 and 24th into 4. The clipping is almost as far from their way of doing things as the climbing so high in the air. Nor have they the brilliant facility of Americans for making new words, of grotesque but penetrating tropes, as in corn-fed, tightwad, bonehead, bleachers, and juice for electricity. When they attempt such things, the result is often lugubrious. 200 years of schoolmastering has dried up their inspiration. Nor have they the fine American hand for devising new verbs. Tommack and to Limehouse are their best specimens in 20 years, and both have an almost pathetic flatness. Their business with the language, indeed, is not in this department. They are not charged with its raids and scoutings, but with the organization of its conquests and the guarding of its accumulated stores. For the student interested in the biology of language, as opposed to its paleontology, there is endless material in the racy neologisms of American, and particularly in its new compounds and novel verbs. Nothing could exceed the brilliancy of such inventions as joyride, highbrow, road louse, sob sister, nature faker, stand patter, lounge lizard, hash foundry, buzz wagon, has been, end seat hog, shoot the chutes, and grape juice diplomacy. They are bold, they are vivid, they have humor, they meet genuine needs. Joyride, I note, is already going over into English, and no wonder. There is absolutely no synonym for it. To convey its idea in orthodox English would take a whole sentence, and so too with certain single words of metaphorical origin. Barrel, for large and illicit wealth. Pork, for unnecessary and dishonest appropriations of public money. Joint, for illegal liquor house. Tenderloin, for gay and dubious neighborhood. Most of these, and of the new compounds with them, belong to the vocabulary of disparagement. Here an essential character of the American shows itself, his tendency to combat the disagreeable with irony, to heap ridicule upon what he is suspicious of or doesn't understand. The rapidity with which new verbs are made in the United States is really quite amazing. 2 days after the first regulations of the Food Administration were announced, to hooverize appeared, spontaneously, in scores of newspapers, and a week later it was employed without any visible sense of its novelty in the debates of Congress, and had taken on a respectability equal to that of to Byronize, to Fletcherize, and to Oslerize. To electrocute appeared inevitably in the first public discussion of capital punishment by electricity. To taxi came in with the first taxicabs. To commute, no doubt accompanied the first commutation ticket. To insurge attended the birth of the progressive balderdash. Of late, the old affix, Ize, I-Z-E, once fecund of such monsters as to funeralize, has come into favor again, and I note, among its other products, to Belgiumize, to vacationize, to picturize, and to scenarioize. In a newspaper headline, I even find to SOS in the form of its gerund. Many characteristic American verbs are compounds of common verbs and prepositions or adverbs with new meanings imposed. Compare, for example, to give and to give out, to go back and to go back on, to beat and to beat it, to light and to light out, to butt and to butt in, to turn and to turn down, to show and to show up, to put and to put over, to wind and to wind up. Sometimes, however, the addition seems to be merely rhetorical, as in to start off, to finish up, to open up, and to hurry up. To hurry up is so commonplace in America that everyone uses it and no one notices it, but it remains rare in England. Up seems to be essential to many of these latter-day verbs. For example, to pony up, to doll up, to ball up. Without it, they are without significance. Nearly all of them are attended by derivative adjectives or nouns: cut up, show down, kick in, come down, hang out, start off, run in, balled up, dolled up, wind up, bang up, turn down, jump off. In many directions, the same prodigal fancy shows itself. For example, in the free interchange of parts of speech, in the bold inflection of words not inflected in sound English, and in the invention of wholly artificial words. The first phenomenon has already concerned us. Would an English literary critic of any pretensions employ such a locution as "all by her lonesome"? I have doubt of it, and yet I find that phrase in a serious book by the critic of the New Republic. Would an English MP use "he has another thing coming" in debate? Again, I doubt it, but even more anarchistic dedications of verbs and adjectives to substantival use are to be found in the congressional record every day. Jitney is an old American substantive lately revived. A month after its revival, it was also an adjective, and before long it may also be a verb and even an adverb. To lift up was turned tail first and made a substantive, and is now also an adjective and a verb. Joyride became a verb the day after it was born as a noun. And what of livest? An astounding inflection indeed, but with quite sound American usage behind it. The Metropolitan Magazine, of which Colonel Roosevelt is an editor, announces on its letter paper that it is the livest magazine in America. And Poetry, the organ of the new poetry movement, prints at the head of its content page the following encomium from the New York Tribune: "The livest art in America today is poetry, and the livest expression of that art is in this little Chicago monthly." Now and then the spirit of American shows a transient faltering, and its inventiveness is displaced by a banal extension of meaning, so that a single noun comes to signify discrete things. Thus, laundry, meaning originally a place where linen is washed, has come to mean also the linen itself. So again, gun has come to mean firearms of all sorts, and has entered into such compounds as gunman and gunplay. And in the same way, party has been borrowed from the terminology of the law, and made to do colloquial duty as a synonym for person. But such evidences of poverty are rare and abnormal. The whole movement of the language is toward the multiplication of substantives. A new object gets a new name, and that new name enters into the common vocabulary at once. Sunday, Sundae, and hokum are late examples. Their origin is dubious and disputed, but they meet genuine needs, and so they seem to be secure. A great many more such substantives are deliberate inventions. For example, Kodak, protectograph, conductorette, bevo, klaxon, Vaseline, Japalac, resinol, autocar, postum, Crisco, electroleer, addressograph, alabastine, orangeade, pianola, victrola, dictograph, kitchenette, crispet, cellaret, Unida, Triscuit, and Peppermint. Some of these indicate attempts at description. Oleomargarine, phonograph, and gasoline are older examples of that class. Others represent efforts to devise designations that will meet the conditions of advertising psychology and the trademarks law. To wit, that they be A, new, B, easily remembered, and C, not directly descriptive. Probably the most successful invention of this sort is Kodak, which was devised by George Eastman, inventor of the portable camera so-called. Kodak has so far won acceptance as a common noun that Eastman is often forced to assert his proprietary right to it. Vaseline is in the same position. The annual crop of such inventions in the United States is enormous. The majority die, but a hearty few always survive. Of analogous character are artificial words of the scalawag and rambunctious class, the formation of which constantly goes on. Some of them are shortened compounds: grandificent, from grand and magnificent; sodalicious, from soda and delicious; and wharfinage, from war and orphanage. Footnote: this conscious shortening, of course, is to be distinguished from the shortening that goes on in words by gradual decay, as in Christmas from Christ's Mass, and daisy from day's eye. End footnote. Others are made up of common roots and grotesque affixes: swell-doodle, splendiferous, and peacherino. Yet others are mere extravagant inventions: scallywampus, supergobsloptious, and floozy. Most of these are devised by advertisement writers or college students, and belong properly to slang. But there is a steady movement of selected specimens into the common vocabulary. The words in doodle hint at German influences, and those in ino owe something to Italian, or at least to popular burlesques of what is conceived to be Italian. End of Chapter 5, Part 5.
Chapter 5, Part 6 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 5, Tendencies in American Pronunciation, Part 6. Language, said Sayce in 1879, does not consist of letters, but of sounds, and until this fact has been brought home to us, our study of it will be little better than an exercise of memory. The theory at that time was somewhat strange to English grammarians and etymologists, despite the investigations of A.J. Ellis and the massive lesson of Grimm's Law. Their labors were largely wasted upon deductions from the written word. But since then, chiefly under the influence of continental philologists, and particularly of the Dane J.O.H. Jespersen, they have turned from orthographical futilities to the actual sounds of the tongue, and the latest and best grammar of it, that of Sweet, is frankly based upon the spoken English of educated Englishmen. Not, remember, of conscious purists, but of the general body of cultivated folk. Unluckily, this new method also has its disadvantages. The men of a given race and time usually write a good deal alike, or, at all events, attempt to write alike, but in their oral speech there are wide variations. No two persons, says a leading contemporary authority upon English phonetics, pronounce exactly alike. Moreover, even the best speaker commonly uses more than one style. The result is that it is extremely difficult to determine the prevailing pronunciation of a given combination of letters at any time and place. The persons whose speech is studied pronounce it with minute shades of difference, and admit other differences according as they are conversing naturally or endeavoring to exhibit their pronunciation. Worse, it is impossible to represent a great many of these shades in print. Sweet, trying to do it, found himself in the end with a preposterous alphabet of 125 letters. Prince L. Bonaparte more than doubled this number, and Ellis brought it to 390. Other phonologists, English and Continental, have gone floundering into the same bog. The dictionary makers, forced to a far greater economy of means, are brought into obscurity. The difficulties of the enterprise, in fact, are probably unsurmountable. It is, as White says, almost impossible for one person to express to another, by signs, the sound of any word. Only the voice, he goes on, is capable of that. For the moment a sign is used, the question arises, what is the value of that sign? The sounds of words are the most delicate, fleeting, and inapprehensible things in nature. Moreover, the question arises as to the capability to apprehend and distinguish sounds on the part of the person whose evidence is given. Certain German orthoepists, despairing of the printed page, have turned to the phonograph, and there is a Deutsche Grammophon Gesellschaft in Berlin, which offers records of specimen speeches in a great many languages and dialects, including English. The phonograph has also been put to successful use in language teaching by various American correspondence schools. In view of all this, it would be hopeless to attempt to exhibit in print the numerous small differences between English and American pronunciation, for many of them are extremely delicate and subtle, and only their aggregation makes them plain. According to a recent and very careful observer, the most important of them do not lie in pronunciation at all, properly so called, but in intonation. In this direction, he says, one must look for the true characters of the English accent. I incline to agree with White that the pitch of the English voice is somewhat higher than that of the American, and that it is thus more penetrating. The nasal twang which Englishmen observe in the vox Americana, though it has high overtones, is itself not high-pitched, but rather low-pitched, as all constrained and muffled tones are apt to be. The causes of that twang have long engaged phonologists, and in the main they agree that there is a physical basis for it, that our generally dry climate and rapid changes of temperature produce an actual thickening of the membranes concerned in the production of sound. We are, in brief, a somewhat snuffling people, and much more given to catarrhs and coryzas than the inhabitants of damp Britain. Perhaps this general impediment to free and easy utterance, subconsciously apprehended, is responsible for the American tendency to pronounce the separate syllables of a word with much more care than an Englishman bestows upon them. The American, in giving extraordinary 6 distinct syllables instead of the Englishman's grudging 4, may be seeking to make up for his natural disability. Marsh, in his Lectures on the English Language, sought 2 other explanations of the fact. On the one hand, he argued that the Americans of his day read a great deal more than the English, and were thus much more influenced by the spelling of words. And on the other hand, he pointed out that our flora shows that the climate of even our northern states belongs to a more southern type than that of England, and that, in southern latitudes, articulation is generally much more distinct than in northern regions. In support of the latter proposition, he cited the pronunciation of Spanish, Italian, and Turkish as compared with that of English, Danish, and German, rather unfortunate examples, for the pronunciation of German is at least as clear as that of Italian. Swedish would have supported his case far better. The Swedes debase their vowels and slide over their consonants even more markedly than the English. Marsh believed that there was a tendency among Southern peoples to throw the accent back, and that this helped to bring out all the syllables. One finds a certain support for this notion in various American peculiarities of stress. Advertisement offers an example. The prevailing American pronunciation, despite incessant pedagogical counterblasts, puts the accent on the penult, whereas the English pronunciation stresses the second syllable. Paresis illustrates the same tendency. The English accent the first syllable, but, as Krapp says, American usage clings to the accent on the second syllable. There are again pianist, primarily, and telegrapher. The English accent the first syllable of each. We commonly accent the second. Intemporarily, they also accent the first. We accent the third. Various other examples might be cited, but when one had marshaled them, their significance would be at once set at naught by four very familiar words: mama, papa, inquiry, and ally. Americans almost invariably accent each on the first syllable. Englishmen stress the second. For months during 1918, the publishers of the Standard Dictionary, advertising that work in the streetcars, explained that a lie should be accented on the second syllable, and pointed out that owners of their dictionary were safeguarded against the vulgarism of accenting it on the first. Nevertheless, this free and highly public instruction did not suffice to exterminate ally. I made note of the pronunciations overheard, with the word constantly on all lips, but one man of my acquaintance regularly accented the second syllable, and he was an eminent scholar, professionally devoted to the study of language. Thus it is unsafe, here as elsewhere, to generalize too facilely, and particularly unsafe to exhibit causes with too much assurance. Man frage nicht warum, says Philipp Karl Buttmann, der Sprachgebrauch lässt sich nur beobachten. But the greater distinctness of American utterance, whatever its genesis and machinery, is palpable enough in many familiar situations. The typical American accent, says Visitelli, is often harsh and unmusical, but it sounds all of the letters to be sounded, and slurs, but does not distort the rest. An American, for example, almost always sounds the first L in fulfill. An Englishman makes the first syllable foo. An American sounds every syllable in extraordinary, literary, military, secretary, and the other words of the airy group. An Englishman never pronounces the A of the penultimate syllable. Kindness, with the D silent, would attract notice in the United States. In England, according to Jones, the D is very commonly, if not usually, omitted. Often, in America, commonly retains a full T. In England, it is actually and officially often. Let an American and an Englishman pronounce program, me. Though the Englishman retains the long form of the last syllable in writing, he reduces it in speaking to a thick triple consonant, grum. The American enunciates it clearly, rhyming it with damn. Or try the two with any word ending in G, say sporting or ripping. Or with any word having R before a consonant, say card, harbor, lord, or preferred. The majority of Englishmen, says Menner, certainly do not pronounce the R. Just as certainly, the majority of educated Americans pronounce it distinctly. Henry James, visiting the United States after many years of residence in England, was much harassed by this persistent R sound, which seemed to him to resemble a sort of morose grinding of the back teeth. So sensitive to it did he become that he began to hear where it was actually non-existent, save as an occasional barbarism, for example, in Cuber, vaniller, and Californier. He put the blame for it, and for various other departures from the strict canon of contemporary English, upon the American Common School, the American newspaper, and the American Dutchman and Dago. Unluckily for his case, the full voicing of the R came into American long before the appearance of any of these influences. The early colonists, in fact, brought it with them from England, and it still prevailed there in Dr. Johnson's day, for he protested publicly against the rough, snarling sound, and led the movement which finally resulted in its extinction. Today, extinct, it is mourned by English purists, and the poet laureate denounces the clergy of the established church for saying the sod of the laud instead of the sword of the Lord. But even in the matter of elided consonants, American is not always the conservator. We cling to the R. We preserve the final G. We give nephew a clear F sound instead of the clouded English V sound, and we boldly nationalize trait and pronounce its final T, but we drop the second P from pumpkin and change the M to N. We change the F sound to plain P in diphtheria, diphthong, and naphtha. We relieve rind of its final D, and in the complete sentence we slaughter consonants by assimilation. I have heard Englishmen say brand new, but on American lips it is almost invariably brand new. So nearly universal is this nasalization in the United States that certain American lexicographers have sought to found the term upon bran and not upon brand. Here the national speech is powerfully influenced by Southern dialectical variations, which in turn probably derive partly from French example and partly from the linguistic limitations of the Negro. The latter, even after 200 years, has great difficulties with our consonants, and often drops them. A familiar anecdote well illustrates his speech habit. On a train stopping at a small station in Georgia, a darky threw up a window and yelled, "Where ye?" The reply from a black on the platform was, "Where oo?" A northerner aboard the train, puzzled by this inarticulate dialogue, sought light from a southern passenger who promptly translated the first question as, "Where is he?" and the second as, "Where is who?" A recent viewer with alarm argues that this conspiracy against the consonants is spreading, and that English printed words no longer represent the actual sounds of the American language. Like the French, he says, we have a marked liaison, the borrowing of a letter from the preceding word. We invite one another to "come here," come here. Who's that? Who is that? Has as good a liaison as the French vous avez. This critic believes that American tends to abandon T for D, as in Saturday, Saturday, and sit up, sit up, and to get rid of H, as in where's he, where is he. But here we invade the vulgar speech, which belongs to the next chapter. Among the vowels, the The most salient difference between English and American pronunciation, of course, is marked off by the flat American A. This flat A, as we have seen, has been under attack at home for nearly a century. The New Englanders, very sensitive to English example, substitute a broad A that is even broader than the English, and an A of the same sort survives in the South in a few words. Example: master, tomato, and tassel, but everywhere else in the country the flat A prevails. Fashion and the example of the stage oppose it, and it is under the ban of an active wing of schoolmasters, but it will not down. To the average American, indeed, the broad A is a banner of affectation, and he associates it unpleasantly with spats, Harvard, male tea drinking, wristwatches, and all the other objects of his social suspicion. He gets the flat sound not only into such words as last, calf, dance, and pastor, but even into piano and drama. Drama is sometimes drama west of Connecticut, but almost never drama or drama. Tomato, with the A of bat, may sometimes borrow the A of plate, but tomato is confined to New England and the South. Hurrah, in American, has also borrowed the A of plate. One hears hooray much oftener than hurrah. Even amen frequently shows that A, though not when sung. Curiously enough, it is displaced in patent by the true flat A. The English rhyme the first syllable of the word with rate. In America, it always rhymes with rat. The broad A is not only almost extinct outside of New England, it begins to show signs of decay even there. At all events, it has gradually disappeared from many words, and is measurably less sonorous in those in which it survives than it used to be. A century ago, it appeared not only in dance, aunt, glass, past, etc., but also in Daniel, imagine, rational, and travel. And in 1857, Oliver Wendell Holmes reported it in matter, handsome, caterpillar, apple, and satisfaction. It has been displaced in virtually all of these, even in the most remote reaches of the back country, by the national flat A. Grandgent says that the broad A is now restricted in New England to the following situations. 1. When followed by S or NS, as in last and dance. 2. When followed by R preceding another consonant, as in cart. 3. When followed by LM, as in calm. 4. When followed by F, S, or TH, as in laugh, pass, and path. The U sound also shows certain differences between English and American usage. The English reduce the last syllable of figure to ger. The educated American preserves the U sound, as in nature. The English make the first syllable of courteous rhyme with fort. The American standard rhymes it with hurt. The English give an oo sound to the U of brusque. In America, the word commonly rhymes with tusk. A U sound, as everyone knows, gets into the American pronunciation of clerk, by analogy with insert. The English cling to a broad A sound by analogy with hearth. Even the latter, in the United States, is often pronounced to rhyme with dearth. The American, in general, is much less careful than the Englishman to preserve the shadowy Y sound before U in words of the Duke class. He retains it in few, but surely not in new, nor in duke, blue, stew, due, duty, and true, nor even in Tuesday. Purists often attack the simple oo sound. In 1912, for example, the Department of Education of New York City warned all the municipal high school teachers to combat it. But it is doubtful that one pupil in 100 was thereby induced to insert the y in induced. Finally, there is lieutenant. The Englishman pronounces the first syllable left. The American invariably makes it lute. White says that the prevailing American pronunciation is relatively recent. "I never heard it," he reports, "in my boyhood." He was born in New York in 1821. The I sound presents several curious differences. The English make it long in all words of the hostile class. In America, it is commonly short, even in plural. The English also lengthen it in sliver. In America, the word usually rhymes with liver. The short I in England is almost universally substituted for the E in pretty, and this pronunciation is also inculcated in most American schools. But I often hear an unmistakable E sound in the United States, making the first syllable rhyme with bet. Contrariwise, most Americans put the short I into bin, making it rhyme with sin. In England, it shows a long E sound, as in seen. A recent poem by an English poet makes the word rhyme with submarine, queen, and unseen. The O sound in American tends to convert itself into an aw sound. Cog still retains a pure O, but one seldom hears it in log or dog. Henry James denounces this flatly drawling group in The Question of Our Speech and cites gawd, dog, soft, loft, gone, lost, and frost as horrible examples. But the English themselves are not guiltless of the same fault. Many of the accusations that James levels at American, in truth, are echoed by Robert Bridges in A Tract on the Present State of English Pronunciation. Both spend themselves upon opposing what, at bottom, are probably natural and inevitable movements. For example, the gradual decay of all the vowels to one of neutral color, represented by the E of danger, the U of suggest, the second O of common, and the A of prevalent. This decay shows itself in many languages. In both English and High German, during their middle periods, all the terminal vowels degenerated to E, now sunk to the aforesaid neutral vowel in many German words, and expunged from English altogether. The same sound is encountered in languages so widely differing otherwise as Arabic, French, and Swedish. Its existence, says Sayce, is a sign of age and decay. Meaning has become more important than outward form, and the educated intelligence no longer demands a clear pronunciation in order to understand what is said. All these differences between English and American pronunciation, separately considered, seem slight, but in the aggregate they are sufficient to place serious impediments between mutual comprehension. Let an Englishman and an American, not of New England, speak a quite ordinary sentence. My aunt can't answer for my dancing the Lancers even passably. And at once the gap separating the two pronunciations will be manifest. Here only the A is involved. Add a dozen everyday words, military, schedule, trait, hostile, bin, lieutenant, patent, nephew, secretary, advertisement, and so on, and the strangeness of one to the other is augmented. Every Englishman visiting the States for the first time, said an English dramatist some time ago, has a difficulty in making himself understood. He often has to repeat a remark or a request 2 or 3 times to make his meaning clear, especially on railroads, in hotels, and at bars. The American visiting England for the first time has the same trouble. Despite the fact that American actors imitate English pronunciation to the best of their skill, this visiting Englishman asserted that the average American audience is incapable of understanding a genuinely English company, at least when the speeches are rattled off in conversational style. When he presented one of his own plays with an English company, he said, many American acquaintances, after witnessing the performance, asked him to lend them the manuscript, that they might visit it again with some understanding of the dialogue. End of Chapter 5, Part 6. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 1. Grammarians and Their Ways. So far, in the main, the language examined has been of a relatively pretentious and self-conscious variety. The speech, if not always of formal discourse, then at least of literate men. Most of the examples of its vocabulary and idiom, in fact, have been drawn from written documents or from written reports of more or less careful utterances. For example, the speeches of members of Congress and of other public men. The whole of Thornton's excellent material is of this character. In his dictionary there is scarcely a locution that is not supported by printed examples. It must be obvious that such materials, however lavishly set forth, cannot exhibit the methods and tendencies of a living speech with anything approaching completeness, nor even with accuracy. What men put into writing, and what they say when they take sober thought, are very far from what they utter in everyday conversation. All of us, no matter how careful our speech habits, loosen the belt a bit, so to speak, when we speak familiarly to our fellows, and pay a good deal less heed to precedents and proprieties, perhaps, than we ought to. It was a sure instinct that made Ibsen put bad grammar into the mouth of Nora Helmar in A Doll's House. She is a general's daughter and the wife of a professor, but even professors' wives are not above occasional bogglings of the cases of pronouns and the conjugations of verbs. The professors themselves, in truth, must have the same habit, for sometimes they show plain signs of it in print. More than once, plowing through profound and interminable treatises of grammar and syntax in preparation for the present work, I have encountered the cheering spectacle of one grammarian exposing with contagious joy the grammatical lapses of some other grammarian. And 9 times out of 10, a few pages further on, I have found the enchanted purist erring himself. The most funereal of the sciences is saved from utter horror by such displays of human malice and fallibility. Speech itself, indeed, would become almost impossible if the grammarians could follow their own rules unfailingly and were always right. But here we are among the learned, and their sins, when detected and exposed, are at least punished by conscience. What are of more importance to those interested in language as a living thing are the offendings of the millions who are not conscious of any wrong. It is among these millions, ignorant of regulation and eager only to express their ideas clearly and forcefully, that language undergoes its great changes and constantly renews its vitality. These are the genuine makers of grammar, marching miles ahead of the formal grammarians. Like the Emperor Sigismund, each man among them may well say, ergo sum super grammaticam. It is competent for any individual to offer his contribution, his new word, his better idiom, his novel figure of speech, his short cut in grammar or syntax, and it is by the general vote of the whole body, not by the verdict of a small school, that the fate of the innovation is decided. As Brander Matthews says, there is not even representative government in the matter. The posse comitatus decides directly, and despite the sternest protest, finally. The ignorant, the rebellious, and the daring come forward with their brilliant barbarisms. The learned and conservative bring up their objections. And when both sides have been heard, there is a show of hands, and by this the irrevocable decision of the community itself is rendered. Thus it was that the Romance languages were fashioned out of the wreck of Latin, the vast influence of the literate minority, to the contrary notwithstanding. Thus it was, too, that English lost its case inflections and many of its old conjugations, and that our yes came to be substituted for the gay see, or so be it, of an earlier day, and that we got rid of whom after man in the man I saw, and that our stark pronoun of the first person was precipitated from the German ich. And thus it is that, in our own day, the language faces forces in America which, not content with overhauling and greatly enriching its materials, now threaten to work changes in its very structure. Where these tendencies run strongest, of course, is on the plane of the vulgar spoken language. Among all classes, the everyday speech departs very far from orthodox English, and even very far from any recognizable spoken English. But among those lower classes which make up the great body of the people, it gets so far from orthodox English that it gives promise, sooner or late, of throwing off its old bonds altogether, or at any rate, all save the loosest of them. Behind it is the gigantic impulse that I have described in earlier chapters, the impulse of an egoistic and iconoclastic people, facing a new order of life in highly self-conscious freedom, to break a relatively stable language long since emerged from its period of growth to their novel and multitudinous needs, and above all, to their experimental and impatient spirit. This impulse, it must be plain, would war fiercely upon any attempt at formal regulation, however prudent and elastic. It is often rebellious for the mere sake of rebellion. But what it comes into conflict with in America is nothing so politic, and hence nothing so likely to keep the brakes upon it. What it actually encounters here is a formalism that is artificial, illogical, and almost unintelligible. A formalism borrowed from English grammarians, and by them brought into English against all fact and reason from the Latin. In most of our grammars, perhaps in all of those issued earlier than the opening of the 20th century, says Matthews, we find linguistic laws laid down which are in blank contradiction with the genius of the language. In brief, the American schoolboy, hauled before a pedagogue, to be instructed in the structure and organization of the tongue he speaks, is actually instructed in the structure and organization of a tongue that he never hears at all, and seldom reads, and that, in more than one of the characters thus set before him, does not even exist. The effects of this are twofold. On the one hand, he conceives an antipathy to a subject so lacking in intelligibility and utility. As one teacher puts it, pupils tire of it. Often they see nothing in it, because there is nothing in it. And on the other hand, the schoolboy goes entirely without sympathetic guidance in the living language that he actually speaks in and out of the classroom, and that he will probably speak all the rest of his life. All he hears in relation to it is a series of sneers and prohibitions, most of them grounded not upon principles deduced from its own nature, but upon its divergences from the theoretical language that he is so unsuccessfully taught. The net result is that all the instruction he receives passes for naught. It is not sufficient to make him a master of orthodox English, and it is not sufficient to rid him of the speech habits of his home and daily life. Thus, he is thrown back upon these speech habits without any helpful restraint or guidance, and they make him a willing ally of the radical and often extravagant tendencies which show themselves in the vulgar tongue. In other words, the very effort to teach him in excessively tight and formal English promotes his use of a loose and rebellious English. And so the grammarians, with the traditional fatuity of their order, labor for the destruction of the grammar they defend, and for the decay of all those refinements of speech that go with it. The folly of this system, of course, has not failed to attract the attention of the more intelligent teachers, nor have they failed to observe the causes of its failure. Much of the fruitlessness of the study of English grammar, says Wilcox, and many of the obstacles encountered in its study are due to the difficulties created by the grammarians. These difficulties arise chiefly from three sources: excessive classification, multiplication of terms for a single conception, and the attempt to treat the English language as if it were highly inflected. So long ago as the 60s, Richard Grant White began an onslaught upon all such punditic stupidities. He saw clearly that the attempt to treat English as if it were highly inflected was making its intelligent study almost impossible, and proposed boldly that all English grammar books be burned. Of late, his ideas have begun to gain a certain acceptance, and as the literature of denunciation has grown, the grammarians have been constrained to overhaul their texts. When I was a schoolboy during the penultimate decade of the last century, the chief American grammar was A Practical Grammar of the English Language by Thomas W. Harvey. This formidable work was almost purely synthetical. It began with a long series of definitions, wholly unintelligible to a child, and proceeded into a maddening maze of pedagogical distinctions puzzling even to an adult. The latter-day grammars, at least those for the elementary schools, are far more analytical and logical. For example, there is Longman's Briefer Grammar by George J. Smith, a text now in very wide use. This book starts off not with page after page of abstractions, but with a well-devised examination of the complete sentence, and the characters and relations of the parts of speech are very simply and clearly developed. But before the end, the author begins to succumb to precedent, and on page 114, I find paragraph after paragraph of such dull, fly-blown pedantry as this. Some intransitive verbs are used to link the subject and some adjective or noun. These verbs are called copulative verbs, and the adjective or noun is called the attribute. The attribute always describes or denotes the person or thing denoted by the subject. Verbals are words that are derived from verbs and express action or being without asserting it. Infinitives and participles are verbals, and so on. Smith, in his preface, says that his book is intended not so much to cover the subject of grammar as to teach it, and calls attention to the fact, somewhat proudly, that he has omitted the rather hard subject of gerunds, all mention of conjunctive adverbs, and even the conjugation of verbs. Nevertheless, he immerses himself in the mythical objective case of nouns on page 108 and does not emerge until the end. Footnote: even Sweet, though he bases his New English grammar upon the spoken language, and thus sets the purists at defiance, quickly succumbs to the labeling mania. Thus, his classifications of tenses include such fabulous monsters as these: continuous, recurrent, neutral, definite, indefinite, secondary, incomplete, inchoate, short, and long. End of footnote. The new Webster Cooley Course in English, another popular text, carries reform a step further. The subject of case is approached through the personal pronouns, where it retains its only surviving intelligibility, and the more lucid object form is used in place of objective case. Moreover, the pupil is plainly informed later on that a noun has in reality but two case forms, a possessive and a common case form. This is the best concession to the facts yet made by a textbook grammarian. But no one familiar with the habits of the pedagogical mind need be told that its interior pull is against even such mild and obvious reforms. Defenders of the old order are by no means silent. A fear seems to prevail that grammar, robbed of its imbecile classifications, may collapse entirely. Wilcox records how the Council of English Teachers of New Jersey, but a few years ago, spoke out boldly for the recognition of no less than 5 cases in English. Why 5? Asks Wilcox. Why not 8 or 10 or even 13? Undoubtedly, because there are 5 cases in Latin. Most of the current efforts at improvement, in fact, tend toward a mere revision and multiplication of classifications. The pedant is eternally convinced that pigeonholing and relabeling are contributions to knowledge. A curious proof in point is offered by a pamphlet entitled Reorganization of English in Secondary Schools, compiled by James Fleming Hosick and issued by the National Bureau of Education. The aim of this pamphlet is to rid the teaching of English, including grammar, of its accumulated formalism and ineffectiveness, to make it genuine instruction instead of a pedantic and meaningless routine. And how is this revolutionary aim set forth? By a meticulous and merciless splitting of hairs, a gigantic manufacture of classifications and subclassifications, a colossal display of professional bombast and flatulence. I could cite many other examples. Perhaps, after all, the disease is incurable. What such laborious stupidity shows at bottom is simply this, that the sort of man who is willing to devote his life to teaching grammar to children or to training schoolmarms to do it is not often the sort of man who is intelligent enough to do it competently. In particular, he is not often intelligent enough to grapple with the fluent and ever-amazing permutations of a living and rebellious speech. The only way he can grapple with it at all is by first reducing it to a fixed and formal organization, in brief, by first killing it and embalming it. The difference in the resultant proceedings is not unlike that between a gross dissection and a surgical operation. The difficulties of the former are quickly mastered by any student of normal sense, but even the most casual of laparotomies calls for a man of special skill and address. Thus, the elementary study of the national language, at least in America, is almost monopolized by dullards. Children are taught it by men and women who observe it inaccurately and expound it ignorantly. In most other fields, the pedagogue meets a certain corrective competition and criticism. The teacher of any branch of applied mathematics, for example, has practical engineers at his elbow, and they quickly expose and denounce his defects. The college teacher of chemistry, however limited his equipment, at least has the aid of textbooks written by actual chemists. But English, even in its most formal shapes, is chiefly taught by those who cannot write it decently and who get no aid from those who can. One wades through treatise after treatise on English style by pedagogues whose own style is atrocious. A Huxley or a Stevenson might have written one of high merit and utility, but Huxley and Stevenson had other fish to fry, and so the business was left to Professor Balderdash. Consider the standard texts on prosody, vast piles of meaningless words, hollow babble about spondees, iambics, trochees, and so on, idiotic borrowings from dead languages. Two poets, Poe and Lanier, blew blasts of fresh air through that fog, but they had no successors, and it has apparently closed in again. In the department of prose, it lies wholly unbroken. No first-rate writer of English prose has ever written a textbook upon the art of writing it. End Chapter 6, Part 1.
Chapter 6, Part 2 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 2, Spoken American as it is. But here I wander afield. The art of prose has little to do with the stiff and pedantic English taught in grammar schools, and a great deal less to do with the loose and lively English spoken by the average American in his daily traffic. The thing of importance is that the two differ from each other even more than they differ from the English of a Huxley or a Stevenson. The schoolmarm, directed by grammarians, labors heroically, but all her effort goes for naught. The young American, like the youngster of any other race, inclines irresistibly toward the dialect that he hears at home, and that dialect, with its piquant neologisms, its high disdain of precedent, its complete lack of self-consciousness, is almost the antithesis of the hard and stiff speech that is expounded out of books. It derives its principles not from the subtle logic of learned and stupid men, but from the rough and ready logic of every day. It has a vocabulary of its own, a syntax of its own, even a grammar of its own. Its verbs are conjugated in a way that defies all the injunctions of the grammar books. It has its contumacious rules of tense, number, and case. It has boldly re-established the double negative, once sound in English. It admits double comparatives, confusions in person, clipped infinitives. It lays hand on the vowels, changing them to fit its obscure but powerful spirit. It disdains all the finer distinctions between the parts of speech. This highly virile and defiant dialect, and not the fossilized English of the schoolmarm and her books, is the speech of the Middle American of Joseph Jacobs' composite picture. The mill hand in a small city of Indiana, with his 5 years of common schooling behind him, his diligent reading of newspapers, and his proud membership in the Order of Foresters and the Knights of the Maccabees. Go into any part of the country, north, east, south, or west, and you will find multitudes of his brothers, car conductors in Philadelphia, immigrants of the second generation in the east side of New York, iron workers in the Pittsburgh region, corner grocers in St. Louis, holders of petty political jobs in Atlanta and New Orleans, small farmers in Kansas or Kentucky, house carpenters in Ohio, tinners and plumbers in Chicago. Genuine Americans all, hot for the home team, marchers in parades, readers of the yellow newspapers, fathers of families, sheep on election day, undistinguished norms of the Homo Americanus. Such typical Americans, after a fashion, know English. They can read it, all save the hard words, that is, all save about 90% of the words of Greek and Latin origin. They can understand perhaps 2/3 of it as it comes from the lips of a political orator or clergyman. They have a feeling that it is, in some recondite sense, superior to the common speech of their kind. They recognize a fluent command of it as the salient mark of a smart and educated man, one with the gift of gab, but they themselves never speak it or try to speak it, nor do they look with approbation on efforts in that direction by their fellows. In no other way, indeed, is the failure of popular education made more vividly manifest. Despite a gigantic effort to enforce certain speech habits, universally in operation from end to end of the country, the masses of the people turn almost unanimously to very different speech habits, nowhere advocated and seldom so much as even accurately observed. The literary critic Francis Hackett somewhere speaks of the enormous gap between the literate and unliterate American. He is apparently the first to call attention to it. It is the national assumption that no such gap exists, that all Americans, at least if they be white, are so outfitted with sagacity in the public schools that they are competent to consider any public question intelligently and to follow its discussion with understanding. But the truth is, of course, that the public school accomplishes no such magic. The inferior man, in America as elsewhere, remains an inferior man, despite the hard effort made to improve him, and his thoughts seldom, if ever, rise above the most elemental concerns. What lies above not only does not interest him, it actually excites his derision, and he has coined a unique word, highbrow, to express his view of it. Especially in speech is he suspicious of superior pretension. The schoolboy of the lower orders would bring down ridicule upon himself, and perhaps criticism still more devastating, if he essayed to speak what his teachers conceive to be correct English, or even correct American, outside the schoolroom. On the one hand, his companions would laugh at him as a prig, and on the other hand, his parents would probably cane him as an impertinent critic of their own speech. Once he has made his farewell to the schoolmarm, all her diligence in this department goes for nothing. The boys with whom he plays baseball speak a tongue that is not the one taught in school, and so do the youths with whom he will begin learning a trade tomorrow, and the girl he will marry later on, and the saloon keepers, star pitchers, vaudeville comedians, business sharpers, and political mountebanks he will look up to and try to imitate all the rest of his life. So far as I can discover, there has been but one attempt by a competent authority to determine the special characters of this general tongue of the mobile vulgus. That authority is Dr. W. Charters, now head of the School of Education at the University of Illinois. In 1914, Dr. Charters was Dean of the Faculty of Education and Professor of the Theory of Teaching in the University of Missouri, and one of the problems he was engaged upon was that of the teaching of grammar. In the course of this study, he encountered the theory that such instruction should be confined to the rules habitually violated, that the one aim of teaching grammar was to correct the speech of the pupils, and that it was useless to harass them with principles which they already instinctively observed. Apparently inclining to this somewhat dubious notion, Dr. Charters applied to the School Board of Kansas City for permission to undertake an examination of the language actually used by the children in the elementary schools of that city, and this permission was granted. The materials thereupon gathered were of two classes. First, the teachers of grades 3 to 7 inclusive in all the Kansas City public schools were instructed to turn over to Dr. Charters all the written work of their pupils, ordinarily done in the regular order of schoolwork during a period of 4 weeks. Secondly, the teachers of grades 2 to 7 inclusive were instructed to make note of all oral errors in grammar made in the schoolroom and around the school building during the 5 school days of 1 week by children of any age, and to dispatch these notes to Dr. Charters also. The result was an accumulation of material so huge that it was unworkable with the means at hand, and so the investigator and his assistants reduced it. Of the oral reports, 2 studies were made, the first of those from grades 3 and 7, and the second of those from grades 6 and 7. Of the written reports, only those from grades 6 and 7 of 12 typical schools were examined. The ages thus covered ran from 9 or 10 to 14 or 15, and perhaps 5/6 of the material studied came from children above 12. Its examination threw a brilliant light upon the speech actually employed by children near the end of their schooling in a typical American city, and, per corollary, upon the speech employed by their parents and other older associates. If anything, the grammatical and syntactical habits revealed were a bit less loose than those of the authentic Volkssprache, for practically all of the written evidence was gathered under conditions which naturally caused the writers to try to write what they conceived to be correct English, and even the oral evidence was conditioned by the admonitory presence of the teachers. Moreover, it must be obvious that a child of the lower classes, during the period of its actual study of grammar, probably speaks better English than at any time before or afterward, for it is only then that any positive pressure is exerted upon it to that end. But even so, the departures from standard usage that were unearthed were numerous and striking, and their tendency to accumulate in definite groups showed plainly the working of general laws. Thus, no less than 57% of the oral errors reported by the teachers of grades 3 and 7 involved the use of the verb, and nearly half of these, or 24% of the total, involved a confusion of the past tense form and the perfect participle. Again, double negatives constituted 11% of the errors, and the misuse of adjectives or of adjectival forms for adverbs ran to 4%. Finally, the difficulties of the objective case among the pronouns, the last stronghold of that case in English, were responsible for 7%, thus demonstrating a clear tendency to get rid of it altogether. Now compare the errors of these children, half of whom, as I have just said, were in grade 3, and hence wholly uninstructed in formal grammar, with the errors made by children of the second oral group, that is, children of grades 6 and 7, in both of which grammar is studied. Dr. Charter's tabulations show scarcely any difference in the character and relative rank of the errors discovered. Those in the use of the verb drop from 57% of the total to 52%, but the double negatives remain at 7%, and the errors in the case of pronouns at 11%. In the written work of grades 6 and 7, however, certain changes appear, no doubt because of the special pedagogical effort against the more salient oral errors. The child, pen in hand, has in mind the cautions oftenest heard, and so reveals something of that greater exactness which all of us show when we do any writing that must bear critical inspection. Thus, the relative frequency of confusions between the past tense forms of verbs and the perfect participles drops from 24% to 5%, and errors based on double negatives drop to 1%. But this improvement in one direction merely serves to unearth new barbarisms in other directions, concealed in the oral tables by the flood of errors now remedied. It is among the verbs that they are still most numerous. Altogether, the errors here amount to exactly 50% of the total. Such locutions as "I had went" and "he seen" diminish, relatively and absolutely, but in all other situations the verb is treated with the lavish freedom that is so characteristic of the American common speech. Confusions of the past and present tenses jump from 2% to 19%, thus eloquently demonstrating the tenacity of the error. And mistakes in the forms of nouns and pronouns increase from 2% to 16%, a shining proof of a shakiness which follows the slightest effort to augment the vocabulary of every day. The materials collected by Dr. Charters and his associates are not, of course, presented in full, but his numerous specimens must strike familiar chords in every ear that is alert to the sounds and ways of the sermo vulgus. What he gathered in Kansas City might have been gathered just as well in San Francisco or New Orleans or Chicago or New York or in Youngstown, Ohio or Little Rock, Arkansas or Waterloo, Iowa. In each of these places, large and small, a few localisms might have been noted. Oi substituted for in New York, you all in the South, a few Germanisms in Pennsylvania and in the upper Mississippi Valley, a few Spanish locutions in the Southwest, certain peculiar vowel forms in New England, but in the main the report would have been identical with the report he makes. That vast uniformity which marks the people of the United States in political doctrine, in social habit, in general information, in reaction to ideas and prejudices and enthusiasms, in the veriest details of domestic custom and dress, is nowhere more marked than in language. The incessant neologisms of the national speech sweep the whole country almost instantly, and the iconoclastic changes which its popular spoken form are undergoing show themselves from coast to coast. "He hurt hisself," cited by Dr. Charters, is surely anything but a Missouri localism. One hears it everywhere. And so, too, one hears, "She invited him and it hurt terrible," and "I set there," and "this here man," and "no, I never neither," and "he ain't here," and "where is he at?" and "it seems like I remember," and "if I was you," and "us fellows," and "he give her hell," and "he taken and kissed her," and "he loaned me $1," and "the man was found $2," and "the bee stung him," and "I woulda thought," and "can I have one," and "he got his'n," and "the boss left him off," and "the baby et the soap," and "them are the kind I like," and he don't care, and no one has their ticket, and how is the folks, and if you would have gotten in the car, you would have rode down. Curiously enough, this widely dispersed and highly savory dialect, already, as I shall show, come to a certain grammatical regularity, has attracted the professional writers of the country almost as little as it has attracted the philologists. There are foreshadowings of it in Huckleberry Finn, in the Biglow Papers, and even in the rough humor of the period that began with J.C. Neal and Company and ended with Artemus Ward and Josh Billings. But in those early days it had not yet come to full flower. It wanted the influence of the later immigrations to take on its present character. The enormous dialect literature of 20 years ago left it almost untouched. Localisms were explored diligently, but the general dialect went virtually unobserved. It is not in Chimmy Fadden, it is not in David Harum, it is not even in the pre-fable stories of George Ade, perhaps the most acute observer of average, undistinguished American types, urban and rustic, that American literature has yet produced. The business of reducing it to print had to wait for Ring W. Lardner, a Chicago newspaper reporter. In his grotesque tales of baseball players, so immediately and so deservedly successful, and now so widely imitated, Lardner reports the common speech not only with humor, but also with the utmost accuracy. The observations of Charters and his associates are here reinforced by the sharp ear of one specially competent, and the result is a mine of authentic American. In a single story by Lardner, in truth, it is usually possible to discover examples of almost every logical and grammatical peculiarity of the emerging language, and he always resists very stoutly the temptation to overdo the thing. Here, for example, are a few typical sentences from The Busher's Honeymoon. I and Florrie was married the day before yesterday, just like I told you we was going to be. You was wise to get married in Bedford, where not nothing is nearly half so dear. The sum of what I have wrote down is $29.40. Allen told me I should ought to give the priest $5. I never seen him before. I didn't used to eat no lunch in the playing season, except when I knowed I was not going to work. I guess the meals has cost me altogether about $1.50, and I have eat very little myself. I was willing to tell her all about them two poor girls. They must not be no mistake about who is the boss in my house. Some men lets their wife run all over them. Allen has went to a college football game. One of the reporters give him a pass. He called up and said he hadn't only the one pass, but he was not hurting my feelings none. The flat across the hall from this here one is for rent. If we should have boughten furniture, it would cost us in the neighborhood of $100, even without no piano. I consider myself lucky to have found out about this before it was too late and somebody else had have gotten the tip. It will always be ourn, even when we move away. Maybe you could have did better if you had have went at it in a different way. Both her and you is welcome at my house. I never seen so much wine drank in my life. Here are specimens to fit into most of Charter's categories. Verbs confused as to tense, pronouns confused as to case, double and even triple negatives, nouns and verbs disagreeing in number, have softened to of, n marking the possessive instead of s, like used in place of as, and the personal pronoun substituted for the demonstrative adjective. A study of the whole story would probably unearth all the remaining errors noted in Kansas City. Lardner's baseball player, though he has pen in hand and is on his guard, and is thus very careful to write would not instead of wouldn't, and even am not instead of ain't, offers a comprehensive and highly instructive panorama of popular speech habits. To him, the forms of the subjunctive mood have no existence. and will and shall are identical, and adjectives and adverbs are indistinguishable, and the objective case is merely a variorum form of the nominative. His past tense is, more often than not, the orthodox present tense. All fine distinctions are obliterated in his speech. He uses invariably the word that is simplest, the grammatical form that is handiest. And so he moves toward the philological millennium dreamed of by George T. Lanigan, when the singular verb shall lie down with the plural noun, and a little conjugation shall lead them. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.
Chapter 6, Part 3 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H. L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 3, The Verb. A study of the materials amassed by Charters and Lardner, if it be reinforced by observation of what is heard on the streets every day, will show that the chief grammatical peculiarities of spoken American lie among the verbs and pronouns. The nouns in common use, in the overwhelming main, are quite sound in form. Very often, of course, they do not belong to the vocabulary of English, but they at least belong to the vocabulary of American. The proletariat, setting aside transient slang, calls things by their proper names and pronounces those names more or less correctly. The adjectives, too, are treated rather politely, and the adverbs, though commonly transformed into adjectives, are not further mutilated. But the verbs and pronouns undergo changes which set off the common speech very sharply from both correct English and correct American. Their grammatical relationships are thoroughly overhauled, and sometimes they are radically modified in form. This process is natural and inevitable, for it is among the verbs and pronouns, as we have seen, that the only remaining grammatical inflections in English, at least of any force or consequence, are to be found, and so they must bear the chief pressure of the influences that have been warring upon all inflections since the earliest days. The primitive Indo-European language, it is probable, had 8 cases of the noun. The oldest known Teutonic dialect reduced them to 6. In Anglo-Saxon they fell to 4, with a weak and moribund instrumental hanging in the air. In Middle English the dative and accusative began to decay. In modern English they have disappeared altogether, save as ghosts to haunt grammarians. But we still have 2 plainly defined conjugations of the verb, and we still inflect it for number, and in part at least for person. And we yet retain an objective case of the pronoun, and inflect it for person, number, and gender. Some of the more familiar conjugations of verbs in the American common speech, as recorded by Charters or Lardner, or derived from my own collectanea, are here set down. Present, am. Preterite, was. Perfect participle, been or ben. Footnote: been is the correct American pronunciation. Been, as we have seen, is the English. But I have often found ben, rhyming with pen, in such phrases as I been there. End footnote. Present, attack. Preterite, attackted. Perfect participle, attackted. Present, be. Preterite, was. Perfect participle, been or ben. Footnote: been is the correct American pronunciation. Been, as we have seen, is the English. But I have often found ben, rhyming with pen, in such phrases as I been there. End footnote. Present, beat. Preterite, beaten. Perfect participle, beat. Present, become. Footnote: get is used in the place of it, as in I am getting old, and he got sick. End footnote. Preterite, become. Perfect participle, became. Present, begin. Preterite, begun. Perfect participle, began. Present, bend. Preterite, bent. Perfect participle, bent. Present, bet. Preterite, bet. Perfect participle, bet. Present, bind. Preterite, bound. perfect participle, bound. Present, bite, preterite, bitten, perfect participle, bit. Present, bleed, preterite, bled, perfect participle, bled. Present, blow, preterite, blowed, or blew, perfect participle, blowed, or blew. Present, break, preterite, broken, perfect participle, broke. Present, bring, preterite, brought, or brung, or brang, perfect participle, brung. Present, broke, passive. Preterite, broke, perfect participle, broke. Present, build, preterite, built, perfect participle, built. Present, burn, preterite, burnt. Footnote: burned with a distinct "d" sound is almost unknown in American. Perfect participle, burnt. Present, burst. Footnote: not used. End footnote. Present, bust, preterite, busted, perfect participle, busted. Present, buy, preterite, bought or boughten, perfect participle, bought or boughten. Present, can, preterite, could, perfect participle, coulda. Present, catch, preterite, caught. Footnote: cotched is heard only in the South and mainly among the Negroes. Catch, of course, is always pronounced catch. End footnote. Perfect participle, caught. Present, choose, preterite, chose, perfect participle, choose. Present, climb, preterite, clumb, perfect participle, clumb. Present, cling, to hold fast. Preterite, clung, perfect participle, clung. Present, cling, to ring. Preterite, clang, perfect participle, clang. Present, come, preterite, come, perfect participle, came. Present, creep, preterite, crept or crope, perfect participle, crept. Present, crow, preterite, crew, perfect participle, crew. Present, cut, preterite, cut, perfect participle, cut. Present, dare, preterite, dared, perfect participle, dared. Present, deal, preterite, dole, perfect participle, dealt. Present, dig, preterite, dug, perfect participle, dug. Present, dive, preterite, dove, perfect participle, dived. Present, do, preterite, done, perfect participle, done or did. Present, drag, preterite, drug, perfect participle, dragged. Present, draw, preterite, drawed. Footnote: but I drew 3 jacks in poker. End footnote. Perfect participle, drawed or drew. Present, dream, preterite, dreamt, perfect participle, dreamt. Present, drank, preterite, drank or drunk, perfect participle, drank. Present, drive, preterite, drove, perfect participle, drove. Present, drown, preterite, drowned, perfect participle, drowned. Present, eat, preterite, et or eat, perfect participle, ate. Present, fall, preterite, fell or fallen, perfect participle, fell. Present, feed, preterite, fed, perfect participle, fed. Present, feel, preterite, felt, perfect participle, felt. Present, fetch, preterite, fetched. Footnote: fotch is also heard, but it is not general. End footnote. Perfect participle, fetch. Present, fight, preterite, fought. Footnote: fit and fitten, unless my observation errs, are heard only in dialect. Fit is archaic English. End footnote. Perfect participle, fought. Present, find, preterite, found, perfect participle, found. Present, fine, preterite, found, perfect participle, found. Present, fling, preterite, flang, perfect participle, flung. Present, flow, preterite, flew, perfect participle, flowed. Present, fly, preterite, flew, perfect participle, flew. Present, forget, preterite, forgotten, perfect participle, forgotten. Present, forsake, preterite, forsaken, perfect participle, forsook. Present, freeze, preterite, frozen or frizz, perfect participle, frozen. Present, get, preterite, got or gotten, perfect participle, gotten. Present, give, preterite, give, perfect participle, give. Present, glide, preterite, glode. Footnote: glode once enjoyed a certain respectability in America. It occurs in the Knickerbocker Magazine for April 1856. End footnote. Perfect participle, glode. Present, go, preterite, went, perfect participle, went. Present, grow, preterite, growed, perfect participle, growed. Present, hang, preterite, hung. Footnote: hanged is never heard. End footnote. Perfect participle, hung. Present, have, preterite, had, perfect participle, had or hadden. Present, hear, preterite, heerd, perfect participle, heerd or hearn. Present, heat, preterite, het. Footnote: het is incomplete without the addition of up. He was het up is always heard, not he was het. End footnote. Perfect participle, het. Present, heave, preterite, hove, perfect participle, hove. Present, hide, preterite, hidden, perfect participle, hid. Present, heist, preterite, heisted, perfect participle, heisted. Present, hit, preterite, hit, perfect participle, hit. Present, hold, preterite, helt, perfect participle, held or helt. Present, holler, preterite, hollered, perfect participle, hollered. Present, hurt, preterite, hurt, perfect participle, hurt. Present, keep, preterite, kep, perfect participle, kep. Present, kneel, preterite, knelt, perfect participle, knelt. Present, know, preterite, knowed, perfect participle, knew. Present, lay, preterite, laid or lain, perfect participle, laid. Present, lead, preterite, led, perfect participle, led. Present, lean, preterite, lent, perfect participle, lent. Present, leap, preterite, lep, perfect participle, lep. Present, learn, preterite, learnt, perfect participle, learnt. Present, lend, preterite, loaned, perfect participle, loaned. Present, lie, to falsify. Preterite, lied, perfect participle, lied. Present, lie, to recline. Preterite, laid or lain, perfect participle, laid. Present, light, preterite, lit, perfect participle, lit. Present, lose, preterite, lost, perfect participle, lost. Present, make, preterite, made, perfect participle, made. Present, may, preterite, none, perfect participle, mida. Present, mean, preterite, meant, perfect participle, meant. Present, meet, preterite, met, perfect participle, met. Present, mow, preterite, mown, perfect participle, mowed. Present, pay, preterite, paid, perfect participle, paid. Present, plead, preterite, pled, perfect participle, pled. Present, prove, preterite, proved or proven, perfect participle, proven. Present, put, preterite, put, perfect participle, put. Present, quit, preterite, quit, perfect participle, quit. Present, raise, preterite, raised, perfect participle, raised. Present, read, preterite, read, perfect participle, read. Present, wrench, footnote, always used in place of rinse, end footnote. Preterite, wrenched, perfect participle, wrenched. Present, rid, preterite, rid, perfect participle, rid. Present, ride, preterite, ridden, perfect participle, rode. Present, rile, footnote, always used in place of royal, end footnote. Preterite, riled, perfect participle, riled. Present, ring, preterite, rung, perfect participle, rang. Present, rise, preterite, riz or rose, perfect participle, riz. Present, run, preterite, run, perfect participle, ran. Present, say, preterite, says, perfect participle, said. Present, see, preterite, seen, perfect participle, saw. Present, sell, preterite, sold, perfect participle, sold. Present, send, preterite, sent, perfect participle, sent. Present, set, preterite, set, footnote. Sought is heard as a localism only, end footnote. Perfect participle, sat. Present, shake, preterite, shaken or shuck, perfect participle, shook. Present, shave, preterite, shaved, perfect participle, shaved. Present, shed, preterite, shed, perfect participle, shed. Present, shine, to polish, preterite, shined, perfect participle, shined. Present, shoe, preterite, shoed, perfect participle, shoed. Present, shoot, preterite, shot, perfect participle, shot. Present, show, preterite, shown, perfect participle, showed. Present, sing, preterite, sung, perfect participle, sang. Present, sink, preterite, sunk, perfect participle, sank. Present, sit, footnote, see set, which is used almost invariably in place of sit, end footnote. Present, skin, preterite, skun, perfect participle, skun. Present, sleep, preterite, slept, perfect participle, slept. Present, slide, preterite, slid, perfect participle, slid. Present, sling, preterite, slang, perfect participle, slung. Present, slit, preterite, slitted, perfect participle, slitted. Present, smell, preterite, smelt, perfect participle, smelt. Present, sneak, preterite, snuck, perfect participle, snuck. Present, speed, preterite, speeded, perfect participle, speeded. Present, spell, preterite, spelt, perfect participle, spelt. Present, spill, preterite, spilt, perfect participle, spilt. Present, spin, preterite, span, perfect participle, span. Present, spit, preterite, spit, perfect participle, spit. Present, spoil, preterite, spoilt, perfect participle, spoilt. Present, spring, preterite, sprung, perfect participle, sprang. Present, steal, preterite, stole, perfect participle, stole. Present, sting, preterite, stang, perfect participle, stang. Present, stink, preterite, stank, perfect participle, stank. Present, strike, preterite, struck, perfect participle, struck. Present, swear, preterite, swore, perfect participle, swore. Present, sweep, preterite, swept, perfect participle, swept. Present, swell, preterite, swole, perfect participle, swollen. Present, swim, preterite, swum, perfect participle, swam. Present, swing, preterite, swang, perfect participle, swung. Present, take, preterite, taken, perfect participle, took. Present, teach, preterite, taught, perfect participle, taught. Present, tear, preterite, tore, perfect participle, torn. Present, tell, preterite, toll, perfect participle, toll. Present, think, preterite, thought, footnote. Thunk is never used seriously. It always shows humorous intent. End footnote. Perfect participle, thought. Present, thrive, preterite, throve, perfect participle, throve. Present, throw, preterite, throwed, perfect participle, threw. Present, tread, preterite, tread, perfect participle, tread. Present, wake, preterite, woke, perfect participle, woken. Present, wear, preterite, wore, perfect participle, wore. Present, weep, preterite, wept, perfect participle, wept. Present, wet, preterite, wet, perfect participle, wet. Present, win, preterite, won or wan, perfect participle, won or wan. Present, wind, preterite, wound, perfect participle, wound. Present, wish, wished, preterite, wished, perfect participle, wished. Present, ring, preterite, rung, perfect participle, rang. Present, write, preterite, written, perfect participle, wrote. A glance at these conjugations is sufficient to show several general tendencies, some of them going back in their essence to the earliest days of the English language. The most obvious is that leading to the transfer of verbs from the so-called strong conjugation to the weak, a change already in operation before the Norman Conquest, and very marked during the Middle English period. Chaucer used growed for grew in the prologue to the Wife of Bath's tale, and rised for rose, and smited for smote are in John Purvey's edition of the Bible circa 1385. Many of these transformations were afterward abandoned, but a large number survived. For example, climbed for clomb as the preterite of to climb, and melted for molt as the preterite of to melt. Others showed themselves during the early part of the modern English period. Combed as the perfect participle of to come, and digged as the preterite of to dig, are both in Shakespeare, and the latter is also in Milton and in the authorized version of the Bible. This tendency went furthest, of course, in the vulgar speech, and it has been embalmed in the English dialects. I seen and I knowed, for example, are common to many of them. But during the 17th century it seems to have been arrested and even to have given way to a contrary tendency, that is, toward strong conjugations. The English of Ireland, which preserves many 17th century forms, shows this plainly. Ped for paid, gother for gathered, and ruse for raised are still in use there, and Joyce says flatly that the Irish retain the Old English custom, i.e., the custom of the period of Cromwell's invasion circa 1650, have a leaning toward the strong inflection. Certain verb forms of the American colonial period, now reduced to the estate of localisms, are also probably survivors of the 17th century. The three great causes of change in language, says Sayce, may be briefly described as 1. Imitation or analogy, 2. A wish to be clear and emphatic, and 3. Laziness. Indeed, if we choose to go deep enough, we might reduce all three causes to the general one of laziness, since it is easier to imitate than to say something new. This tendency to take well-worn paths, paradoxically enough, is responsible both for the transfer of verbs from the strong to the weak declension, and for the transfer of certain others from the weak to the strong. A verb in everyday use tends almost inevitably to pull less familiar verbs with it, whether it be strong or weak. Thus, fed is the preterite of to feed, and led is the preterite of to lead, paved the way for pled as the preterite of to plead, and rode as plainly performed the same office for glowed, and rung for brung, and drove for dove, and hove and stole for dole, and one for scun. Moreover, a familiar verb itself, acquiring a faulty inflection, may fasten a similar inflection upon another verb of like sound. Thus, het, as the preterite of to heat, no doubt owes its existence to the example of et, the vulgar preterite of to eat. So far the irregular verbs. The same combination of laziness and imitativeness works toward the regularization of certain verbs that are historically irregular. In addition, of course, there is the fact that regularization is itself intrinsically simplification, that it makes the language easier. One sees the antagonistic pull of the two influences in the case of verbs ending in OW. The analogy of new suggests snoo as the preterite of to snow, and it is sometimes encountered in the American Vulgate. But the analogy of snowed also suggests knowed, and the superior regularity of the form is enough to overcome the greater influence of new as a more familiar word than snowed. Thus, snoo grows rare and is in decay, but knowed shows vigor, and so do growed and throwed. The substitution of heerd for heard also presents a case of logic and convenience supporting analogy. The form is suggested by steered, feared, and cheered, but its main advantage lies in the fact that it gets rid of a vowel change, always an impediment to easy speech. Here as in the contrary direction, one barbarism breeds another. Thus, taken, as the preterite of to take, has undoubtedly helped to make preterites of two other perfects, shaken and forsaken. But in the presence of two exactly contrary tendencies, the one in accordance with the general movement of the language since the Norman Conquest, and the other opposed to it, it is unsafe, of course, to attempt any very positive generalizations. All one may exhibit with safety is a general habit of treating the verb conveniently. Now and then, disregarding grammatical tendencies, it is possible to discern what appear to be logical causes for verb phenomena. That lit is preferred to lighted, and hung to hanged, is probably the result of an aversion to fine distinctions, and perhaps more fundamentally to the passive. Again, the use of found as the preterite of to fine is obviously due to an ignorant confusion of fine and find, due to the wearing off of duh in find, and that of lit as the preterite of to alight, to a confusion of alight and light. Yet again, the use of tread as its own preterite in place of trod is probably the consequence of a vague feeling that a verb ending with d is already of preterite form. Shed exhibits the same process. Both are given a logical standing by such preterites as bled, fed, fled, led, read, dead, and spread. But here, once more, it is hazardous to lay down laws, for shredded, headed, dreaded, threaded, and breaded at once come to mind. In other cases it is still more difficult to account for preterites in common use. Drug is wholly illogical, and so are clum and frizz. Neither, fortunately, has yet supplanted the more intelligible form of its verb, and so it is not necessary to speculate about them. As for crew, it is archaic English surviving in American, and it was formed perhaps by analogy with new, which has succumbed in America to knowed. Some of the verbs of the Vulgate show the end products of language movements that go back to the Anglo-Saxon period and even beyond. There is, for example, a disappearance of the final t in such words as crep, slep, lep, swep, and wep. Most of these in Anglo-Saxon were strong verbs. The preterite of to sleep, slepen, for example, was slep, and that of to weep was weop. But in the course of time, both to sleep and to weep acquired weak preterite endings, the first becoming slept and the second wept. This weak conjugation was itself degenerated. Originally, the inflectional suffix had been de or ede, and in some cases ode, and the vowels were always pronounced. The wearing down process that set in the 12th century disposed of the final e, but in certain words the other vowels survived for a good while, and we still observe it in such archaisms as beloved. Finally, however, it became silent in other preterites, and loved, for example, began to be pronounced, and often written, as a word of one syllable. Loved. Footnote: the last stand of the distinct ed was made in Addison's day. He was in favor of retaining it, and in the Spectator for August 4, 1711, he protested against obliterating the syllable in the termination of our praetor perfect tense, as in the words drowned, walked, arrived, for drowned, walked, arrived, which has very much disfigured the tongue and turned a tenth part of our smoothest words into so many clusters of consonants. End footnote. This final D sound now fell upon difficulties of its own. After certain consonants it was hard to pronounce clearly, and so the sonant was changed into the easier surd, and such words as pushed and clipped became in ordinary conversation pushed and clipped. In other verbs the T sound had come in long before with the degenerated weak ending, and when the final E was dropped their stem vowels tended to change. Thus arose such forms as slept. In vulgar American another step is taken and the suffix is dropped altogether. Thus, by a circuitous route, verbs originally strong and for many centuries hovering between the two conjugations have eventually become strong again. The case of helt is probably an example of change by false analogy. During the 13th century, according to Sweet, D was changed to T in the weak preterites of verbs ending in rd, ld, and nd. Before that time the preterite of send, send, had been send. Now it became sent. It survives in our modern sent, and the same process is also revealed in built, girt, lent, rent, and bent. The popular speech disregarding the fact that to hold is a strong verb arrives at helt by imitation. In the case of toll, which I almost always hear in place of told, there is a leaping of steps. The D is got rid of without any transitional use of T. So also perhaps in swole, which is fast displacing swelled. Attacted and drowned seem to be examples of an effort to dispose of harsh combinations by a contrary process. Both are very old in English. Boughten and dreamt present greater difficulties. Lounsbury says that boughten probably originated in the northern, i.e. lowland Scotch, dialect of English, which inclined to retain the full form of the past participle, and even to add its termination to words to which it did not properly belong. I record dreamt without attempting to account for it. I have repeatedly heard a distinct P sound in the word. The general tendency toward regularization is well exhibited by the new verbs that come into the language constantly. Practically all of them show the weak conjugation. For example, to phone, to bluff, to rubberneck, to ante, to bunt, to wireless, to insurge, and to loop the loop. Even when a compound has as its last member a verb ordinarily strong, it remains weak itself. Thus the preterite of to joyride is not joy rode or even joy ridden, but joy rided. And thus bust from burst is regular, and its preterite is busted, though burst is irregular and its preterite is the verb itself unchanged. The same tendency toward regularity is shown by the verbs of the kneel class. They are strong in English, but tend to become weak in colloquial American. Thus the preterite of to kneel, despite the example of to sleep and its analogues, is not kneel, nor even knelt, but kneeled. I have even heard field as the preterite of to feel, as in I field my way, though here felt still persists. To spread also tends to become weak, as in he spreaded a piece of bread. And to peep remains so despite the example of to leap. The confusion between the inflections of to lie and those of to lay extends to the higher reaches of spoken American, and so does that between lend and loan. The proper inflections of to lend are often given to loan, and so leaned becomes lent, as in I lent on the counter. In the same way, to set has almost completely superseded to sit, and the preterite of the former, set, is used in place of sat, but the perfect participle, which is also the disused preterite of to sit, has survived, as in I have sat there. To speed and to shew have become regular, not only because of the general tendency toward the weak conjugation, but also for logical reasons. The prevalence of speed contests of various sorts, always to the intense interest of the proletariat, has brought such words as speeder, speeding, speed mania, speed maniac, and speed limit into daily use, and speeded harmonizes with them better than the stronger sped. As for shewed, it merely reveals the virtual disappearance of the verb in its passive form. An American would never say that his wife was well shod. He would say that she wore good shoes. To shoe suggests to him only the shoeing of animals, and so, by way of shoeing and horseshoer, he comes to shoed. His misuse of to learn for to teach is common to most of the English dialects. More peculiar in his speech is the use of to leave for to let. Charters records it in Washington, left them have it, and there are many examples of it in Lardner. Spit in American has become invariable. The old preterite spat has completely disappeared. But slit, which is now invariable in English, though it was strong in Old English and had both strong and weak preterites in Middle English, has become regular in American, as in she slitted her skirt. In studying the American verb, of course, it is necessary to remember always that it is in a state of transition, and that in many cases the manner of using it is not yet fixed. The history of language, says Lounsbury, when looked at from the purely grammatical point of view, is little else than the history of corruptions. What we have before us is a series of corruptions in active process, and while some of them have gone very far, others are just beginning. Thus it is not uncommon to find corrupt forms side by side with orthodox forms, or even two corrupt forms battling with each other. Lardner, in the case of to throw, hears if he had throwed. My own observation is that threw is more often used in that situation. Again he uses the rottenest I ever seen gave. My own belief is that give is far more commonly used. The conjugation of to give, however, is yet very uncertain, and so Lardner may report accurately. I have heard I given and I would have gave, but I give seems to be prevailing, and I would have give with it, thus reducing to give to one invariable form like those of to cut, to hit, to put, to cost, to hurt, and to spit. My table of verbs shows various other uncertainties and confusions. The preterite of to hear is heard. The perfect may be either heard or hearn. That of to do may be either done or did, with the latter apparently prevailing. That of to draw is drew if the verb indicates to attract or to abstract, and drawed if it indicates to draw with a pencil. Similarly, the preterite of to blow may be either blowed or blew, and that of to drink oscillates between drank and drunk, and that of to fall is still usually fell, though fallen has appeared, and that of to shake may be either shaken or shuck. The conjugation of to win is yet far from fixed. The correct English preterite won is still in use, but against it are arrayed wan and wind. Wan seems to show some kinship by ignorant analogy with ran and began. It is often used as the perfect participle, as in I have wan $4. The misuse of the perfect participle for the preterite, now almost the invariable rule in vulgar American, is common to many other dialects of English, and seems to be a symptom of a general decay of the perfect tenses. That decay has been going on for a long time, and in American, the most vigorous and advanced of all the dialects of language, it is particularly well marked. Even in the most pretentious written American it shows itself. The English in their writing still use the future perfect. albeit somewhat laboriously and self-consciously, but in America it has virtually disappeared. One often reads whole books without encountering a single example of it. Even the present perfect and the past perfect seem to be instinctively avoided. The Englishman says, "I have dined," but the American says, "I am through dinner." The Englishman says, "I had slept," but the American often says, "I was done sleeping." Thus the perfect tenses are forsaken for the simple present and the past. In the Vulgate a further step is taken, and "I have been there" becomes "I been there." Even in such phrases as "he hasn't been here," ain't, am not, is commonly substituted for have not, thus giving the present perfect a flavor of the simple present. The step from "I have taken" to "I taken" was therefore neither difficult nor unnatural, and once it had been made, the resulting locution was supported by the greater apparent regularity of its verb. Moreover, this perfect participle, thus put in place of the preterite, was further reinforced by the fact that it was the adjectival form of the verb, and hence collaterally familiar. Finally, it was also the authentic preterite in the passive voice, and although this influence, in view of the decay of the passive, may not have been of much consequence, nevertheless it is not to be dismissed as of no consequence at all. The contrary substitution of the preterite for the perfect participle, as in "I have went" and "he has did," apparently has a double influence behind it. In the first place, there is the effect of the confused and blundering effort by an ignorant and unanalytical speaker to give the perfect some grammatical differentiation when he finds himself getting into it, an excursion not infrequently made necessary by logical exigencies, despite his inclination to keep out. The nearest indicator at hand is the disused preterite, and so it is put to use. Sometimes a sense of its uncouthness seems to linger, and there is a tendency to give it an en suffix, thus bringing it into greater harmony with its tense. I find that boughten, just discussed, is used much oftener in the preterite than in the simple past tense. Footnote, and still more often as an adjective, as in "it was a boughten dress." End footnote. For the latter, bought usually suffices. The quick ear of Lardner detects various other coinages of the same sort, among them tooken, as in "little Al might have tooken sick." Hadden is also met with, as in "I would have hadden." But the majority of preterites remain unchanged. Lardner's baseball player never writes "I have written" or "I have wroten," but always "I have wrote." And in the same way he always writes "I have did," ate, went, drank, rode, ran, saw, sang, woke, and stole. Sometimes the simple form of the verb persists through all tenses. This is usually the case, for example, with "to give." I have noted "I give" both as present and as preterite, and "I have give" and even "I had give." But even here "I have gave" offers rivalry to "I have give," and usage is not settled. So too with "to come." "I have come" and "I have came" seem to be almost equally favored, with the former supported by pedagogical admonition, and the latter by the spirit of the language. Whatever the true cause of the substitution of the preterite for the perfect participle, it seems to be a tendency inherent in English, and during the age of Elizabeth it showed itself even in the most formal speech. An examination of any play of Shakespeare's will show many such forms, as "I have wrote," "I am mistook," and "he has rode." In several cases this transfer of the preterite has survived. "I have stood," for example, is now perfectly correct English, but before 1550 the form was "I have stonden." To hold and to sit belong to the same class. Their original perfect participles were not held and sat, but holden and sitten. These survive the movement toward the formalization of the language which began with the 18th century. But scores of other such misplaced preterites were driven out. One of the last to go was wrote, which persisted until near the end of the century. Paradoxically enough, the very purist who performed the purging showed a preference for got, though not for forgot, and it survives in correct English today in the preterite present form, as in "I have got," whereas in American, both vulgar and polite, the elder and more regular gotten is often used. In the polite speech, gotten indicates a distinction between a completed action and a continuing action, between obtaining and possessing. I have gotten what I came for is correct, and so is I have got the measles. In the vulgar speech, much the same distinction exists, but the perfect becomes a sort of simple tense by the elision of have. Thus the two sentences change to I gotten what I come for, and I got the measles, the latter being understood not as past, but as present. In I have got the measles, got is historically a sort of auxiliary of have, and in colloquial American, as we have seen in the examples just given, the auxiliary has obliterated the verb. To have as an auxiliary, probably because of its intimate relationship with the perfect tenses, is under heavy pressure, and promises to disappear from the situations in which it is still used. I have heard was used in place of it, as in before the Elks was come here. Footnote, remark of a policeman talking to another. What he actually said was, before the Elks was come here. Come and here were one word, approximately. Come here. The context showed that he meant to use the past perfect tense, in footnote. Sometimes it is confused ignorantly with a distinct of, as in she would have drove, and I would have gave. More often it is shaded to a sort of particle attached to the verb as an inflection, as in he would have told you, and who could have took it. But this is not all. Having degenerated to such forms, it is now employed as a sort of auxiliary to itself in the subjunctive, as in if you had have went, if it had have been hard, and if I had have had. I have encountered some rather astonishing examples of this doubling of the auxiliary. One appears in I wouldn't had a went. Here, however, the may belong partly to had and partly to went. Such forms as a-going are very common in American. But in the other cases, and in such forms as I had a wanted, it clearly belongs to had. Sometimes, for syntactical reasons, the degenerated form of have is put before had instead of after it, as in I could have had her if I had have wanted to. Meanwhile, to have, ceasing to be an auxiliary, becomes a general verb indicating compulsion. Here it promises to displace must. The American seldom says I must go. He almost invariably says I have to go, or I have got to go, in which last case, as we have seen, got is the auxiliary. The most common inflections of the verb for mode and voice are shown in the following paradigm of to bite. Active voice, indicative mode. Present, I bite. Past perfect, I had have bit. Present perfect, I have bit. Future, I will bite. Past, I bitten. Future perfect, wanting. Subjunctive mode. Present, if I bite. Past perfect, if I had have bit. Past, if I bitten. Potential mode. Present, I can bite. Past, I could bite. Present perfect, wanting. Past perfect, I could have bit. Imperative or optative mode. Future, I shall or will bite. Infinitive mode, wanting. Passive voice, indicative mode. Present, I am bit. Past perfect, I had been bit. Present perfect, I been bit. Future, I will be bit. Past, I was bit. Future perfect, wanting. Subjunctive mode. Present, if I am bit. Past perfect, if I had have been bit. Past, if I was bit. Potential mode. Present, I can be bit. Past, I could be bit. Present perfect, wanting. Past perfect, I could have been bit. Imperative mode, wanting. Infinitive mode, wanting. A study of this paradigm reveals several plain tendencies. One has just been discussed, the addition of a degenerative form of have to the preterite of the auxiliary, and its use in place of the auxiliary itself. Another is the use of will instead of shall in the first person future. Shall is confined to a sort of optative, indicating much more than mere intention, and even here it is yielding to will. Yet another is the consistent use of the transferred preterite in the passive. Here the rule in correct English is followed faithfully, though the perfect participle employed is not the English participle. I am broke is a good example. Finally, there is the substitution of was for were, and of am for be in the past and present of the subjunctive. In this last case, American is in accord with the general movement of English, though somewhat more advanced. Be, in the Shakespearean form of "Where be thy brothers," was expelled from the present indicative 200 years ago, and survives today only in dialect. And as it thus yielded to are in the indicative, it now seems destined to yield to am and is in the subjunctive. It remains, of course, in the future indicative, I will be. In American, its conjugation coalesces with that of am in the following manner: present, I am; past perfect, I had have been; present perfect, I been or been; future, I will be; past, I was; future perfect, wanting. And in the subjunction, present, if I am; past perfect, if I had have been; past, if I was. All signs of the subjunctive, indeed, seem to be disappearing from vulgar American. One never hears "if I were you," but always "if I was you." In the third person the s is not dropped from the verb. One hears not "if she go," but "if she goes." "If he be the man" is never heard. It is always "if he is." This war upon the forms of the subjunctive, of course, extends to the most formal English. In Old English, says Bradley, the subjunctive played as important a part as in modern German, and was used in much the same way. Its inflection differed in several respects from that of the indicative. But the only formal trace of the old subjunctive still remaining, except the use of be and were, is the omission of the final s in the third person singular, and even this is rapidly dropping out of use. Perhaps in another generation the subjunctive forms will have ceased to exist, except in the single instance of were, which serves a useful function, although we manage to dispense with a corresponding form in other verbs. Here, as elsewhere, unlettered American usage simply proceeds in advance of the general movement. Be and the omitted s are already dispensed with, and even were has been discarded. In the same way, the distinction between will and shall, preserved in correct English but already breaking down in the most correct American, has been lost entirely in the American common speech. Will has displaced shall completely, save in the imperative. This preference extends to the inflections of both. Shan't is very seldom heard. Almost always won't is used instead. As for should, it is displaced by ought to, degenerated to oughter or oughta, and in its negative form by hadn't oughta, as in he hadn't oughter said that, reported by Charters. Lardner gives various redundant combinations of should and ought, as in I don't feel as if I should ought to leave, and they should not ought to have had, but I don't think it is as common as the simple oughta forms. In the main, should is avoided, sometimes at considerable pains. Often its place is taken by the more positive don't. Thus, I don't mind is used instead of I shouldn't mind. Don't has also completely displaced doesn't, which is very seldom heard. He don't and they don't are practically universal. In the same way, ain't has displaced is not, am not, isn't, and aren't, and even have not and haven't. One recalls a famous speech in a naval melodrama of 20 years ago. We ain't got no manners, but we can fight like hell. Such forms as he ain't here, I ain't the man, them ain't what I want, and I ain't heerd of it are common. The extensive use of ain't, of course, is merely a single symptom of a general disregard of number, obvious throughout the verbs and also among the pronouns, as we shall see. Charters gives many examples. Among them, how is Uncle Wallace and Aunt Clara? You was, there is 6, and the incomparable it ain't right to say. He ain't here today. In Lardner there are many more. For instance, them giants is not such rotten hitters, is they? The people has all wanted to shake hands with Matthewson and I, and some of the men has brung their wife along. Says, used as the preterite of to say, shows the same confusion. One observes it again in such forms as, then I goes up to him. Here the decay of number helps in what threatens to become a decay of tense. Examples of it are not hard to find. The average racetrack follower of the humbler sort seldom says I won $2, or even I won $2, but almost always I win $2. And in the same way he says I see him come in, not I saw him or seen him. Charters Materials offers other specimens. Among them, we helped distributed the fruit, she recognized, hug, and kiss him, and her father asked her if she intended doing what he asked. Perhaps the occasional use of eat as the preterite of to eat, as in I eat breakfast as soon as I got up, is an example of the same flattening out of distinctions. Lardner has many specimens, among them if Weaver and them had not have begun kicking, and they would have knocked down the fence. I notice that used, in used to be, is almost always reduced to simple use, as in it used to be the rule. One seldom, if ever, hears a clear D at the end. Here, of course, the elision of the D is due primarily to assimilation with the T of to, a second example of one form of decay aiding another form. But the tenses apparently tend to crumble without help. I frequently hear whole narratives in a sort of debased present. I says to him, then he ups and says, I land him one on the ear, he goes down and out, and so on. Still, under the spell of our disintegrating inflections, we are prone to regard the tense inflections of the verb as absolutely essential. But there are plenty of languages that get on without them, and even in our own language, children and foreigners often reduce them to a few simple forms. Some time ago, an Italian contractor said to me, I have go there often. Here, one of our few surviving inflections was displaced by an analytical device, and yet the man's meaning was quite clear, and it would be absurd to say that his sentence violated the inner spirit of English. That inner spirit, in fact, has inclined steadily toward I have go for 1,000 years. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Recording by Philip Gould. Chapter 6, Part 4 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H. L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 4, The Pronoun. The following paradigm shows the inflections of the personal pronoun in the American common speech. First person, common gender, nominative, singular, I, plural, we. Possessive conjoint, singular, my, plural, our. Possessive absolute, singular, mine, plural, ourn. Objective, singular, me, plural, us. Second person, common gender, singular, nominative, you, plural, yous. Possessive conjoint, singular, your, plural, your. Possessive absolute, singular, yourn, plural, yourn. Objective, singular, you, plural, yous. Third person, masculine gender, nominative, singular, he, plural, they. Possessive conjoint, singular, his, plural, their. Possessive absolute, singular, his'n, plural, theirn. Objective, singular, him, plural, them. Feminine gender, nominative, singular, she, plural, they. Possessive conjoint, singular, her, plural, their. Possessive absolute, singular, hern, plural, theirn. Objective, singular, her, plural, them. Neuter gender, nominative, singular, it, plural, they. Possessive conjoint, singular, its, plural, theirn. Possessive absolute, singular, its, plural, their. Adjective singular, it, plural, them. These inflections, as we shall see, are often disregarded in use, but nevertheless it is profitable to glance at them as they stand. The only variations that they show from standard English are the substitution of n for s as the distinguishing mark of the absolute form of the possessive, and the attempt to differentiate between the logical and the merely polite plurals in the second person by adding the usual sign of the plural to the former. The use of n in place of s is not an American innovation. It is found in many of the dialects of English, and is in fact historically quite as sound as the use of s. In John Wycliffe's translation of the Bible, circa 1380, the first sentence of the Sermon on the Mount, Mark 5, verse 3, is made, "Blessed be the poor in spirit, for the kingdom in heavens is herein." And in his version of Luke 24, verse 24, is this, "And some of ourn went into the grave." Here, hearn, or hearun, represents, of course, not the modern hers, but theirs. In Anglo-Saxon, the word was heora, and down to Chaucer's day a modified form of it here was still used in the possessive plural in place of the modern their, though they had already displaced high in the nominative. Footnote: Henry Bradley, in The Making of English, pages 54 and 55. In the parts of England which were largely inhabited by Danes, the native pronouns, i.e. heo, his, heom, and heora, were supplanted by the Scandinavian pronouns, which are represented by the modern she, they, them, and their. This substitution, at first dialectical, gradually spread to the whole language. End footnote. But in John Purvey's revision of the Wycliffe Bible, made a few years later, hern actually occurs in 2 Kings 8, verse 6, thus, "Restore thou to her all things that had been hern." In Anglo-Saxon there had been no distinction between the conjoint and absolute forms of the possessive pronouns. The simple genitive sufficed for both uses. But with the decay of that language, the surviving remnants of its grammar began to be put to service somewhat recklessly. And so there arose a genitive inflection of this genitive, a true double inflection. In the northern dialects of English, that inflection was made simply by adding s, the sign of the possessive. In southern dialects, the old n declension was applied, and so there arose such forms as minum and iorum, mine and yours, from mine and yower, my and your. Meanwhile, the original simple genitive, now become your, also survived, and so the literature of the 14th century shows the three forms flourishing side by side: your, yours, and yourn. All of them are in Chaucer. Thus yourn, hern, hisn, ourn, and theirn, whatever their present offense to grammarians, are of a genealogy quite as respectable as that of yours, hers, his, ours, and theirs. Both forms represent a doubling of inflections, and hence grammatical debasement. On the side of the yours form is the standard usage of the past 500 years. But on the side of the yearn form there is no little force of analogy and logic, as appears on turning to mine and thine. In Anglo-Saxon, as we have seen, my was mine. In the same way, thy was thine. During the decadence of the language, the final n was dropped in both cases before nouns, that is, in the conjoint form, but it was retained in the absolute form. This usage survives to our own day. One says, my book, but the book is mine. Thy faith, but I am thine. Footnote: before a noun beginning with a vowel, thine and mine are commonly substituted for thy and my, as in thine eyes and mine infirmity. But this is solely for the sake of euphony. There is no compensatory use of my and thy in the absolute. End footnote. Also one says, no matter, but I have none. Without question, this retention of the N in these pronouns had something to do with the appearance of the N declension in the treatment of your, her, his, and our, and after there had displaced here in the third person plural, in their. And equally without question, it supports the vulgar American usage today. What that usage shows is simply the strong popular tendency to make language as simple and as regular as possible, to abolish subtleties and exceptions. The difference between his book and the book is his'n is exactly that between my and mine, thy and thine, in the examples just given. Perhaps it would have been better, says Bradley, if the literary language had accepted his'n, but from some cause it did not do so. As for the addition of s to you in the nominative and objective of the second person plural, it exhibits no more than an effort to give clarity to the logical difference between the true plural and the mere polite plural. In several other dialects of English, the same desire has given rise to cognate forms, and there are even secondary devices in American. In the South, for example, the true plural is commonly indicated by you all, which, despite a Northern belief to the contrary, is never used in the singular by any save the most ignorant. You all, like yous, simply means you jointly, as opposed to the you that means thou. Again, there is the form observed in you can all of you go to hell, another plain effort to differentiate between singular and plural. The substitution of you for thou goes back to the end of the 13th century. It appeared in late Latin and in the other continental languages as well as in English, and at about the same time. In these languages, the true singular survives alongside the transplanted plural, but English has dropped it entirely save in its poetical and liturgical forms, and in a few dialects. It passed out of ordinary polite speech before Elizabeth's day. By that time, indeed, its use had acquired an air of the offensive, such as it has today, save between intimates or to children in Germany. Thus, at the trial of Sir Walter Raleigh in 1603, Sir Edward Coke, then Attorney General, displayed his animosity to Raleigh by addressing him as thou, and finally burst into the contemptuous, I thou thee, thou traitor. And in Twelfth Night, Sir Toby Belch urges Sir Andrew Aguecheek to provoke the disguised Viola to combat by thouing her. In our own time, with thou passed out entirely, even as a pronoun of contempt, the confusion between you in the plural and you in the singular presents plain difficulties to a man of limited linguistic resources. He gets around them by setting up a distinction that is well supported by logic and analogy. I seen yous is clearly separated from I seen you, and in the conjoint position, yous guys is separated from you liar. So much for the personal pronouns. As we shall see, they are used in such a manner that the distinction between the nominative and the objective forms, though still existing grammatically, has begun to break down. But first it may be well to glance at the demonstrative and relative pronouns. Of the former there are but two in English, this and that, with their plural forms, these and those. To them American adds a third, them, which is also the personal pronoun of the third person objective case. Footnote. It occurs too, of course, in other dialects of English, though by no means in all. The Irish influence probably had something to do with its prosperity in vulgar American. At all events, the Irish use it in the American manner. Joyce, in English as we speak it in Ireland, pages 34 and 35, argues that this usage was suggested by Gaelic. In Gaelic, the accusative pronouns a, e, and iad, him, her, and them, are often used in place of the nominatives, say, see, and siad, he, she, and they, as in Isiad Sheen na Bocailagi, them are the boys. This is good grammar in Gaelic, and the Irish, when they began to learn English, translated the locution literally. The familiar Irish, John is dead and him always so hearty, shows the same influence. End footnote. In addition, it has adopted certain adverbial pronouns, this here, these here, that there, those there, and them there, and set up inflections of the original demonstratives by analogy with mine, his'n, and your'n, to wit, this'n, these'n, that'n, and those'n. I present some examples of everyday use. Them are the kind I like. Them men all work here. Who is this here Smith I hear about? These here are mine. That there medicine ain't no good. Those there wops has all took to the woods. I wished I had one of them there forwards. This'n is better'n that'n. I like these'n better'n those'n. The origin of the demonstratives of the this'n group is plain. They are degenerate forms of this one, that one, etc., just as none is a degenerate composition form of not one. In every case of their use that I have observed, the simple demonstratives might have been set free, and one actually substituted for the terminal in. But it must be equally obvious that they have been reinforced very greatly by the absolutes of the his'n group, for in their relation to the original demonstratives they play the part of just such absolutes, and are never used conjointly. Thus one says in American, I take this'n, or this'n is mine, but one never says, I take this'n hat, or this'n dog is mine. In this conjoint situation, plain this is always used, and the same rule applies to these, those, and that. Them, being a newcomer among the demonstratives, has not yet acquired an inflection in the absolute. I have never heard them'n, and it will probably never come in, for it is forbiddingly clumsy. One says in American both them are mine and them collars are mine. This here, these here, that there, those there, and them there are plainly combinations of pronouns and adverbs, and their function is to support the distinction between proximity, as embodied in this and these, and remoteness, as embodied in that, those, and them. This here coat is mine simply means this coat here, or this present coat, is mine. But the adverb promises to coalesce with the pronoun so completely as to obliterate all sense of its distinct existence, even as a false noun or adjective. As commonly pronounced, this here becomes a single word, somewhat like this year, and these here becomes these year, and that there and them there become that ere and them ere. Those there, if I observed accurately, is still pronounced more distinctly, but it too may succumb to composition in time. The adverb will then sink to the estate of a mere inflectional particle, as one has done in the absolute of the this'n group. Them, as a personal pronoun in the absolute, of course, is commonly pronounced em, as in I seen 'em, and sometimes its vowel is almost lost. But this is also the case in all save the most exact spoken English. Sweet and Lounsbury, following the German grammarians, argue that this em is not really a debased form of them, but the offspring of him, which survived as a regular plural of the third person in the objective case down to the beginning of the 15th century. But in American, them is clearly pronounced as a demonstrative. I have never heard em men, or em are the kind I like, but always them men, and them are the kind I like. The relative pronouns, so far as I have been able to make out, are declined as follows. Nominative: who, which, what, that. Possessive conjoint: whose, whose. Possessive absolute: whosen, whosen. Objective: who, which, what, that. Two things will be noted in this paradigm. First, there is the disappearance of whom as the objective form of who, and secondly, there is the appearance of an inflected form of whose in the absolute, by analogy with mine, his'n, and these'n. Whom, as we have seen, is fast disappearing from standard spoken American. In the vulgar language it is already virtually extinct. Not only is who used in such construction as "Who did you find there?" where even standard spoken English would tolerate it, but also in such constructions as the man who I saw, them who I trust in, and to who. Krapp explains the use of who on the ground that there is a general feeling, due to the normal word order in English, that the word which precedes the verb is the subject word, or at least the subject form. But this explanation is probably fanciful. Among the plain people no such general feeling for case exists. Their only general feeling is a prejudice against case inflections in any form whatsoever. They use who in place of whom simply because they can discern no logical difference between the significance of the one and the significance of the other. Whosen is obviously the offspring of the other absolutes in. In the conjoint relation plane, whose is always used as in whose hat is that, and the man whose dog bit me. But in the absolute, whosen is often substituted, as in if it ain't his'n, then whosen is it? The imitation is obvious. There is an analogous form of which, to wit, whichen, resting heavily on which one. Thus, whichen do you like, and I didn't say whichen, are plainly variations of which one do you like, and I didn't say which one. That, as we have seen, has a like form, that'n, but never, of course, in the relative situation. I like that'n is familiar, but the one that'n I like is never heard. If that as a relative could be used absolutely, I have no doubt that it would change to that'n, as it does as a demonstrative. So with what? As things stand, it is sometimes substituted for that, as in them's the kind what I like. Joined to but, it can also take the place of that in other situations, as in I don't know but what. The substitution of who for whom in the objective case just noted is typical of a general movement toward breaking down all case distinctions among the pronouns where they make their last stand in English and its dialects. This movement, of course, is not peculiar to vulgar American, nor is it of recent beginning. So long ago as the 15th century, the old clear distinction between ye nominative and you objective disappeared, and today the latter is used in both cases. Sweet says that the phonetic similarity between ye and thee, the objective form of the true second singular, was responsible for this confusion. At the start, ye actually went over to the objective case, and the usage thus established shows itself in such survivors of the period as hark ye, and look ye. In modern spoken English, indeed, you in the objective often has a sound far more like that of ye than like that of you, as in, for example, how do you do? And in American, its vowel takes the neutral form of the e in the definite article, and the word becomes a sort of shortened ya. But whatever emphasis is laid upon it, you becomes quite distinct even in American. In I mean you, for example, there is never any chance of mistaking it for ye. In Shakespeare's time, the other personal pronouns of the objective case threatened to follow you into the nominative, and there was a compensatory movement of the nominative pronouns toward the objective. Lounsbury has collected many examples. Marlowe used, "Is it him you seek? 'Tis her I esteem," and "Not thee nor them shall want." Fletcher used, "'Tis her I admire." Shakespeare himself used, "That's me." Contrariwise, Webster used, "What difference is between the Duke and I?" and Green used, "Nor earth nor heaven shall part my love and I." Krapp has unearthed many similar examples from the Restoration dramatists. Etheridge used, "'Tis them," "It may be him," "Let you and I," and "Nor is it me." Matthew Prior in a famous couplet achieved this: "For thou art a girl as much brighter than her, as he was a poet sublimer than me." The free exchange continued, in fact, until the 18th century was well advanced. There are examples of it in Addison. Moreover, it survived, at least in part, even the attack that was then made upon it by the professors of the newborn science of English grammar. And to this day It is me is still in more or less good colloquial use. Sweet thinks that it is supported in such use, though not, of course, grammatically, by the analogy of the correct "it is he" and "it is she." Lounsbury, following Dean Alford, says it came into English in imitation of the French "c'est moi," and defends it as at least as good as "it is I." The contrary form, "between you and I," has no defenders, and is apparently going out. But in the shape of "between my wife and I," it is seldom challenged, at least in spoken English. All these liberties with the personal pronouns, however, fade to insignificance when put beside the thoroughgoing confusion of the case forms in vulgar American. "Us fellers" is so far established in the language that "we fellers" from the mouth of a car conductor would seem almost an affectation. So, too, is "me and her are friends." So again are "I seen you and her," "her and I sat down together," "him and his wife," "I knowed it was her." Here are some other characteristic examples of the use of the objective forms in the nominative from Charters and Lardner. "Me and her was both late." "His brother is taller than him." "That little boy was me." "Us girls went home." "They were John and him." "Her and little Al is to stay here." "She says she thinks us and the Allens." "If Weaver and them had not have begin kicking." "But not me." "Him and I are friends." "Me and them are friends." Less numerous, but still varied and plentiful, are the substitutions of nominative forms for objective forms. "She gave it to Mother and I." "She took all of we children." "I want you to meet he and I at 29th Street." "He gave he and I both some." "It is going to cost me $6 a week for a room for she and the baby." "Anything she has is O.K. for I and Florrie." Here are some grotesque confusions indeed. Perhaps the best way to get at the principles underlying them is to examine first, not the cases of their occurrence, but the cases of their non-occurrence. Let us begin with the transfer of the objective form to the nominative in the subject relation. "Me and her was both late" is obviously sound American. One hears it or something like it on the streets every day. But one never hears "me was late," or "her was late," or "us was late," or "him was late," or "them was late." Again one hears "us girls was there," but never "us was there." Yet again one hears "her and John was married," but never "her was married." The distinction here set up should be immediately plain. It exactly parallels that between "her" and "hern," "our" and "ourn," "their" and "theirn." The tendency, as Sweet says, is to merge the distinction of nominative and objective in that of conjoint and absolute. The nominative in the subject relation takes the usual nominative form only when it is in immediate contact with its verb. If it be separated from its verb by a conjunction or any other part of speech, even including another pronoun, it takes the objective form. Thus, "me went home" would strike even the most ignorant shop girl as bad grammar, but she would use "me and my friend went," or "me and him," or "he and her," or "me and them" without the slightest hesitation. What is more, if the separation be effected by a conjunction and another pronoun, the other pronoun also changes to the objective form, even though its contact with the verb may be immediate. Thus one hears "me and her was there," not "me and she." "Her and him kissed," not "her and he." Still more, this second pronoun commonly undergoes the same inflection even when the first member of the group is not another pronoun but a noun. Thus one hears "John and her were married," not "John and she." To this rule there is but one exception, and that is in the case of the first person pronoun, especially in the singular. "Him and me are friends" is heard often, but "him and I are friends" is also heard. "I" seems to suggest the subject very powerfully. It is actually the subject of perhaps a majority of the sentences uttered by an ignorant man. At all events, it resists the rule at least partially, and may even do so when actually separated from the verb by another pronoun, itself in the objective form, as for example in "I and him were there." In the predicate relation, the pronouns respond to a more complex regulation. When they follow any form of the simple verb of being, they take the objective form, as in "it's me," "it ain't him," and "I am him," probably because the transitiveness of this verb exerts a greater pull than its function as a mere copula, and perhaps too because the passive naturally tends to put the speaker in the place of the object. "I seen he," or "he kissed she," or "he struck I," would seem as ridiculous to an ignorant American as to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and his instinct for simplicity and regularity naturally tends to make him reduce all similar expressions, or what seem to him to be similar expressions, to coincidence with the more seemly "I seen him." After all, the verb of being is fundamentally transitive, and in some ways the most transitive of all verbs, and so it is not illogical to bring its powers over the pronoun into accord with the powers exerted by the others. I incline to think that it is some such subconscious logic, and not the analogy of "it is he," as Sweet argues, that has brought "it is me" to conversational respectability even among rather careful speakers of English. Footnote: it may be worth noting here that the misuse of "me" for "my," as in "I lit me pipe," is quite unknown in American, either standard or vulgar. Even "me own" is seldom heard. This boggling of the cases is very common in spoken English. End footnote. But against this use of the objective form in the nominative position after the verb of being, there also occurs in American a use of the nominative form in the objective position, as in "she gave it to mother and I," and "she took all of we children." What lies at the bottom of it seems to be a feeling somewhat resembling that which causes the use of the objective form before the verb, but exactly contrary in its effects. That is to say, the nominative form is used when the pronoun is separated from its governing verb, whether by a noun phrase, or another pronoun, as in "she gave it to mother and I," "she took all of we children," and "he paid her and I," respectively. But here usage is far from fixed, and one observes variations in both directions, that is, toward using the correct objective when the pronoun is detached from the verb, and toward using the nominative even when it directly follows the verb. "She gave it to mother and me," "she took all of us children," and "he paid her and me" would probably sound quite as correct to a Knight of Pythias as the forms just given, and at the other end Charters and Lardner report such forms as "I want you to meet he and I," and "it is going to cost me $6 a week for a room for she and the baby." I have noticed, however, that in the overwhelming main the use of the nominative is confined to the pronoun of the first person, and particularly to its singular. Here again we have an example of the powerful way in which "I" asserts itself. And, superimposed upon that influence, is a cause mentioned by Sweet in discussing "between you and I." It is a sort of by-product of the pedagogical war upon "it is me." As such expressions, he says, are still denounced by the grammars, many people try to avoid them in speech as well as in writing. The result of this reaction is that the "me" in such constructions as "between John and me," and "he saw John and me," sounds vulgar and ungrammatical, and is consequently corrected into "I." Here the pedagogues, seeking to impose an inelastic and illogical grammar upon a living speech, succeed only in corrupting it still more. Following "than" and "as," the American uses the objective form of the pronoun, as in "he is taller than me," and "such is her." He also uses it following "like," but not when, as often happens, he uses the word in place of "as" or "as if." Thus he says, "do it like him," but "do it like he does," and "she looks like she was sick." What appears here is an instinctive feeling that these words, followed by a pronoun only, are not adverbs but prepositions, and that they should have the same power to put the pronoun into an oblique case that other prepositions have. Just as "the taller of we" would sound absurd to all of us, so "taller than he" to the unschooled American sounds absurd. This feeling has a good deal of respectable support. "As her" was used by Swift, "than me" by Burke, and "than whom" by Milton. The brothers Fowler show that in some cases than him is grammatically correct and logically necessary. For example, compare I love you more than him and I love you more than he. The first means I love you more than I love him. The second, I love you more than he loves you. In the first, him does not refer to I, which is nominative, but to you, which is objective, and so it is properly objective also. But the American, of course, uses him even when the preceding noun is in the nominative, save only when another verb follows the pronoun. Thus he says, I love you better than him, but I love you better than he does. In the matter of the reflexive pronouns, the American Vulgate exhibits forms which plainly show that it is the spirit of the language to regard self not as an adjective, which it is historically, but as a noun. This confusion goes back to Anglo-Saxon days. It originated at a time when both the adjectives and the nouns were losing their old inflections. Such forms as Peterself, Peterself, Christself, Christself, and I-self, I-self, then came into use, and along with them came combinations of self and the genitive, still surviving in his self and their selves or their self. Down to the 16th century, these forms remained in perfectly good usage. Each for his self, for example, was written by Sir Philip Sidney, and it is to be found in the dramatists of the time, though modern editors always change it to himself. How the dative pronoun got itself fashioned upon self in the third person masculine and neuter is one of the mysteries of language, but there it is, and so against all logic, history, and grammatical regularity, himself, themselves, and itself, not its self, are in favor today. But the American, as usual, inclines against these illogical exceptions to the rule set by myself. I constantly hear his self and their selves, as in, he done it hisself, and they don't know theirselves. Sometimes their self is substituted for their selves, as in, they all seen it theirself. Also the emphatic own is often inserted between the pronoun and the noun, as in, let every man save his own self. The American pronoun does not necessarily agree with its noun in number. I find, I can tell each one what they make, each fellow put their foot on the line, nobody can do what they like, and she was one of these kind of people in Charters, and I am not the kind of man that is always thinking about their record. If he was to hit a man in the head, they would think their nose tickled, in Lardner. At the bottom of this error there is a real difficulty, the lack of a pronoun of the true common gender in English corresponding to the French soi and son. His after a noun or pronoun connoting both sexes often sounds inept, and his or her is intolerably clumsy. Thus the inaccurate plural is often substituted. The brothers Fowler have discovered anybody else who have only themselves in view in Richardson, and everybody is discontented with their lot in Disraeli, and Ruskin once wrote, if a customer wishes you to injure their foot. In spoken American, even the most careful, they and their often appear. I turn to the Congressional Record at random and in 2 minutes find, if anyone will look at the bank statements, they will see. In the lower reaches of the language, the plural seems to get into every sentence of any complexity, even when the preceding noun or pronoun is plainly singular. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 6, Part 5 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 5, The Adverb. All the adverbial endings in English, save ly, have gradually fallen into decay. It is the only one that is ever used to form new adverbs. At earlier stages of the language, various other endings were used, and some of them survive in a few old words, though they are no longer employed in making new words. The Anglo-Saxon endings were e and lice. The latter was at first merely an e ending to adjectives in lic, but after a time it attained to independence and was attached to adjectives not ending in lic. In early Middle English, this lice changes to like, and later on to li and ly. Meanwhile, the e ending, following the e endings of the nouns, adjectives, and verbs, ceased to be pronounced, and so it gradually fell away. Thus, a good many adverbs came to be indistinguishable from their ancestral adjectives. For example, hard in to pull hard, loud in to speak loud, and deep in to bury deep, equals the Anglo-Saxon deop. Worse, not a few adverbs actually became adjectives. For example, wide, which was originally the Anglo-Saxon adjective weed, equals wide, with the adverbial e ending, and late, which was originally the Anglo-Saxon adjective lat, equals slow, with the same ending. The result of this movement toward identity in form was a confusion between the two classes of words, and from the time of Chaucer down to the 18th century, one finds innumerable instances of the use of the simple adjective as an adverb. He will answer true is in Sir Thomas More, and soft unto himself he said in Chaucer. The singers sang loud in the Revised Version of the Bible, Nehemiah 12:42. And indifferent well in Shakespeare. Even after the purists of the 18th century began their corrective work, this confusion continued. Thus one finds, the people are miserable poor in Hume. How unworthy you treated mankind in The Spectator, and wonderful silly in Joseph Butler. To this day, the grammarians battle with the barbarism, still without complete success. Every new volume of rules and regulations for those who would speak by the book is full of warnings against it. Among the great masses of the plain people, it goes without saying, it flourishes unimpeded. The cautions of the schoolmarm, in a matter so subtle and so plainly lacking in logic or necessity, are forgotten as quickly as her prohibition of the double negative, and thereafter the adjective and the adverb tend more and more to coalesce in a part of speech which serves the purposes of both, and is simple and intelligible and satisfying. Charters gives a number of characteristic examples of its use. Wounded very bad, I sure was stiff, drank out of a cup easy, he looked up quick. Many more are in Lardner. A chance to see me work regular, I am glad I was lucky enough to marry happy, I beat them easy, and so on. And others fall upon the ear every day. He done it proper, he done himself proud, she was dressed neat, she was awful ugly, the horse ran okay, it near finished him, it sells quick, I like it fine, he et hoggish, she acted mean, they keep company steady. The bob-tailed adverb indeed enters into a large number of the commonest coins of vulgar speech. Near silk, I dare say, is properly nearly silk. The grammarians protest that run slow should be run slowly, but near silk and run slow remain, and so do to be in bad, to play it up strong, and their brothers. What we have here is simply an incapacity to distinguish any ponderable difference between adverb and adjective, and beneath it perhaps is the incapacity, already noticed in dealing with it is me, to distinguish between the common verb of being and any other verb. If it is bad is correct, then why should it leaks bad be incorrect? It is just this disdain of purely grammatical reasons that is at the bottom of most of the phenomena visible in vulgar American, and the same impulse is observable in all other languages during periods of inflectional decay. During the highly inflected stage of a language, the parts of speech are sharply distinct, but when inflections fall off, they tend to disappear. The adverb, being at best the stepchild of grammar, as the old Latin grammarians used to say, omnis pars orationis migrat in adverbium, is one of the chief victims of this anarchy. John Horne Tooke, despairing of bringing it to any order, even in the most careful English, called it, in his Epea Ptercenta, the common sink and repository of all heterogeneous and unknown corruptions. Where an obvious logical or lexical distinction has grown up between an adverb and its primary adjective, the unschooled American is very careful to give it its terminal ly. For example, he seldom confuses hard and hardly, scarce and scarcely, real and really. These words convey different ideas. Hard means unyielding, hardly means barely. Scarce means present only in small numbers. Scarcely is substantially synonymous with hardly. Real means genuine. Really is an assurance of veracity. So again with late and lately. Thus an American says, I don't know scarcely, not I don't know scarce. He died lately, not he died late. But in nearly all such cases, syntax is the preservative, not grammar. These adverbs seem to keep their tails largely because they are commonly put before and not after verbs. As in, for example, I hardly or scarcely know, and I really mean it. Many other adverbs that take that position habitually are saved as well. For example, generally, usually, surely, certainly. But when they follow verbs, they often succumb, as in, I'll do it, sure, and I seen him recent. And when they modify adjectives, they sometimes succumb too, as in, it was sure hot. Practically all the adverbs made of adjectives in y lose the terminal ly and thus become identical with their adjectives. I have never heard mightily used. It is always mighty, as in, he hit him mighty hard. So with filthy, dirty, nasty, lowly, naughty, and their cognates. One hears, he acted dirty, he spoke nasty, the child behaved naughty, and so on. Here, even standard English has had to make concessions to euphony. Cleanlily is seldom used. Cleanly nearly always takes its place, and the use of illy is confined to pedants. Vulgar American, like all the higher forms of American, and all save the most precise form of written English, has abandoned the old inflections of here, there, and where, to wit, hither and hence, thither and thence, whither and whence. These fossil remains of dead cases are fast disappearing from the language. In the case of hither equals to here, even the preposition has been abandoned. One says not I came to here, but simply I came here. In the case of hence, however, from here is still used, and so with from there and from where. Finally, it goes without saying that the common American tendency to add s to such adverbs as towards is carried to full length in the vulgar language. One constantly hears not only somewheres and forwards, but even no ways and anyways. Here we have but one more example of the movement toward uniformity and simplicity. Anyways is obviously fully supported by sideways and always. End of chapter 6, part 5. Chapter 6, part 6 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 6, The Noun and Adjective. The only inflections of the noun remaining in English are those for number and for the genitive, and so it is in these two regions that the few variations to be noted in vulgar American occur. The rule that, in forming the plurals of compound nouns or noun phrases, the s shall be attached to the principal noun is commonly disregarded, and it goes at the end. Thus, I have 2 sons-in-law is never heard. One always hears, I have 2 son-in-laws. So with the genitive. I once overheard this, that umbrella is the young lady I go with's. Often a false singular is formed from a singular ending in s, the latter being mistaken for a plural. Chinese, Portuguese, and Japanese are familiar. I have also noted trapeze, tactic, and summon from trapeze, tactics, and summons. Paradoxically, the word incidents is commonly misused for incident, as in he told an incidence. Here, incidents or incident seems to be regarded as a synonym not for happening, but for story. I have never heard he told of an incidence. The of is always omitted. The general disregard of number often shows itself when the noun is used as object. I have already quoted Lardner's "Some of the men has brung their wife along." In a popular magazine I lately encountered, "Those book ethnologists can't see what is before their nose." Many similar examples might be brought forward. The adjectives are inflected only for comparison, and the American commonly uses them correctly, with now and then a double comparative or superlative to ease his soul. More better is the commonest of these. It has a good deal of support in logic. A sick man is reported today to be better. Tomorrow he is further improved. Is he to be reported better again or best? The standard language gets around the difficulty by using still better. The American Vulgate boldly employs more better. In the case of worse, worser is used, as Charters shows. He also reports baddest, more queerer, and beautifulest. Littler, which she notes, is still outlawed from standard English, but it has, with littlest, a respectable place in American. The late Richard Harding Davis wrote a play called The Littlest Girl. The American freely compares adjectives that are incapable of the inflection logically. Charters reports most principal, and I myself have heard uniquer, and even more uniquer, as in, I have never saw nothing more uniquer. I have also heard more ultra, more worse, idealer, liver, that is, more alive, and wellest, as in, he was the wellest man you ever seen. In general, the er and est terminations are used instead of the more and most prefixes, as in beautiful, beautifuler, beautifulest. The fact that the comparative relates to 2 and the superlative to more than 2 is almost always forgotten. I have never heard the better of the 2, but always the best of the 2. Charters also reports the hardest of the 2, and my brother and I measured, and he was the tallest. I have frequently heard, it ain't so worse, but here a humorous effect seems to have been intended. Adjectives are made much less rapidly in American than either substantives or verbs. The only suffix that seems to be in general use for that purpose is y, as in tony, classy, daffy, nutty, dinky, leery, etc. The use of the adjectival prefix super is confined to the more sophisticated classes. The plain people seem to be unaware of it. This relative paucity of adjectives appears to be common to the more primitive varieties of speech. E.J. Hills, in his elaborate study of the vocabulary of a child of 2, found that it contained but 23 descriptive adjectives, of which 6 were the names of colors, as against 59 verbs and 173 common nouns. Moreover, most of the 23 minus 6 were adjectives of all work, such as nasty, funny, and nice. Colloquial American uses the same rubber stamps of speech. Funny connotes the whole range of the unusual. Hard indicates every shade of difficulty. Nice is everything satisfactory. Bully is a superlative of almost limitless scope. The decay of one to a vague N sound, as in this'n, is matched by a decay of than after comparatives. Earlier than is seldom, if ever, heard. Composition reduces the two words to earliern. So with bettern, fastern, hottern, deadern, etc. Once I overheard the following dialogue. I like a belt more looser'n what this one is. Well then, why don't you unloosen it more'n you got it unloosened? End of chapter 6, part 6.
Chapter 6, Part 7 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The American Language by H. L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech. Part 7, The Double Negative. Syntactically, perhaps the chief characteristic of vulgar American is its sturdy fidelity to the double negative. So freely is it used, indeed, that the simple negative appears to be almost abandoned. Such phrases as "I see nobody" or "I know nothing about it" are heard so seldom that they appear to be affectations when encountered. The well-nigh universal forms are "I don't see nobody" and "I don't know nothing about it." Charters lists some very typical examples. Among them, "He ain't never comin' back no more," "You don't care for nobody but yourself," "Couldn't be no more happier," and "I can't see nothin'." In Lardner there are innumerable examples. "They was not no team," "I have not never thought of that," "I can't write no more," "No chance to get no money from nowhere," "We can't have nothin' to do," and so on. Some of his specimens show a considerable complexity. For example, Matthewson was not only going as far as the coast, meaning, as the context shows, that he was going as far as the coast and no further. Only gets into many other examples, such as "He hadn't only the one pass," and "I don't work nights no more, only except Sunday nights." This latter I got from a car conductor. Many other curious specimens are in my Collectania. Among them, "One swaller don't make no summer," "I never see nothing I would a rather saw," and "Once a child gets burnt once, it won't never stick its hand in no fire no more," and so on. The last embodies a triple negative. In "The more faster you go, the sooner you don't get there," there is an elaborate muddling of negatives that is very characteristic. Like most other examples of bad grammar encountered in American, the compound negative is of great antiquity, and was once quite respectable. The student of Anglo-Saxon encounters it constantly. In that language, the negative of the verb was formed by prefixing a particle, ne. Thus, singen, to sing, became ne singen, not to sing. In case the verb began with a vowel, the ne dropped its e and was combined with the verb, as in nefre, never, from ne, efre, not ever. In case the verb began with an h or a w followed by a vowel, the h or w of the verb and the e of ne were both dropped, as in nefth, has not, from ne hafthe, not has, and nold, would not, from ne wold. Finally, in case the vowel following a w was an I, it changed to y, as in neist, knew not, from ne wist. But inasmuch as Anglo-Saxon was a fully inflected language, the inflections for the negative did not stop with the verbs. The indefinite article, the indefinite pronoun, and even some of the nouns were also inflected, and survivors of those forms appear to this day in such words as none and nothing. Moreover, When an actual inflection was impossible, it was the practice to insert this ne before a word, in the sense of our no or not. Still more, it came to be the practice to reinforce ne before a vowel with ne, not, or not, nothing, which later degenerated to nat and not. As a result, there were fearful and wonderful combinations of negatives, some of them fully matching the best efforts of Lardner's baseball player. Sweet gives several curious examples. Nen ne dorst nan thing asien, translated literally, becomes no one dares not ask nothing. Veet hus ne ne fail becomes the house did not fall not. As for the Middle English, he never neighed nothing, it has too modern and familiar a ring to need translating at all. Chaucer, at the beginning of the period of transition to modern English, used the double negative with the utmost freedom. In The Knight's Tale is this: he never yet no villainy ne said, in all his life unto no manner wight. By the time of Shakespeare this license was already much restricted, but a good many double negatives are nevertheless to be found in his plays, and he was particularly shaky in the use of nor. In Richard III one finds, I never was nor never will be. In Measure for Measure, harp not on that, nor do not banish treason. And in Romeo and Juliet, thou expectedst not, nor I looked not for. This misuse of nor is still very frequent. In other directions, too, the older forms show a tendency to survive all the assaults of grammarians. No, it doesn't, heard every day, and by no means from the ignorant only, is a sort of double negative. The insertion of but before that, as in I doubt but that, and there is no question but that, makes a double negative that is probably full-blown. Nevertheless, as we have seen, it is heard on the floor of Congress every day, and the Fowlers show that it is also common in England. Even worse forms get into the Congressional Record. Not long ago, for example, I encountered, without hardly an exception, in a public paper of the utmost importance. There are indeed situations in which the double negative leaps to the lips or from the pen almost irresistibly. Even such careful writers as Huxley, Robert Louis Stevenson, and Leslie Stephen have occasionally dallied with it. It is perfectly allowable in the Romance languages, and as we have seen, is almost the rule in the American Vulgate. Now and then, some anarchistic student of the language boldly defends and even advocates it. The double negative, said a writer in the London Review a long time ago, has been abandoned to the great injury of strength of expression. Surely I won't take nothing is stronger than either I will take nothing or I won't take anything. Language begins, says Sayce, with sentences, not with single words. In a speech in process of rapid development, unrestrained by critical analysis, the tendency to sacrifice the integrity of words to the needs of the complete sentence is especially marked. One finds it clearly in American. Already we have examined various assimilation and composition forms: that'n, used to, woulda, them ere, and so on. Many others are observable. Often is a good example. It comes from off of, and shows a preposition decaying to the form of a mere inflectional particle. One constantly hears, I bought it off'n John. Sorta, kinda, and their like follow in the footsteps of woulda. Usn't follows the analogy of don't and wouldn't. Would've and should've are widely used. Lardner commonly hears them as would of and should of. The neutral a particle also appears in other situations, especially before way, as in that-a-way and this-a-way. It is found again in at all, a liaison form of at all. Footnote. At all, by the way, is often displaced by any or none, as in he don't love her any, and it didn't hurt me none. End of footnote. End of chapter 6, part 7.
Chapter 6, Part 8 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 6, The Common Speech, Part 8, Pronunciation. Before anything approaching a thorough and profitable study of the sounds of the American common speech is possible, there must be a careful assembling of the materials, and this, unfortunately, still awaits a philologist of sufficient enterprise and equipment. Dr. William A. Reed, of the State University of Louisiana, has made some excellent examinations of vowel and consonant sounds in the South. Dr. Louise Pound has done capital work of the same sort in the Middle West, and there have been other regional studies of merit. But most of these become misleading by reason of their lack of scope. Forms practically universal in the nation are discussed as dialectical variations. This is the central defect in the work of the American Dialect Society, otherwise very industrious and meritorious. It is essaying to study localisms before having first platted the characteristics of the general speech. The dictionaries of Americanisms deal with pronunciation only casually, and often very inaccurately. The remaining literature is meager and unsatisfactory. Until the matter is gone into at length, it will be impossible to discuss any phase of it with exactness. No single investigator can examine the speech of the whole country. For that business a pooling of forces is necessary. But meanwhile, it may be of interest to set forth a few provisional ideas. At the start, two streams of influence upon American pronunciation may be noted. The one an inheritance from the English of the colonists, and the other arising spontaneously within the country, and apparently much colored by immigration. The first influence, it goes without saying, is gradually dying out. Consider, for example, the pronunciation of the diphthong oi. In Middle English it was as in boy, but during the early modern English period it was assimilated with that of the I in wine, and this usage prevailed at the time of the settlement of America. The colonists thus brought it with them, and at the same time it lodged in Ireland, where it still prevails. But in England, during the pedantic 18th century, this I sound was displaced by the original oi sound, not by historical research, but by mere deduction from the spelling, and the new pronunciation soon extended to the polite speech of America. In the common speech, however, the I sound persisted, and down to the time of the Civil War it was constantly heard in such words as boil, hoist, oil, join, poison, and royal, which thus became bile, heist, isle, gine, pison, and rile. Since then the schoolmarm has combated it with such vigor that it has begun to disappear, and such forms as pison, gine, bile, and isle are now very seldom heard, save as dialectic variations. But in certain other words, perhaps supported by Irish influence, the I sound still persists. Chief among them are hoist and royal. An unlearned American, wishing to say that he was enraged, never says that he was roiled, but always that he was riled. Desiring to examine the hoof of his horse, he never orders the animal to hoist, but always to heist. In the form of booze heister, the latter is almost in good usage. I have seen booze heister thus spelled, and obviously to be thus pronounced, in an editorial article in the American Issue, organ of the Anti-Saloon League of America. Various similar misplaced vowels were brought from England by the colonists, and have persisted in America, while dying out of good England usage. There is, for example, short I in place of long E, as in critter for creature. Critter is common to almost all the dialects of English, but American has embedded the vowel in a word that is met with nowhere else, and has thus become characteristic to it, crick for creek. Nor does any other dialect make such extensive use of slick for sleek. Again, there is the substitution of the flat a for the broad a in sauce. England has gone back to the broad a, but in America the flat a persists, and many Americans who use sassy every day would scarcely recognize saucy if they heard it. Yet again, there is quoit. Originally, the English pronounced it quate, but now they pronounce the diphthong as in doily. In the United States, the quate pronunciation remains. Finally, there is deaf. Its proper pronunciation in the England that the colonists left was deef, but it now rhymes with Jeff. That new pronunciation has been adopted by polite American, despite the protests of Noah Webster, but in the common speech the word is still always deef. However, a good many of the vowels of the early days have succumbed to pedagogy. The American proletarian may still use skier for scare, but in most of the other words of that class he now uses the vowel approved by correct English usage. Thus, he seldom permits himself such old forms as dreen for drain, keer for care, scarce for scarce, or even cheer for chair. The Irish influence supported them for a while, but now they are fast going out. So too are kiver for cover, crap for crop, and chist for chest. But kittle for kettle still shows a certain vitality. Wrench is still used in place of rinse, and squinch in place of squint, and a flat a continues to displace various e sounds in such words as rare for rear, example as a horse, and wrastle for wrestle. Contrariwise, e displaces a in catch and radish, which are commonly pronounced ketch and reddish. This e sound was once accepted in standard English. When it got into spoken American, it was perfectly sound. One still hears it from the most pedantic lips in any. There are also certain other ancients that show equally unbroken vitality among us. For example, stomp for stamp, snoot for snout, gardine for guardian, and champeen for champion. But all these vowels, whether approved or disapproved, have been under the pressure, for the past century, of a movement toward a general vowel neutralization, and in the long run it promises to dispose of many of them. The same movement also affects standard English, as appears by Robert Bridges's Tract on the Present State of English Pronunciation. But I believe that it is stronger in America, and will go farther, at least with the common speech, if only because of our unparalleled immigration. Standard English has 19 separate vowel sounds. No other living tongue of Europe, save Portuguese, has so many. Most of the others have a good many less. Modern Greek has but 5. The immigrant, facing all these vowels, finds some of them quite impossible. The Russian Jew, as we have seen, cannot manage As a result, he tends to employ a neutralized vowel in all the situations which present difficulties, and this neutralized vowel, supported by the slipshod speech habits of the native proletariat, makes steady progress. It appears in many of the forms that we have been examining, in the final a of woulda, vaguely before the N in this'n and often, in place of the original D in used to, and in the common pronunciation of such words as been, come, and have, particularly when they are sacrificed to sentence exigencies, as in "I've been thinking," "Come here," and "he would have saw you." Here we are upon a wearing down process that shows many other symptoms. One finds not only vowels disorganized, but also consonants. Some are displaced by other consonants, measurably more facile. Others are dropped altogether. D becomes T, as in holt, or is dropped, as in toll. Handkerchief, brand new, and fine for find. In asked, for ask, T replaces K, when the same word is used in place of asked, as often happens. Example, in "I asked him his name," it shoulders out ked. It is itself lopped off in bankrupt. Quantity, crep, slep, wep, kep, gristmill, and less, let's, let us, and is replaced by D in kindergarten and pardoner. L disappears, as in already and gentleman. S becomes ch, as in pinchers. The same ch replaces C, as in pitcher for picture, and T, as in amateur. G disappears from the ends of words, and sometimes too in the middle, as in strength and recognize. R, though it is better preserved in American than in English, is also under pressure, as appears by bust, stuck on for struck on, cuss for curse, yesterday, sarsaparilla, partridge, cartridge, they is for there is, and Saturday for Saturday. An excrescent T survives in a number of words. Example, onced, twiced, clust, wished for wish, and chanced. It is an heirloom from the English of 2 centuries ago. So is the final H in height. An excrescent B, as in chimbly and fambly, seems to be native. Whole syllables are dropped out of words, paralleling the English butchery of extraordinary, for example, in boundary, history, library, and probably. Ordinary, like extraordinary, is commonly enunciated clearly, but it has bred a degenerated form, ornery or honorary, differentiated in meaning. Consonants are misplaced by metathesis, as in prespiration, hundred, brethren, childern, introduce, apern, Calvary, government, modern, and worsted for worsted. O is changed to as in feller, swaller, yeller, beller, umbreller, and holler. ICE is changed to ERS in jaunders. Words are given new syllables, as in ellum, mischievous, and municipal. In the complete sentence, assimilation makes this disorganization much more obvious. Mearns, in a brief article, gives many examples of the extent to which it is carried. He hears, "Was he say?" for "What does he say?" "Where's he?" for "Where is he?" "Asked her in" for "Ask her in." "Hit 'em out" for "Hit them out." "Sry" for "That is right," and "C'mere" for come here. He believes that T is gradually succumbing to D, and cites ass better for that's better. When'd you get din for when did you get in, and sit up for sit up. One hears countless other such decayed forms on the street every day. Have to is almost invariably made have-to, with the neutral vowel where I have put the second A. Let's, already noticed, is less. The neutral vowel replaces the oo of good in goodbye. What did you say reduces itself to was they? Maybe is maybe. Perhaps is praps. So long is slong. Excuse me is excuse me. The common salutation, how are you, is so dismembered that it finally emerges as a word almost indistinguishable from hi. Here there is room for inquiry, and that inquiry deserves the best effort of American phonologists, for the language is undergoing rapid changes under their very eyes, or perhaps more accurately, under their very ears, and a study of those changes should yield a great deal of interesting matter. How did the word stint on American lips first convert itself into stent and then into stunt? By what process was balk changed into buck? Both stunt and buck are among the commonest words in the everyday American vocabulary, and yet no one so far has investigated them scientifically. A byway that is yet to be so much as entered is that of naturalized loan words in the common speech. A very characteristic word of that sort is sachet. Its relationship to the French chassé seems to be plain, and yet it has acquired meanings in American that differ very widely from the meaning of chassé. How widely it is dispersed may be seen by the fact that it is reported in popular use as a verb signifying to prance or to walk consciously in southeastern Missouri, Nebraska, northwestern Arkansas, eastern Alabama, and western Indiana, and with slightly different meaning on Cape Cod. The travels of café in America would repay investigation, particularly its variations in pronunciation. I believe that it is fast becoming cafe. Plaza, boulevard, vaudeville, menu, and rathskeller have entered into the common speech of the land and are pronounced as American words. Such words, when they come in verbally by actual contact with immigrants, commonly retain some measure of their correct native pronunciation. Spiel, kosher, ganoff, and matzah are examples. Their vowels remain un-American, but words that come in visually, say through street signs and the newspapers, are immediately overhauled and have thoroughly Americanized vowels and consonants thereafter. School teachers have been trying to establish various pseudo-French pronunciations of vase for 50 years past, but it still rhymes with face in the Vulgate. Vaudeville is vaudeville. Boulevard has a hard D at the end. Plaza has 2 flat A's. The first syllable of menu rhymes with B. The first of rathskeller with cats. Fiancé is fiancé. Nez rhymes with C. Décolleté is décolleté. Hofbräu is Hofbräu. The German W has lost its V sound and becomes an American W. I have in my day heard protège for protégé, habitué for habitué, connoisseur for connoisseur, scherzo for scherzo, premier for première, etude for étude, and prelude for prelude. Divorcé is divorcee and has all the rakishness of the adjectives in Y. The first syllable of mayonnaise rhymes with hay. Crème de menthe is cream de mint. Schweitzer is Schweitzer. Rochefort is Roquefort. I have heard debut with the last syllable rhyming with nut. I have heard minute for minuet. I have heard to chef d'oeuvre for chef d'oeuvre. And who doesn't remember? As I walked along the Bois Boulogne with an independent air. And say au revoir, but not goodbye. Charles James Fox, it is said, called the red wine of France Bordeaux to the end of his days. He had an American heart. His great speeches for the revolting colonies were more than mere oratory. End of Chapter 6, Part 8. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H. L. Mencken. Chapter 7, Differences in Spelling, Part 1. Typical forms. Some of the salient differences between American and English spelling are shown in the following list of common words. Anemia. American, A-N-E-M-I-A. English, A-N-A-E-M-I-A. Aneurysm. American, A-N-E-U-R-I-S-M. English, A-N-E-U-R-Y-S-M. Annex, noun. American, A-N-N-E-X. English, A-N-N-E-X-E. Arbor, American, A-R-B-O-R. English, A-R-B-O-U-R. Armor, American, A-R-M-O-R. English, A-R-M-O-U-R. Asphalt, American, A-S-P-H-A-L-T. English, A-S-P-H-A-L-T-E. Ataxia, American, A-T-A-X-I-A. English, A-T-A-X-Y. Axe, American, A-X. English, A-X-E. Balk, verb, American, B-A-L-K. English, B-A-U-L-K. Baritone, American, B-A-R-I-T-O-N-E. English, B-A-R-Y-T-O-N-E. Bark, a ship, American, B-A-R-K. English, B-A-R-Q-U-E. Behavior, American, B-E-H-A-V-I-O-R. English, B-E-H-A-V-I-O-U-R. Behoove, American, B-E-H-O-O-V-E. English, B-E-H-O-V-E. Bunkum, American, B-U-N-C-O-M-B-E. English, B-U-N-K-U-M. Burden, ships, American, B-U-R-D-E-N. English, Cachexia, American, Cachexia. English, Cachexy. Caliber, American, Caliber. English, Calibre. American, candor, Candor. English, Candour. Center, American, Center. English, Centre. Check, bank. American, Check. English, Cheque. Checkered, American, Checkered. English, Chequered. Cider, American, Cider. English, Cyder. Clamor, American, Clamor. English, Clamour. Clangor, American, Clangor. English, Clangour. Cloture, American, Cloture. English, Closure. Footnote: Fowler and Fowler in the King's English, page 32, say that when it was proposed to borrow from France what we, the English, now know as the closure, it seemed certain for some time that with the thing we should borrow the name, cloture. A press campaign resulted in closure. But in the Congressional Record it is still cloture, though with the loss of the circumflex accent, and this form is generally retained by American newspapers. End footnote. Color, American, Color. English, Colour. Connection, American, Connection. English, Connexion. Counselor, American, Councilor. English, Councillor. American, counselor, Counselor. English, Counsellor. Cozy, American, Cozy. English, Cosy. Curb, American, Curb. English, Kerb. Cyclopedia, American, Cyclopedia. English, Cyclopedia. Defense, American, Defense. English, Defence. Demeanor, American, Demeanor. English, Demeanour. Diarrhea, American, Diarrhea. English, Diarrhoea. Draft, ships, American, Draft. English, Draught. Dreadnought, American, Dreadnought. English, Dreadnought. Dryly, American, Dryly. English, Drilly. Ecology, American, E-C-O-L-O-G-Y. English, O-E-C-O-L-O-G-Y. Ecumenical, American, E-C-U-M-E-N-I-C-A-L. English, O-E-C-U-M-E-N-I-C-A-L. Edema, American, E-D-M-A. English, O-E-D-E-M-A. Encyclopedia, American, E-N-C-Y-C-L-O-P-E-D-I-A. English, E-N-C-Y-C-L-O-P-A-E-D-I-A. Endeavor, American, E-N-D-E-A-V-O-R. English, E-N-D-E-A-V-O-U-R. Eon, American, E-O-N. English, A-E-O-N. Epaulet, American, E-P-A-L-U-E-T. English, E-P-A-U-L-E-T-T-E. Esophagus, American, E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S. English, O-E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S. Faggot, American, F-A-G-O-T. English, F-A-G-G-O-T. Favor, American, F-A-V-O-R. English, F-A-V-O-U-R. Favorite, American, F-A-V-O-R-I-T-E. English, F-A-V-O-U-R-I-T-E. Fervor, American, F-E-R-V-O-R. English, F-E-R-V-O-U-R. Flavor, American, F-L-A-V-O-R. English, F-L-A-V-O-U-R. Font, printers, American, F-O-N-T. English, F-O-U-N-T. Foregather, American, F-O-R-E-G-A-T-H-E-R. English, F-O-R-G-A-T-H-E-R. American, forego, F-O-R-E-G-O. English, F-O-R-G-O. Form, printers, American, F-O-R-M. English, F-O-R-M-E. Fuse, American, F-U-S-E. English, F-U-Z-E. Gauntlet, to run the gauntlet. American, G-A-N-T-L-E-T. English, G-A-U-N-T-L-E-T. Glamour, American, G-L-A-M-O-R. English, G-L-A-M-O-U-R. Goodbye, American, G-O-O-D-B-Y. English, G-O-O-D-B-Y-E. Gram, American, G-R-A-M. English, G-R-A-M-M-E. Gray, American, G-R-A-Y. English, G-R-E-Y. Harbor, American, H-A-R-B-O-R. English, H-A-R-B-O-U-R. Honor, American, H-O-N-O-R. English, H-O-N-O-U-R. Hostler, American, H-O-S-T-L-E-R. English, O-S-T-L-E-R. Humor, American, H-U-M-O-R. English, H-U-M-O-U-R. Enclose, American, I-N-C-L-O-S-E. English, E-N-C-L-O-S-E. Endorse, American, I-N-D-O-R-S-E. English, E-N-D-O-R-S-E. Inflection, American, I-N-F-L-E-C-T-I-O-N. English, I-N-F-L-E-X-I-O-N. Inquiry, American, I-N-Q-U-I-R-Y. English, E-N-Q-U-I-R-Y. Jail, American, J-A-I-L. English, G-A-O-L. Jewelry, American, J-E-W-E-L-R-Y. English, Jewellery. Jimmy, burglars, American, Jimmy. English, Jemmy. Labor, American, Labor. English, Labour. Laborer, American, Laborer. English, Labour. Leader, American, Liter. English, Litre. Maneuver, American, Maneuver. English, Manoeuvre. Medieval, American, Medieval. English, Medieval. Meter, American, Meter. English, Metre. Misdemeanor, American, Misdemeanor. English, Misdemeanor. Mold, American, Mold. English, Mould. Mollusk, American, Mollusk. English, Mollusc. Molt, American, Molt. English, Moult. Mustache, American, Mustache. English, Moustache. Neighbor, American, Neighbor. English, Neighbor. American, neighborhood, Neghborohood. English, Neghborohood. Net, adjective, American, Net. English, Nett. Odor, American, Odor. English, Odour. Offense, American, Offense. English, Offence. Pajamas, American, Pajamas. English, Pyjamas. Parlor, American, Parlor. English, Parlour. Peas, plural of pea, American, Peas. English, Pease. Picket, military, American, Picket. English, Piquet. Plow, American, Plow. English, Plough. Pretense, American, Pretense. English, Pretence. Program, American, Program. English, Programme. Pudgy, American, Pudgy. English, Podgy. Pygmy, American, Pygmy. English, Pigmy. Rancor, American, Rancor. English, Rancour. Rigor, American, Rigor. English, Rigour. Rumor, American, Rumor. English, Rumour. Savory, American, Savory. English, Savoury. Scimitar, American, Scimitar. English, Scimetar. Septicemia, American, Septicemia. English, Septicemia. T-I-C-A-E-M-I-A. Show, verb, American, S-H-O-W, English, S-H-E-W. Siphon, American, S-I-P-H-O-N, English, S-Y-P-H-O-N. Siren, American, S-I-R-E-N, English, S-Y-R-E-N. Skeptic, American, S-K-E-P-T-I-C, English, S-C-E-P-T-I-C. Slug, verb, American, S-L-U-G, English, S-L-O-G. Slush, American, S-L-U-S-H, English, S-L-O-S-H. Splendor, American, S-P-L-E-N-D-O-R, English, S-P-L-E-N-D-O-U-R. Staunch, American, S-T-A-N-C-H, English, S-T-A-U-N-C-H. Story, of a house, American, S-T-O-R-Y, English, S-T-O-R-E-Y. Succor, American, S-U-C-C-O-R, English, S-U-C-C-O-U-R. Taffy, American, T-A-F-F-Y, English, T-O-F-F-Y. Tire, noun, American, T-I-R-E, English, T-Y-R-E. Toilet, American, T-O-I-L-E-T, English, T-O-I-L-E-T-T-E. Traveler, American, T-R-A-V-E-L-E-R, English, T-R-A-V-E-L-L-E-R. Tumor, American, T-U-M-O-R, English, T-U-M-O-U-R. Valor, American, V-A-L-O-R, English, V-A-L-O-U-R. Vapor, American, V-A-P-O-R, English, V-A-P-O-U-R. Veranda, American, V-E-R-A-N-D-A, English, V-E-R-A-N-D-A-H. Vial, American, V-I-A-L, English, P-H-I-A-L. Vigor, American, V-I-G-O-R, English, V-I-G-O-U-R. Vice, a tool, American, V-I-S-E, English, V-I-C-E. Wagon, American, W-A-G-O-N, English, W-A-G-G-O-N. Woolen, American, W-O-O-L-E-N, English, W-O-O-L-L-E-N. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 7, Differences in Spelling, Part 2. General Tendencies. This list is by no means exhaustive. According to a recent writer upon the subject, there are 812 words in which the prevailing American spelling differs from the English. But enough examples are given to reveal a number of definite tendencies. American, in general, moves toward simplified forms of spelling more rapidly than English, and has got much further along the road. Redundant and unnecessary letters have been dropped from whole groups of words. The U from the group of nouns in our, with the sole exception of savior, and from such words as mold and bulk. The E from annex, asphalt, axe, form, peas, story, etc. The duplicate consonant from wagon, net, faggot, woolen, jeweler, counselor, etc., and the silent foreign suffixes from toilet, epaulette, program, veranda, etc. In addition, simple vowels have been substituted for degenerated diphthongs in such words as anemia, esophagus, diarrhea, and medieval, most of them from the Greek. Further attempts in the same direction are to be seen in the substitution of simple consonants for compound consonants, as in plow, bark, check, vial, and draft; in the substitution of I for Y to bring words into harmony with analogues, as in tire, cider, and baritone, confer wire, rider, merriment; and in the general tendency to get rid of the somewhat uneuphonious Y, as in ataxia and pajamas. Clarity and simplicity are also served by substituting CT for X in such words as connection and inflection, and S for C in words of the defense group. The superiority of JAIL to GAOL is made manifest by the common mispronunciation of the latter, making it rhyme with coal. The substitution of I for E in such words as endorse, enclose, and jimmy is of less patent utility, but even here there is probably a slight gain in euphony. Of more obscure origin is what seems to be a tendency to avoid the O sound, so that the English slog becomes slug, podgy becomes pudgy, knout becomes naught, slosh becomes slush, toffee becomes taffy, and so on. Other changes carry their own justification. Hostler is obviously better American than ostler, though it may be worse English. Show is more logical than shoe. Cozy, C-O-Z-Y, is more nearly phonetic than cozy, C-O-S-Y. Curb has analogues in curtain, curdle, curfew, curl, current, curry, curve, curtsy, curse, currency, cursory, curtail, cur, curt, and many other common words. Curb, K-E-R-B, has very few, and of them only kerchief and kernel are in general use. Moreover, the English themselves use curb, C-U-R-B, as a verb, and in all noun senses, save that shown in curbstone. But a number of anomalies remain. The American substitution of A for E in gray is not easily explained, nor is the substitution of K for C in skeptic and mollusk, nor the retention of E in forego, nor the unphonetic substitution of S for Z in fuse, nor the persistence of the first Y in pygmy. Here we have plain vagaries, surviving in spite of attack by orthographers. Webster, in one of his earlier books, denounced the K in skeptic as a mere pedantry, but later on he adopted it. In the same way, pygmy, gray, and mollusk have been attacked, but they still remain sound American. The English themselves have many more such illogical forms to account for. In the midst of the our words, they cling to a small number in or, among them stupor. Moreover, they drop the U in many derivatives. For example, in arboreal, armory, clamorously, clangorous, odoriferous, humorist, laborious, and rigorism. If it were dropped in all derivatives, the rule would be easy to remember, but it is retained in some of them, for example, colorable, favorite, misdemeanor, colored, and laborer. The derivatives of honor exhibit the confusion clearly. Honorary, honorarium, and honorific drop the U, but honorable retains it. Furthermore, the English make a distinction between two senses of rigor. When used in its pathological sense, not only in the Latin form of rigor mortis, but as an English word, it drops the U. In all other senses, it retains the U. The one American anomaly in this field is savior. In its theological sense, it retains the U, but in that sense only. A sailor who saves his ship is its savior, S-A-V-I-O-R, not its savior, S-A-V-I-O-U-R. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 7, Part 3 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 7, Differences in Spelling, Part 3. The Influence of Webster. At the time of the first settlement of America, the rules of English orthography were beautifully vague, and so we find the early documents full of spellings that would give an English lexicographer much pain today. Now and then, a curious foreshadowing of later American usage is encountered. On July 4th, 1631, for example, John Winthrop wrote in his journal that the governor built a bark at Mystic which was launched this day. Governor, G-O-V-E-R-N-O-U-R, Mystic, M-I-S-T-I-C-K. But during the 18th century, and especially after the publication of Johnson's dictionary, there was a general movement in England toward a more inflexible orthography, and many hard and fast rules still surviving were then laid down. It was Johnson himself who established the position of the U in the OUR words. Bailey, Dyche, and the other lexicographers before him were divided and uncertain. Johnson declared for the U, and though his reasons were very shaky, and often he neglected his own precept, his authority was sufficient to set up a usage which still defies attack in England. Footnote: Johnson even advocated translator, T-R-A-N-S-L-A-T-O-U-R, emperor, E-M-P-E-R-O-U-R, orator, and horror. But like most other lexicographers, he was often inconsistent, and the conflict between interior with a U and exterior without the U, and anterior with the U and posterior without the U in his dictionary, laid him open to much mocking criticism. End footnote. Even in America, this usage was not often enough brought into question until the last quarter of the 18th century. True enough, honor appears in the Declaration of Independence, but it seems to have got there rather by accident than by design. In Jefferson's original draft, it is spelled H-O-N-O-U-R. So early as 1768, Benjamin Franklin had published his Scheme for a New Alphabet and a Reformed Mode of Spelling, with remarks and examples concerning the same, and an enquiry into its uses, and induced a Philadelphia type founder, to cut type for it, but the scheme was too extravagant to be adopted anywhere or to have any appreciable influence upon spelling. Footnote. In a letter to Miss Stevenson, September 20, 1768, he exhibited the use of his new alphabet. The letter is to be found in most editions of his writings. End footnote. It was Noah Webster who finally achieved the divorce between English example and American practice. He struck the first blow in his Grammatical Institute of the English Language, published at Hartford in 1783. Attached to this work was an appendix bearing the formidable title of An Essay of the Necessity, Advantages, and Practicability of Reforming the Mode of Spelling and of Rendering the Orthography of Words Correspondent to the Pronunciation. And during the same year, at Boston, he set forth his ideas a second time in the first edition of his American Spelling Book. The influence of this spelling book was immediate and profound. It took the place in the schools of Dilworth's Abbé Selphat, the favorite of the generation preceding, and maintained its authority for a full century. Until Lyman Cobb entered the lists with his New Spelling Book in 1842, its innumerable editions scarcely had any rivalry, and even then it held its own. I have a New York edition dated 1848, which contains an advertisement stating that the annual sale at the time was more than 1 million copies, and that more than 30 million copies had been sold since 1783. In the late 40s, the publishers George F. Coolidge and Brothers devoted the whole capacity of the fastest steam press in the United States to the printing of it. This press turned out 525 copies an hour, or 5,250 a day. It was constructed expressly for printing Webster's Elementary Spelling Book. The name had been changed in 1829 at an expense of $5,000. Down to 1889, 62 million copies of the book had been sold. The appearance of Webster's first dictionary in 1806 greatly strengthened his influence. The best dictionary available to Americans before this was Johnson's in its various incarnations, but against Johnson's stood a good deal of animosity to its compiler, whose implacable hatred of all things American was well known to the citizens of the new republic. John Walker's dictionary, issued in London 1791, was also in use, but not extensively. A homemade school dictionary, issued at New Haven in 1798 or 1799 by one Samuel Johnson, Jr., apparently no relative of the great Sam, and a larger work published a year later by Johnson and the Reverend John Eliot, pastor in East Guilford, Connecticut, seems to have made no impression, despite the fact that the latter was commended by Simeon Baldwin, Chauncey Goodrich, and other magnificos of the time and place, and even by Webster himself. The field was thus open to the laborious and truculent Noah. He was already the acknowledged magister of lexicography in America, and there was an active public demand for a dictionary that should be wholly American. The appearance of his first duodecimo, according to Williams, thereby took on something of the character of a national event. It was received not critically, but patriotically, and its imperfections were swallowed as eagerly as its merits. Later on, Webster had to meet formidable critics, at home as well as abroad, but for nearly a quarter of a century he reigned almost unchallenged. Edition after edition of his dictionary was published, each new one showing additions and improvements. Finally, in 1828, he printed his great American Dictionary of the English Language, in 2 large octavo volumes. It held the field for half a century, not only against Webster and the other American lexicographers who followed him, but also against the best dictionaries produced in England. Until very lately indeed, America remained ahead of England in practical dictionary making. Webster had declared boldly for simpler spellings in his early spelling books. In his dictionary of 1806, he made an assault at all arms upon some of the dearest prejudices of English lexicographers, grounding his wholesale reforms upon a saying by Franklin that those people spell best who do not know how to spell, that is, who spell phonetically and logically. He made an almost complete sweep of whole classes of silent letters, the U in the OUR words, the final E in determine and requisite, the silent A in thread, feather, and steady, the silent B in thumb, the S in island, the O in leopard, and the redundant consonants in traveler, wagon, jeweler, etc. English, they were spelled Traveller, Waggon, and Jeweller. More, he lopped the final K from frolic, physic, and their analogues. Yet more, he transposed the E and the R in all words ending in RE, such as theater, luster, center, and caliber. Yet more, he changed the C in all words of the defense class to S. Yet more, he changed the PH to F in words of the phantom class, OU to OO in words of the group class, OW to OU in crowd, porpoise to PORPESS, acre to AKER, so to SOE, woe to WO, soot to SUT, GAOL to jail, and PLOUGH to PLOW. Finally, he antedated the simplified spellers by inventing a long list of boldly phonetic spellings, ranging from tongue, TUNG for tongue, to women, WIMMEN for women, and from HAINOUS for highness, to CAG for KEG. A good many of these new spellings, of course, were not actually Webster's inventions. For example, the change from OUR to OR in words of the honor class were a near echo of an earlier English usage, or more accurately, of an earlier English uncertainty. In the first 3 folios of Shakespeare, 1623, 1632, and 1663 to 1666, honor and honor, with the U, were used indiscriminately and in almost equal proportions. English spelling was still fluid, and the OUR form was not consistently adopted until the 4th folio of 1685. Moreover, John Wesley, the founder of Methodism, is authority for the statement that the OR form was a fashionable impropriety in England in 1791. But the great authority of Johnson stood against it, and Webster was surely not one to imitate fashionable improprieties. He deleted the U for purely etymological reasons, going back to the Latin honor, favor, and odor without the U, without taking account of the intermediate French honneur, HONNEUR, faveur, FAVEUR, and odeur, ODEUR. and where no etymological reasons presented themselves, he made his changes by analogy, and for the sake of uniformity, or for euphony, or simplicity, or because it pleased him, one guesses, to stir up the academic animals. Webster, in fact, delighted in controversy, and was anything but free from the national yearning to make a sensation. A great many of his innovations, of course, failed to take root, and in the course of time he abandoned some of them himself. In his early essay on the necessity, advantage, and practicability of reforming the mode of spelling, he advocated reforms which were already discarded by the time he published the first edition of his dictionary. Among them were the dropping of the silent letter and such words as head, give, built, and realm, making them H-E-D, G-I-V, B-I-L-T, and R-E-L-M. The substitution of doubled vowels for decayed diphthongs in such words as mean, zeal, and near, making them M-E-E-N, Z-E-E-L, and N-E-E-R, and the substitution of S-H for C-H in such French loanwords as machine and chevalier, making them M-A-S-H-E-E-N and S-H-E-V-A-L-E-E-R. He also declared for S-T-I-L-E in place of style, and for many other such changes, and then quietly abandoned them. The successive editions of his dictionary show still further concessions. Crowd, C-R-O-U-D, feather, F-E-T-H-E-R, group, G-R-O-O-P, guillotine, G-I-L-L-O-T-I-N, island, I-L-A-N-D, instead, I-N-S-T-E-D, leopard, L-E-P-E-R-D, so, S-O-E, soot, S-U-T, steady, S-T-E-D-D-Y, threat, T-H-R-E-T, thread, T-H-R-D, thumb, T-H-U-M, and women appear only in the 1806 edition. In 1828, he went back to crowd, feather, group, island, instead, leopard, so, soot, steady, thread, threat, thumb, and women, and changed guillotine, G-I-L-L-O-T-I-N, to G-U-I-L-L-O-T-I-N. In addition, he restored the final E in determine, discipline, requisite, imagine, etc. In 1838, revising his dictionary, he abandoned a good many spellings that had appeared in either the 1806 or the 1828 edition, notably M-A-I-Z for maize, S-U-V-E-R-A-N for sovereign, and G-U-I-L-L-O-T-I-N for guillotine with the E at the end. But he stuck manfully to a number that were quite as revolutionary. For example, acre, with a K for acre, C-A-G for keg, G-R-O-T-E-S-K for grotesque, H-A-I-N-O-U-S for highness, P-O-R-P-E-S-S for porpoise, and T-U-N-G for tongue. And they did not begin to disappear until the edition of 1854, issued by other hands and 11 years after his death. Three of his favorites, C-H-I-M-I-S-T for chemist, N-E-G-E-R for negro, and Z-E-B-E-R for zebra, are incidentally interesting as showing changes in American pronunciation. He abandoned Z-E-B-E-R in 1828, but remained faithful to C-H-I-M-I-S-T and N-E-G-E-R to the last. But though he was thus forced to give occasional ground, and in more than one case held out in vain, Webster lived to see the majority of his reforms adopted by his countrymen. He left the ending in OR triumphant over the ending in OUR. He shook the security of the ending in RE. He rid American spelling of a great many doubled consonants. He established the S in words of the defense group, and he gave currency to many characteristic American spellings, notably jail, wagon, plow, mold, and axe. These spellings still survive and are practically universal in the United States today. Their use constitutes one of the most obvious differences between written English and written American. Moreover, they have founded a general tendency, the effects of which reach far beyond the field actually traversed by Webster himself. New words, and particularly loan words, are simplified, and hence naturalized in American much more quickly than in English. Employee has long since become employee in our newspapers, and asphalt has lost its final E, and MANOEUVRE has become MANEUVER, and PYJAMAS has become PAJAMAS. Even the terminology of science is simplified and Americanized. In medicine, for example, the highest American usage countenances many forms which would seem barbarisms to an English medical man if he encountered them in Lancet. In derivatives of the Greek HAIMA, it is the almost invariable American custom to spell the root syllable HEM, but the more conservative English make it HAEM, that is, in hemorrhage and hemiplegia. In an exhaustive list of diseases issued by the United States Public Health Service, the HAEM form does not appear once. In the same way, American usage prefers esophagus, ESOPHAGUS, diarrhea, DIARRHEA, and gonorrhea, GONORRHEA, to the English OESOPHAGUS, DIARRHOEA, and GONORRHOEA. In the style book of the Journal of the American Medical Association, I find many other spellings that would shock an English medical author. Among them, CURET for CURETTE, COCAIN for COCAINE, GAGE for GAUGE, intern for intern with an E at the end, lacrimal, LACRIMAL for LACHRYMAL, and a whole group of words ending in ER instead of RE. Webster's reforms, it goes without saying, have not passed unchallenged by the guardians of tradition. A glance at the literature of the first years of the 19th century shows that most of the serious authors of the time ignored his new spellings, though they were quickly adopted by the newspapers. Bancroft's Life of Washington contains OUR endings in all such words as honor, ardor, and favor. Washington Irving also threw his influence against the OR ending, and so did Bryant and most of the other literary bigwigs of that day. After the appearance of an American Dictionary of the English Language in 1828, a formal battle was joined with Lyman Cobb and Joseph E. Worcester as the chief opponents of the reformer. Cobb and Worcester in the end accepted the OR ending and so surrendered on the main issue, but various other champions arose to carry on the war. Edward S. Gould, in a once famous essay, denounced the whole Websterian orthography with the utmost fury. Bryant, reprinting this philippic in the Evening Post, said that on account of Webster, the English language has been undergoing a process of corruption for the last quarter of a century, and offered to contribute to a fund to have Gould's denunciation read twice a year in every schoolhouse in the United States until every trace of Websterian spelling disappears from the land. But Bryant was forced to admit that even in 1856, the chief novelties of the Connecticut schoolmaster, who taught millions to read but not one to sin, were adopted and propagated by the largest publishing house, through the columns of the most widely circulated monthly magazine, and through one of the ablest and most widely circulated newspapers in the United States, which is to say, the Tribune under Greeley. The last academic attack was delivered by Bishop Cox, with an E at the end, in 1886, and he contented himself with the resigned statement that Webster has corrupted our spelling sadly. Lounsbury, with his active interest in spelling reform, ranged himself on the side of Webster, and effectively disposed of the controversy by showing that the great majority of the spellings were supported by precedents quite as respectable as those behind the fashionable English spellings. In Lounsbury's opinion, a good deal of the opposition to them was no more than a symptom of antipathy to all things American among certain Englishmen, and of subservience to all things English among certain Americans. Webster's inconsistency gave his opponents a formidable weapon for use against him, until it began to be noticed that the orthodox English spelling was quite as inconsistent. He sought to change acre to aker, but left lucre unchanged. He removed the final F from bailiff, mastiff, plaintiff, and pontiff, but left it in distaff. He changed C to S in words for the offense class, but left the C in fence. He changed the CK in frolic, physic, etc. into a simple C, but restored it in such derivatives as frolicsome. He deleted the silent U in mold, but left it in court. These slips were made the most of by Cobb in a pamphlet printed in 1831. He also detected Webster in the frequent faux pas of using spellings in his definitions and explanations that conflicted with the spellings he advocated. Various other purists joined in the attack, and it was renewed with great fury after the appearance of Worcester's dictionary in 1846. Worcester, who had begun his lexicographical labors by editing Johnson's dictionary, was a good deal more conservative than Webster, and so the partisans of conformity rallied around him, and for a while the controversy took on all the rancor of a personal quarrel. Even the editions of Webster, printed after his death, though they gave way on many points, were violently arraigned. Gould in 1867 belabored the editions of 1854 and 1866 and complained that for the past 25 years the Websterian replies have uniformly been bitter in tone and very free in the imputation of personal motives or interested or improper motives on the part of opposing critics. At this time Webster himself had been dead for 22 years. Shelley de Vere, during the same year, denounced the publishers of the Webster dictionaries for applying immense capital and a large stock of energy and perseverance to the propagation of his new and arbitrarily imposed orthography. End of Chapter 7, Part 3.
Chapter 7, Part 4 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 7, Differences in Spelling, Part 4, Exchanges. As in vocabulary and in idiom, there are constant exchanges between English and American in the department of orthography. Here, the influence of English usage is almost uniformly toward conservatism, and that of American usage is as steadily in the other direction. The logical superiority of American spelling is well exhibited by its persistent advance in the face of the utmost hostility. The English objection to our simplifications, as Brander Matthews points out, is not wholly or even chiefly etymological. Its roots lie, to borrow James Russell Lowell's phrase, in an aesthetic hatred burning with as fierce a flame as ever did theological hatred. There is something inordinately offensive to English purists in the very thought of taking lessons from this side of the water, particularly in the mother tongue. The opposition, transcending the academic, takes on the character of the patriotic. Any American, continues Matthews, who chances to note the force and the fervor and the frequency of the objurgations against American spelling in the columns of the Saturday Review, for example, and of the Athenaeum, may find himself wondering as to the date of the papal bull which declared the infallibility of contemporary British orthography, and as to the place where the council of the Church was held, at which it was made an article of faith. This was written more than a quarter of a century ago. Since then, there has been a lessening of violence, but the opposition still continues. No self-respecting English author would yield up the OUR ending for an instant, or write check, C-H-E-C-K, for check, C-H-E-Q-U-E, or transpose the last letters in the R-E words. Nevertheless, American spelling makes constant gains across the water, and they more than offset the occasional fashions for English spellings on this side. Gilles de Vere, in 1867, consoled himself for Webster's arbitrarily imposed orthography by predicting that it could be only temporary, that, in the long run, North America depends exclusively on the mother country for its models of literature. But the event has blasted this prophecy and confidence, for the English, despite their furious reluctance, have succumbed to Webster more than once. The New English Dictionary, a monumental work, shows many silent concessions, and quite as many open yieldings. For example, in the case of AX, which is admitted to be better than AXE on every ground. Moreover, English usage tends to march ahead of it, outstripping the liberalism of its editor, Sir James A. H. Murray. In 1914, for example, Sir James was still protesting against dropping the first E from judgment, a characteristic Americanism. But during the same year, the Fowlers, in their concise Oxford Dictionary, put judgment, J-U-D-G-M-E-N-T, ahead of judgment, J-U-D-G-E-M-E-N-T. And 2 years earlier, the Authors and Printers Dictionary, edited by Horace Hart, had dropped J-U-D-G-E-M-E-N-T altogether. Hart is controller of the Oxford University Press, and the Authors and Printers Dictionary is an authority accepted by nearly all of the great English book publishers and newspapers. Its last edition shows a great many American spellings. For example, it recommends the use of jail and jailer in place of the English GAOL and GAOLER. Says that AX is better than AXE. Drops the final E from asphalt and form. Changes the Y to I in cider, cipher, and siren, and advocates the same change in tire. Drops the redundant T from net, changes burthen to burden, spells wagon with one G, prefers fuse, F-U-S-E, to F-U-Z-E, and takes the E out of story. Rules for compositors and readers at the University Press, Oxford, also edited by heart, with the advice of Sir James Murray and Dr. Henry Bradley, is another very influential English authority. It gives its imprimatur to bark, a ship, cipher, C-I-P-H-E-R, siren, S-I-R-E-N, jail, J-A-I-L, story, S-T-O-R-Y, tire, T-I-R-E, and wagon, W-A-G-O-N, and even advocates kilogram, K-I-L-O-G-R-A-M, and omelette, O-M-E-L-E-T. Finally, there is Cassell's English Dictionary. It clings to the O-U-R and R-E endings, and to annex, A-N-N-E-X-E, wagon, W-A-G-G-O-N, and check, C-H-E-Q-U-E, but it prefers J-A-I-L to G-A-O-L, net, N-E-T, to net, N-E-T-T, asphalt, A-S-P-H-A-L-T, to asphalt, A-S-P-H-A-L-T-E, and story, S-T-O-R-Y, to story, S-T-O-R-E-Y, and comes out flatly for judgment, J-U-D-G-M-E-N-T, fuse, F-U-S-E, and siren, S-I-R-E-N. Current English spelling, like our own, shows a number of uncertainties and inconsistencies, and some of them are undoubtedly the result of American influences that have not yet become fully effective. The lack of harmony in the OUR words, leading to such discrepancies as honorary and honorable, I have already mentioned. The British Board of Trade, in attempting to fix the spelling of various scientific terms, has often come to grief. Thus, it detaches the final ME from gram in such compounds as kilogram and milligram, but insists upon gram, G-R-A-M-M-E, when the word stands alone. In American usage, gram, G-R-A-M, is now common and scarcely challenged. All the English authorities that I have consulted prefer meter, M-E-T-R-E, and caliber, C-A-L-I-B-R-E, to the American meter, M-E-T-E-R, and caliber, C-A-L-I-B-E-R. They also support the A-E in such words as etiology, aesthetics, medieval, and anemia, and the O-E in esophagus, maneuver, and diarrhea. They also cling to such forms as mollusk, M-O-L-L-U-S-C, curb, K-E-R-B, pyjamas, P-Y-J-A-M-A-S, and ostler, O-S-T-L-E-R, and to the use of X instead of CT in connection and inflection. The Authors and Printers Dictionary admits the American curb, C-U-R-B, but says that the English K-E-R-B is more common. It gives bark, plow, and fount, but grants that bark, B-A-R-K, plow, P-L-O-W, and font, F-O-N-T, are good in America. As between inquiry and enquiry, it prefers the American inquiry to the English enquiry, but it rejects the American inclose and endorse in favor of the English enclose and endorse. Here, American spelling has driven in a salient but has yet to take the whole position. A number of spellings, nearly all American, are trembling on the brink of acceptance in both countries. Among them is rhyme, R-I-M-E, for rhyme, R-H-Y-M-E. This spelling was correct in England until about 1530, but its recent revival was of American origin. It is accepted by the Oxford Dictionary and by the editors of the Cambridge History of English Literature, but it seldom appears in an English journal. The same may be said of gruesome, G-R-E-W-S-O-M-E. It has got a footing in both countries, but the weight of English opinion is still against it. Develop, D-E-V-E-L-O-P instead of D-E-V-E-L-O-P-E, has gone further in both countries. So has engulf, E-N-G-U-L-F, for engulf, E-N-G-U-L-P-H. So has gypsy, G-I-P-S-Y, for gypsy, G-Y-P-S-Y. American imitation of English orthography has two impulses behind it. First, there is the colonial spirit, the desire to pass as English, in brief, mere affectation. Secondly, there is the wish among printers, chiefly of books and periodicals, to reach a compromise spelling acceptable in both countries, thus avoiding expensive revisions in case of republication in England. The first influence need not detain us. It is chiefly visible among folk of fashionable pretensions, and is not widespread. At Bar Harbor in Maine, some of the summer residents are at great pains to put harbor, H-A-R-B-O-U-R, instead of harbor, H-A-R-B-O-R, on their stationery, but the local postmaster still continues to stamp all mail Bar Harbor, H-A-R-B-O-R, the legal name of the place. In the same way, American haberdashers sometimes advertise pajamas, P-Y-J-A-M-A-S, instead of pajamas, P-A-J-A-M-A-S, just as they advertise braces instead of suspenders, and vests instead of undershirts. But this benign folly does not go very far. Beyond occasionally clinging to the R-E ending in words of the theater group, all American newspapers and magazines employ the native orthography, and it would be quite as startling to encounter honor, H-O-N-O-U-R, or jewelry, J-E-W-E-L-L-E-R-Y, in one of them, as it would be to encounter jail, G-A-O-L, or wagon, W-A-G-G-O-N. Even the most fashionable jewelers in Fifth Avenue still deal in jewelry, J-E-W-E-L-R-Y, not in jewelry, J-E-W-E-L-L-E-R-Y. The second influence is of more effect and importance. In the days before the copyright treaty between England and the United States, one of the standing arguments against it among the English was based upon the fear that it would flood England with books set up in America, and so work a corruption of English spelling. This fear, as we have seen, had a certain plausibility. There is not the slightest doubt that American books and American magazines have done valiant missionary service for American orthography. But English conservatism still holds out stoutly enough to force American printers to certain compromises. When a book is designed for circulation in both countries, it is common for the publisher to instruct the printer to employ English spelling. This English spelling, at the Riverside Press, embraces all the OUR endings and the following further forms: check, CHEQUE, checkered, CHEQUERED, connection, CONNEXION, dreamt, DREAMT, faggot, FAGGOT, foregather, FORGATHER, forego, FORGO, gray, GREY, inflection, INFLEXION, jewelry, JEWELLERY, leapt, LEAPT, premises, in logic, wagon, WAGGON. It will be noted that jail, tire, story, curb, asphalt, annex, ostler, mollusk, and pajamas are not listed, nor are the words ending in RE. These and their like constitute the English contribution to the compromise. Two other great American book presses, that of the Macmillan Company and that of the J.S. Cushing Company, add jail and story to the list, and also behove, briar, dryly, enquire, gaiety, gypsy, install, judgment, lackey, moustache, knot, pygmy, postillion, reflection, shyly, slyly, staunch, and veranda. Here they go too far, for, as we have seen, the English themselves have begun to abandon briar, enquire, and judgment. Moreover, lackey is going out over there, and gypsy is not English, but American. The Riverside Press, even in books intended only for America, prefers certain English forms, among them anemia, ANAEMIA, axe, AXE, medieval, MEDIAEVAL, mold, MOULD, plow, PLOUGH, program, PROGRAMME, and quartet, QUARTETTE. But, in compensation, it stands by such typical Americanisms as caliber, CALIBER, caulk, CALK, center, CENTER, cozy, COZY, defense, DEFENSE, foregather, FOREGATHER, gray, GRAY, hemorrhage, HEMORRHAGE, luster, LUSTER, maneuver, MANEUVER, mustache, mustache, theater, theater, and woolen, woolen. The government printing office at Washington follows Webster's new International Dictionary, which supports most of the innovations of Webster himself. This dictionary is the authority in perhaps a majority of American printing offices, with the Standard and the Century supporting it. The latter two also follow Webster, notably in his ER endings and in his substitution of S for C in words of the defense class. The Worcester Dictionary is the sole exponent of English spelling in general circulation in the United States. It remains faithful to most of the RE endings and to maneuver, MANOEUVRE, gram, GRAMME, plow, PLOUGH, skeptic, SCEPTIC, woolen, WOOLLEN, axe, AXE, and many other English forms. But even Worcester favors such characteristic American spellings as behoove, BEHOOVE, briar, BRIER, caliber, CALIBER, checkered, CHECKERED, dryly, DRYLY, jail, JAIL, and wagon, WAGON. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 7, Part 5 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 7. Differences in Spelling, Part 5. Simplified Spelling. The current movement toward a general reform of English-American spelling is of American origin, and its chief supporters are Americans today. Its actual father was Webster, for it was the long controversy over his simplified spellings that brought the dons of the American Philological Association to a serious investigation of the subject. In 1875, they appointed a committee to inquire into the possibility of reform, and in 1876, this committee reported favorably. During the same year, there was an international convention for the amendment of English orthography at Philadelphia, with several delegates from England present, and out of it grew the Spelling Reform Association. In 1878, a committee of American philologists began preparing a list of proposed new spellings, and 2 years later, the Philological Society of England joined in the work. In 1883, a joint manifesto was issued, recommending various general simplifications. In 1886, the American Philological Association issued independently a list of recommendations affecting about 3,500 words and falling under 10 headings. Practically all of the changes proposed had been put forward 80 years before by Webster, and some of them had entered into unquestioned American usage in the meantime. Example, the deletion of the U from the OUR words, the substitution of ER for RE at the end of words, the reduction of traveler, TRAVELLER, to traveler, TRAVELER, and the substitution of Z for S wherever phonetically demanded, as in advertise and cozy. The trouble with the others was that they were either too uncouth to be adopted without a struggle, or likely to cause errors in pronunciation. To the first class belonged tongue, T-U-N-G, for tongue, T-O-N-G-U-E, rough, R-U-F, for rough, R-O-U-G-H, battle, B-A-T-L, for battle, B-A-T-T-L-E, and above, A-B-U-V, for above, A-B-O-V-E. And to the second, such forms as catch, C-A-C-H, for catch, C-A-T-C-H, and trouble, T-R-O-B-L-E, for trouble, T-R-O-U-B-L-E. The result was that the whole reform received a setback. The public dismissed the industrious professors as a pack of dreamers. 12 years later, the National Education Association revived the movement with a proposal that a beginning be made with a very short list of reformed spellings, and nominated the following by way of experiment: though, T-H-O; although, A-L-T-H-O; through, T-H-R-U; throughout, T-H-R-U-O-U-T; thorough, T-H-O-R-O; thoroughly, T-H-O-R-O-L-Y; thoroughfare, T-H-O-R-O-F-A-R-E; program, P-R-O-G-R-A-M; prologue, P-R-O-L-O-G; catalogue, C-A-T-A-L-O-G; pedagogue, P-E-D-A-G-O-G, and decalogue, D-E-C-A-L-O-G. This scheme of gradual changes was sound in principle, and in a short time at least two of the recommended spellings, program and catalogue, were in general use. Then, in 1906, came the organization of the Simplified Spelling Board, with an endowment of $15,000 a year from Andrew Carnegie, and a formidable membership of pundits. The board at once issued a list of 300 revised spellings, new and old, and in August 1906, President Roosevelt ordered their adoption by the government printing office. But this unwise effort to hasten matters, combined with the buffoonery characteristically thrown about the matter by Roosevelt, served only to raise up enemies, and since then, though it has prudently gone back to more discreet endeavors, and now lays main stress upon the original 12 words of the National Education Association, the board has not made a great deal of progress. From time to time, it issues impressive lists of newspapers and periodicals that are using some, at least, of its revised spellings, and of colleges that have made them optional, but an inspection of these lists shows that very few publications of any importance have been converted, and that most of the great universities still hesitate. It has, however, greatly reinforced the authority behind many of Webster's spellings, and it has done much to reform scientific orthography. Such forms as gram, G-R-A-M, cocaine, C-O-C-A-I-N, chloride, C-H-L-O-R-I-D, anemia, A-N-E-M-I-A, and aniline, A-N-I-L-I-N, are the products of its influence. Despite the large admixture of failure in this success, there is good reason to believe that at least two of the spellings on the National Education Association list, though, T-H-O, and through, T-H-R-U, are making not a little quiet progress. I read a great many manuscripts by American authors, and find in them an increasing use of both forms, with the occasional addition of although, A-L-T-H-O, thorough, T-H-O-R-O, and thoroughly, T-H-O-R-O-U-G-H. The spirit of American spelling is on their side. They promise to come in as honor, Honor, bark, Bark, check, Check, wagon, Wagon, and story, Story, came in many years ago as tire, Tire, esophagus, Esophagus, and theater, Theater, came in later on as program, Program, catalog, Catalog, and cyclopedia, Cyclopedia, came in only yesterday, and as airplane, Airplane, for aeroplane, Aeroplane, is coming in today. A constant tendency toward logic and simplicity is visible. If the spelling of English and American does not grow farther and farther apart, it is only because American drags English along. There is incessant experimentalization. New forms appear, are tested, and then either gain general acceptance or disappear. One such, now struggling for recognition, is all right, Alright, a compound of all and right, made by analogy with already and almost. I find it in American manuscripts every day, and it not infrequently gets into print. So far, no dictionary supports it, but it has already migrated to England. Meanwhile, one often encounters in American advertising matter such experimental forms as burlesque, Burlesk, photo, Photo, phonograph, Phonograph, candy, Kandy, car, Kar, wholesome, Holsum, comfort, Kumfort, and Q room, not to mention sulfur, Sulfur. Cigar, Segar, has been more or less in use for half a century, and at one time it threatened to displace cigar, Cigar. At least one American professor of English predicts that such forms will eventually prevail. Even phosphate, Fosfate, and photograph, Photograph, he says, are bound to be the spellings of the future. End of Chapter 7, Part 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 7, Part 6 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 7, Differences in Spelling, Part 6, Minor Differences. Various minor differences remain to be noticed. One is a divergence in orthography due to differences in pronunciation. Specialty, aluminum, and alarm offer examples. In English, they are speciality, aluminium, and alarum, though alarm is also an alternative form. Specialty, in America, is always accented on the first syllable. Speciality, in England, on the third. The result is two distinct words, though their meaning is identical. How aluminium, in America, lost its fourth syllable, I have been unable to determine, but all American authorities now make it aluminum, and all English authorities stick to aluminium. Another difference in usage is revealed in the spelling and pluralization of foreign words. Such words, when they appear in an English publication, even a newspaper, almost invariably bear the correct accents, but in the United States it is almost as invariably the rule to omit these accents, save in publications of considerable pretensions. This is notably the case with café, crêpe, début, débutante, potière, lever, éclat, fête, régime, rôle, soirée, protégé, élite, mêlée, tête-à-tête, and répertoire. It is rare to encounter any of them with its proper accents in an American newspaper. It is rare to encounter them unaccented in an English newspaper. This slaughter of the accents, it must be obvious, greatly aids the rapid naturalization of a newcomer. It loses much of its foreignness at once, and is thus easier to absorb. Dépôt would have been a long time working its way into American had it remained dépôt, but immediately it became plain depot, it got in. The process is constantly going on. I often encounter naïveté without its accents, and even déshabille, Hofbrau, Signor, and résumé. Canyon was changed to canyon, C-A-N-Y-O-N, years ago, and the cases of exposé, divorcé, schmierkäse, employé, and matinée are familiar. At least one American dignitary of learning, Brander Matthews, has openly defended and even advocated this clipping of accents. In speaking of naïf and naïveté, which he welcomes because we have no exact equivalent for either word, he says, but they will need to shed their accents and to adapt themselves somehow to the traditions of our orthography. He goes on, after we have decided that the foreign word we find knocking at the doors of English, he really means American as the context shows, is likely to be useful, we must fit it for naturalization by insisting that it shall shed its accents, if it has any, that it shall change its spelling, if this is necessary, that it shall modify its pronunciation, if this is not easy for us to compass, and that it shall conform to all our speech habits, especially in the formation of the plural. Footnote. I once noted an extreme form of this naturalization in a leading Southern newspaper, the Baltimore Sun. In an announcement of the death of an American artist, it reported that he had studied at the Beaux-Arts in Paris. In New York, I have also encountered chauffeur, C-H-A-U-F-E-R. End footnote. In this formation of the plural, as elsewhere, English regards the precedents and American makes new ones. All the English authorities that I have had access to advocate retaining the foreign plurals of most of the foreign words in daily use. Example, sanatoria, appendices, virtuosi, formulae, and libretti. But American usage favors plurals of native cut, and the Journal of the American Medical Association goes so far as to approve curriculums and septums. Banditi in place of bandits would seem an affectation in America, and so would soprani for sopranos and soli for solos. Footnote. Now and then, of course, a contrary tendency asserts itself. For example, the plural of medium, in the sense of advertising medium, is sometimes made media by advertising men. End footnote. The last two are common in England. Both English and American labor under the lack of native plurals for the two everyday titles Mr. and Mrs. In the written speech, and in the more exact forms of the spoken speech, the French plurals Messieurs and Mesdames are used, but in the ordinary spoken speech, at least in America, They are avoided by circumlocution. When Monsieur has to be spoken, it is almost invariably pronounced Messrs. And in the same way, Mesdames becomes Mesdames, with the first syllable rhyming with says, and the second, which bears the accent, with games. In place of Mesdames, a more natural form, Madames, seems to be gaining ground in America. Thus I lately found Dames du Sacré-Cœur translated as Madams of the Sacred Heart in a Catholic paper of wide circulation, and the form is apparently used by American members of the community. In capitalization, the English are a good deal more conservative than we are. They invariably capitalize such terms as government, prime minister, and society when used as proper nouns. They capitalize press, pulpit, bar, etc. almost as often. In America, a movement against this use of capitals appeared during the latter part of the 18th century. In Jefferson's first draft of the Declaration of Independence, nature and creator and even God are in lower case. During the 20s and 30s of the succeeding century, probably as a result of French influence, the disdain of capitals went so far that the days of the week were often spelled with small initial letters, and even Mr. capital M-R became Mr. lowercase m-r. Curiously enough, the most striking exhibition of this tendency of late years is offered by an English work of the highest scholarship, the Cambridge History of English Literature. It uses the lower case for all titles, even baron and colonel, before proper names, and also avoids capitals in such words as Presbyterian, Catholic, and Christian, and in the second parts of such terms as Westminster Abbey and Atlantic Ocean. Finally, there are certain differences in punctuation. The English, as everyone knows, put a comma after the street number of a house, making it, for example, 34, St. James Street. They usually insert a comma instead of a period after the hour when giving the time in figures, example, 9:27, and omit the O when indicating less than 10 minutes, example, 8:7 instead of 8.07. They do not use the period as the mark of the decimal, but employ a dot at the level of the upper dot of a colon, as in 3.1416. They cling to the hyphen in such words as today and tonight. It begins to disappear in America. They use an before hotel and historical. Kipling has even used it before hydraulic. American usage prefers a, but these small differences need not be pursued further. End of Chapter 7, Part 6. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 8, Proper Names in America. Part 1, Surnames. A glance at any American city directory is sufficient to show that, despite the continued political and cultural preponderance of the original English strain, the American people have quite ceased to be authentically English in race, or even authentically British. The blood in their arteries is inordinately various and inextricably mixed, but yet not mixed enough to run a clear stream. A touch of foreignness still lingers about millions of them, even in the country of their birth. They show their alien origin in their speech. in their domestic customs, in their habits of mind, and in their very names. Just as the Scotch and the Welsh have invaded England, elbowing out the actual English to make room for themselves, so the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Scandinavians, and the Jews of Eastern Europe, and in some areas the French, the Slavs, and the hybrid Spaniards have elbowed out the descendants of the first colonists. It is not exaggerating, indeed, to say that wherever the old stock comes into direct and unrestrained conflict with one of these new stocks, it tends to succumb, or, at all events, to give up the battle. The Irish, in the big cities of the East, attained to a truly impressive political power long before the first native-born generation of them had grown up. Footnote: the Great Irish Famine, which launched the chief emigration to America, extended from 1845 to 1847. The Know-Nothing movement, which was chiefly aimed at the Irish, extended from 1852 to 1860. End footnote. The Germans, following the limestone belt of the Allegheny foothills, preempted the best lands east of the mountains before the new republic was born. And so, in our own time, we have seen the Swedes and Norwegians shouldering the native from the wheat lands of the Northwest, and the Italians driving the decadent New Englanders from their farms, and the Jews gobbling New York, and the Slavs getting a firm foothold in the mining regions, and the French Canadians penetrating New Hampshire and Vermont, and the Japanese and Portuguese menacing Hawaii, and the awakened Negroes gradually ousting the whites from the farms of the South. The birth rate among all these foreign stocks is enormously greater than among the older stock, and though the death rate is also high, the net increase remains relatively formidable. Even without the aid of immigration, it is probable that they would continue to rise in numbers faster than the original English and so-called Scotch-Irish. Turn to the letter Z in the New York telephone directory, and you will find a truly astonishing array of foreign names, some of them in process of Anglicization, but many of them still arrestingly outlandish. The only Anglo-Saxon surname beginning with Z is Zacharias, and even that was originally borrowed from the Greek. To this the Norman invasion seems to have added only Zouche. But in Manhattan and the Bronx, even among the necessarily limited class of telephone subscribers, there are nearly 1,500 persons whose names begin with the letter, and among them one finds fully 150 different surnames. The German Zimmermann, with either one N or two, is naturally the most numerous single name, and following close upon it are its derivatives, Zimmer and Zimmern. With them are many more German names, Zahn, Zeckendorf, Zeffert, Zeitler, Zeller, Zellner, Zeltmacher, Zepp, Ziegfeld, Zabel, Zucker, Zuckermann, Ziegler, Zillman, Zinser, and so on. They are all represented heavily, but they indicate neither the earliest nor the most formidable accretion, for underlying them are many Dutch names, example, Zeeman and Zoomand, and over them are a large number of Slavic, Italian, and Jewish names. Among the first I note Zabludowski, Zabriskie, Zaksinski, Zapinkow, Zaretsky, Zeknovich, Zenzalski, and Zivachevsky. Among the second, Zaccardi, Zaccarini, Zaccaro, Zapparano, Zanelli, Ziccarelli, and Zucca. Among the third, Zukor, Zipkin, and Ziskind. There are two various Spanish names, Zelaya, Zingaro, etc., and Greek, Zapion, Zervakos, and Zuvelekis, and Armenian, Zalum, Zaron, and Zathmadjian, and Hungarian, Zadek, Zagor, and Zische, and Swedish, Zetterholm and Zetterlund, and a number that defy placing: Zreik, Zvan, Zwipf, Zula, Zur, and Zev. Any other American telephone directory will show the same extraordinary multiplication of exotic patronymics. I choose at random that of Pittsburgh, and confine myself to the saloon keepers and clergymen. Among the former I find a great many German names: Arts, Bartels, Blum, Gärtner, Dietmar, Hahn, Pfeil, Schumann, Schlegel, von Hedemann, Weiss, and so on. And Slavic names: Blashkevich, Bukowski, Puwalowski, Krikolski, Tuladzike, and Stradkevich. And Greek and Italian names: Markopoulos, Martinelli, Foglia, Gigliotti, and Karabinos. And names beyond my determination: Tybersky, Volongiatica, Herisco, and Hajduk. Very few Anglo-Saxon names are on the list. The continental foreigner seems to be driving out the native, and even the Irishman, from the saloon business. Among the clerics, naturally enough, there are more men of English surname, but even here I find such strange names as Ororov, Ashinsky, Burajanis, Duik, Silo, Mazur, Privbliski, Pniak, Basilevich, Smelsh, and Vrunek. But Pittsburgh and New York, it may be argued, are scarcely American. Unrestricted immigration has swamped them. The newcomers crowd into the cities. Well, examine the roster of the National House of Representatives, which surely represents the whole country. On it I find Bacharach, Dupré, Esch, Estopinal, Vogt, Heinz, Kahn, Kies, Kreider, LaGuardia, Kraus, Lazaro, Lebach, Romju, Siegel, and Zielmann, not to mention the insular delegates Calagnanole, Devorah, Davila, and Yanko, and enough Irishmen to organize a parliament at Dublin. In the New York City directory, the fourth most common name is now Murphy, an Irish name, and the fifth most common is Meyer, which is German and chiefly Jewish. The Meyers are the Smiths of Austria and of most of Germany. They outnumber all other clans. After them come the Schultzes and Krauses, just as the Joneses and Williamses follow the Smiths in Great Britain. Schultz and Kraus do not seem to be very common names in New York, but Schmidt, Muller, Schneider, and Klein appear among the 50 commonest. Cohen and Levy rank 8th and 9th, and are both ahead of Jones, which is 2nd in England, and Williams, which is 3rd. Taylor, a highly typical British name, ranking 4th in England and Wales, is 23rd in New York. Ahead of it, beside Murphy, Meyer, Cohen, and Levy, are Schmidt, Ryan, O'Brien, Kelly, and Sullivan. Robinson, which is 12th in England, is 39th in New York. Even Schneider and Muller are ahead of it. In Chicago, Olson, Schmidt, Meyer, Hansen, and Larson are ahead of Taylor, and Hoffman and Becker are ahead of Ward. In Boston, Sullivan and Murphy are ahead of any English name save Smith. In Philadelphia, Myers is just below Robinson. Nor, as I have said, is this large proliferation of foreign surnames confined to the large cities. There are whole regions in the Southwest in which Lopez and Gonzalez are far commoner names than Smith, Brown, or Jones, and whole regions in the Middle West wherein Olson is commoner than either Taylor or Williams, and places both north and south where Duval is at least as common as Brown. Moreover, the true proportions of this admixture of foreign blood are partly concealed by a wholesale anglicization of surnames, sometimes deliberate and sometimes the fruit of mere confusion. That Smith, Brown, and Miller remain in first, second, and third places among the surnames of New York is surely no sound evidence of Anglo-Saxon survival. The German and Scandinavian Schmidt has undoubtedly contributed many a Smith, and Braun many a Brown, and Müller many a Miller. In the same way, Johnson, which holds first place among Chicago surnames, and Anderson, which holds third, are plainly reinforced from Scandinavian sources, and the former may also owe something to the Russian Ivanov. Miller is a relatively rare name in England. It is not among the 50 most common, but it stands 30th in Boston, 4th in New York and Baltimore, and 2nd in Philadelphia. Footnote: It was announced by the Bureau of War Risk Insurance on March 30, 1918, that there were then 15,000 Millers in the United States Army. On the same day, there were 262 John J. O'Briens, of whom 50 had wives named Mary. End footnote. In the last-named city, the influence of Müller, probably borrowed from the Pennsylvania Dutch, is plainly indicated, and in Chicago it is likely that there are also contributions from the Scandinavian Moller, the Polish Jańczewski, and the Bohemian Mlinar. Myers, as we have seen, is a common surname in Philadelphia. So are Fox and Snyder. In some part, at least, they have been reinforced by the Pennsylvania Dutch Meyer, Fuchs, and Schneider. Sometimes Müller changes to Miller, sometimes to Muller, and sometimes it remains unchanged, but with the spelling made M-U-E-L-L-E-R. Muller and Müller do not appear among the commoner names in Philadelphia. All the Müllers seem to have become Millers, thus putting Miller in second place. But in Chicago, with Miller in fourth place, there is also Müller in 31st place, and in New York, with Miller in third place, there is also Muller in 24th place. Such changes, chiefly based upon transliterations, are met with in all countries. The name of Taff, familiar in Austrian history, had an Irish prototype, probably Taft. General Demikoff, one of the Russian commanders at the Battle of Zorndorf in 1758, was a Swede born Temikude. Franz Maria van Tugut, the Austrian diplomatist, was a member of an Italian Tyrolese family named Tunicotto. This became Tu nicht gut, do no good, in Austria, and was changed to Tu gut, do good, to bring it into greater accord with its possessor's deserts. In Bonaparte, the Italian buono became the French bon. Many English surnames are decayed forms of Norman French names. For example, Sydney from Saint-Denis, Devorah from Devorah, Bridgewater from Beur de Volta, Montgomery from de Montgomery, Garnet from Garino, and Seymour from Sammor. A large number of so-called Irish names are the products of rough-and-ready transliterations of Gaelic patronymics. For example, Findlay from Fionla, Dermot from Diarmuid, and MacLean from McGillian. In the same way, the name of Phoenix Park in Dublin came from Fionisc, fine water. Of late, Some of the more ardent Irish authors and politicians have sought to return to the originals. Thus, O'Sullivan has become O'Sullivan. Pierce has become Pirie. MacSweeney has become MacSouvin. And Patrick has suffered a widespread transformation to Podre. But in America, with a language of peculiar vowel sounds and even consonant sounds struggling against a foreign invasion unmatched for strength and variety, such changes have been far more numerous than across the ocean, and the legal rule of idem sonans is of much wider utility than anywhere else in the world. If it were not for that rule, there would be endless difficulties for the Wises, whose grandfathers were Weisses, and the Leonards, born Leonhards, Leonhards, or Leonards, and the Mannies, who descend and inherit from Le Man. A crude popular etymology, says a leading authority on surnames, often begins to play upon a name that is no longer significant to the many. So, the Thurgods have become Thoroughgoods, and the Toddenackers have become the Pennsylvania Dutch Toothagers, much as asparagus has become sparrowgrass. So, too, the Wittnachts of Boyle County, Kentucky, descendants of a Hollander, have become Whitenecks, and the Lens of Lower Pennsylvania, descendants of some far-off German, have become Lanes. Footnote: Harriet Lane Johnston was of this family. End footnote. Edgar Allan Poe was a member of a family long settled in western Maryland, the founder being one Poe or Pfau, a native of the Palatinate. Major George Armistead, who defended Fort McHenry in 1814, when Francis Scott Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, was the descendant of an Armstadt who came to Virginia from Hesse-Darmstadt. General George A. Custer, the Indian fighter, was the great-grandson of one Custer, a Hessian soldier paroled after Burgoyne's surrender. William Wirt, anti-Masonic candidate for the presidency in 1832, was the son of one Wörth. William Paca, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, was the great-grandson of a Bohemian named Paca. General W. S. Rosencrans was really a Rosenkrantz. Even the surname of Abraham Lincoln, according to some authorities, was an anglicized form of Linkhorn. Such changes, in fact, are almost innumerable. Every work upon American genealogy is full of examples. The first foreign names to undergo the process were Dutch and French. Among the former, Reiger was debased to Riker, Vanderveer to Vandiver, Van Hise to Van Ice, Van Siegel to Van Sickle, Van Arsdale to Vannersdale, and Haarlem or Haarlem to Harlan. Among the latter, Petit became Poteet, Caillé changed to Kyle, De la Haye to Dillahay, Desjans to Deschang, Guizot to Gosset, Guérillon to Caron, Soule to Sewell, Gervais to Jarvis, Bale to Bailey, Fontaine to Fountain, Denis to Denny, Pebaudier to Peabody, Bompin to Bumpus, and de l'Hôtel to Doolittle. Frenchmen and French Canadians who came to New England, says Schele de Vere, had to pay for such hospitality as they there received by the sacrifice of their names. The brave Boncourt, Captain Marryat tells us in his diary, became Mr. Bunker, and gave his name to Bunker's Hill. But it was the German immigration that provoked the first really wholesale slaughter. A number of characteristic German sounds, for example that of u and the guttural in ch and g, are almost impossible to the Anglo-Saxon pharynx, and so they had to go. Thus, bloch was changed to block or black, ochs to oaks, hoch to hoke, Fischbach to fishback, Albrecht to Albert or Albright, and Steinweg to Steinway, and the Grunfort, Bach, was almost universally changed to bow, as in Brumbau. The U met the same fate. Grün was changed to green, Fjör to fear or Führer, Wallner to Warner, Düring to Deering, and Schnabele to snavely, snabely, or snivelly. In many other cases there were changes in spelling to preserve vowel sounds differently represented in German and English. Thus, Blum was changed to Bloom. Footnote: Henry Harrison, in his Dictionary of the Surnames of the United Kingdom, London, 1912, shows that such names as Bloom, Klein, etc. always represent transliterations of German names. They are unknown to genuinely British nomenclature. End footnote. Royce to Royce, Köster to Kester, Kiele to Keely, Schroeder to Schrader, Stehli to Staley, Wehmann to Wayman, Friedman to Friedman, Baumann to Bowman, and Lang, as the best compromise possible, to Long. The change of aim to Ames belongs to the same category. The addition of the final s represents a typical effort to substitute the nearest related Anglo-Saxon name. Other examples of that effort are to be found in Michaels for Michaelis, Bowers for Bauer, Johnson for Johansson, Ford for Forth, Heinz for Heinz, Kemp for Kempf, Formann for Foreman, Kuhns or Kuhns for Kuntz, Hoover for Huber, Levering for Liebering, Jones for Jonas, Swope for Schwab, Height or Hyde for Hyde, Andrews for André, Young for Jung, and Pence for Pence. The American antipathy to accented letters mentioned in the chapter on spelling is particularly noticeable among surnames. An immigrant named Forst inevitably becomes plain Furst in the United States, and if not the man, then surely his son. Low, in the same way, is transformed into low. Footnote: I lately encountered the following sign in front of an automobile repair shop: For puncture or blow, bring it to low. End footnote. Luhrmann into Lerman, Schön into Schon, Souple into supply or supply, Luders into Luders, and Brühl into Brill. Even when no accent betrays it, the foreign diphthong is under hard pressure. Thus the German disappears, and Loeb is changed to Loeb or Labe, Oehler to Ohler, Lörser to Lesser, and Schön to Sean or Shane. In the same way, the AU in such names as Rosenau changes to AW. So, too, the the French OI sound is disposed of, and Dubois is pronounced Dubois, and Boileau acquires a first syllable rhyming with toil. So with the KN in the German names of the Knapp class. They are all pronounced, probably by analogy with night, as if they began with N. So with SCH. Schneider becomes Snyder. Schlegel becomes Schlegel, and Schluter becomes Sluter. If a foreigner clings to the original spelling of his name, he must usually expect to hear it mispronounced. Roth, in American, quickly becomes Roth. Fremont, losing both accent and the French E, becomes Fremont. Bloom begins to rhyme with dumb. Mann rhymes with van, and lang with hang. Krantz, Lantz, and their cognates with chance. Kurz with shirts. The first syllable of Gutmann with but. The first of Haller with bay. The first of Werner with turn. The first of Wagner with nag. Euler in America is always Euler. Berg loses its German E sound for an English U sound, and its German hard G for an English G. It becomes identical with the berg of iceberg. The same change in the vowel occurs in Erdmann. In König, the German diphthong succumbs to a long O, and the hard G becomes K. The common pronunciation is König. Often in Berger, the G becomes soft and the name rhymes with verdure. It becomes soft too in Bittinger. In Wilstach and Welsbach, the CH becomes a K. In Anheuser, the EU changes to a long I. The final E, important in German, is nearly always silenced. Domme rhymes with foam. Kühne becomes keen. In addition to these transliterations, there are constant translations of foreign proper names. Many a Pennsylvania carpenter, says Dr. Oliphant, bearing a surname that is English, from the French, from the Latin, and there a Celtic loanword in origin, is neither English, nor French, nor Latin, nor Celt, but an original German Zimmermann. A great many other such translations are under everyday observation. Pfund becomes pound, Becker, baker, Schumacher, shoemaker, König, king, Weisberg, Whitehill, Koch, cook. Footnote: Koch, a common German name, has very hard sledding in America. Its correct pronunciation is almost impossible to Americans. At best, it becomes Coke. Hence, it is often changed, not only to cook, but to Cox, Coke, or even Cocky. End footnote. Neumann, Newman. Schäfer, shepherd or shepherd. Gutmann, Goodman. Goldschmidt, goldsmith. Edelstein, Noblestone. Steiner, stoner. Meister, masters. Schwarz, black. Weiss, white. Weber, weaver. Butcher, booker. Vogelgesang, birdsong. Sonntag, Sunday, and so on. Partial translations are also encountered. Example, Studebaker from Studebeker, and Reindollar from Rheintaler. By the same process, among the newer immigrants, the Polish Witkiewicz becomes Wilson, the Bohemian Bohumil becomes Godfrey, and the Bohemian Kovar and the Russian Kuznetsov become Smith. Some curious examples are occasionally encountered. Thus, Henry Woodhouse, a gentleman prominent in aeronautical affairs, came to the United States from Italy as Mario Terenzio Enrico Casalegno. His new surname is simply a translation of his old one. And the Belmonts, the bankers unable to find a euphonious English equivalent for their German-Jewish patronymic of Schoenberg, chose a French one that Americans could pronounce. In part, as I say, these changes in surname are enforced by the sheer inability of Americans to pronounce certain continental consonants, and their disinclination to remember the continental vowel sounds. Many an immigrant, finding his name constantly mispronounced, changes its vowels or drops some of its consonants. Many another shortens it or translates it, or changes it entirely for the same reason. Just as a well-known Greco-French poet changed his Greek name of Papa Diamantopoulos to Moreas because Papa Diamantopoulos was too much for Frenchmen, and as an eminent Polish-English novelist changed his Polish name of Korzeniowski to Conrad because few Englishmen could pronounce Owski correctly. So the Italian or Greek or Slav immigrant coming up for naturalization very often sheds his family name with his old allegiance and emerges as Taylor, Jackson, or Wilson. I once encountered a firm of Polish Jews showing the name of Robinson and Jones on its signboard, whose partners were born Rubinowitz and Jonas. I lately heard of a German named Knoche, a name doubly difficult to Americans, what with the KN and the CH, who changed it boldly to Knox to avoid being called Noki. A Greek named Zoiopoulos, Kolokotronis, Mavrokerdatos, or Konstantinopoulos would find it practically impossible to carry on amicable business with Americans. His name would arouse their mirth, if not their downright ire, and the same burden would lie upon a Hungarian named Benitskini, or Gialwi, or Szilágyi, or Vezercsillagok, or a Finn named Kőkösen, or Jaskalainen, or Tulensu, or Otnen, all honorable Finnish patronymics, or a Swede named Hogrian, or Shi, or Leon Hufud, or a Bohemian named Serb, or Rupka, or, for that matter, a German named Kannengeiser, or Schnapphaupf, or Pfannenbecker. But more important than this purely linguistic hostility, there is a deeper social enmity, and it urges the immigrant to change his name with even greater force. For 100 years past, all the heaviest and most degrading labor of the United States has been done by successive armies of foreigners, and so a concept of inferiority has come to be attached to mere foreignness. In addition, these newcomers, pressing upward steadily in the manner already described, have offered the native a formidable and, considering their lower standards of living, what has appeared to him to be an unfair competition on his own plane, and as a result, a hatred born of disastrous rivalry has been added to his disdain. Our unmatchable vocabulary of derisive names for foreigners reveals the national attitude. The French Boche, the German Hunyade for Hungarian. Footnote: this is army slang, but promises to survive. The Germans, during the war, had no opprobrious nicknames for their foes. The French were always die Franzosen, the English were die Engländer, and so on, even when most violently abused. Even der Yankee was rare. End footnote. And the Old English froggy for Frenchmen seem lone and feeble beside our great repertoire: dago, wop, guinea, kike, goose, mick, harp, bohick, bohunk, squarehead, greaser, canuck, spiggity. Footnote: Spiggity, originating at Panama, now means a native of any Latin American region under American protection, and, in general, any Latin American. It is Navy slang, but has come into extensive civilian use. It is a derisive daughter of no spick Inglés. End footnote. Chink, Polak, Dutchy, Scowegian, Hunky, and Yellow Belly. This disdain tends to pursue an immigrant with extraordinary rancor when he bears a name that is unmistakably foreign, and hence difficult to the native, and open to his crude burlesque. Moreover, the general feeling penetrates the man himself, particularly if he be ignorant, and he comes to believe that his name is not only a handicap, but also intrinsically discreditable, that it wars subtly upon his worth and integrity. Footnote: Reaction to Personal Names by Dr. C.P. Oberndorf, Psychoanalytic Review, Volume 5, No. 1, January 1918. This, so far as I know, is the only article in English which deals with the psychological effects of surnames upon their bearers. Abraham, Silberer, and other German psychoanalysts have made contributions to the subject. Dr. Oberndorf alludes, incidentally, to the positive social prestige which goes with an English air, and to a smaller extent with a French air in America. He tells of an Italian who changed his patronymic of Di Pucci into De Pucci to make it more aristocratic, and of a German bearing the genuinely aristocratic name of von Landschafthausen, who changed it to a typically English name because the latter seemed more distinguished to his neighbors. End footnote. This feeling perhaps accounted for a good many changes of surnames among Germans upon the entrance of the United States into the war. But in the majority of cases, of course, the changes so copiously reported, example from Bielefelder to Bansin, and from Pulvermacher to Pullman, were merely efforts at protective coloration. The immigrant, in a time of extraordinary suspicion and difficulty, tried to get rid of at least one handicap. Footnote: The effects of race antagonism upon language are still to be investigated. The etymology of slave indicates that the inquiry might yield interesting results. The word French in English is largely used to suggest sexual perversion. In German, anything Russian is barbarous, and English education hints at flagellation. The French, for many years, called a certain contraband appliance a capote anglaise, but after the Entente Cordiale, they changed the name to capote allemande. The common English name to this day is French letter. End footnote. This motive constantly appears among the Jews, who face an anti-Semitism that is imperfectly concealed and may be expected to grow stronger hereafter. Once they have lost the faith of their fathers, a phenomenon almost inevitable in the first native-born generation, they shrink from all the disadvantages that go with Jewishness and seek to conceal their origin, or, at all events, to avoid making it unnecessarily noticeable. To this end, they modify the spelling of the more familiar Jewish surnames, turning Levi into Louis, Lut, Levitt, Levin, Levine, Levi, Levi. Footnote: The English Jews usually change Levi to Louis, a substitute almost unknown in America. They also change Abraham to Bremen and Moses to Moss. End footnote. And even lever. Cohen into cone, con, can, coin, and con. Aarons into errands and errands, and Solomon into salmon, Salomon, and Solmson. In the same way, they shortened their long names, changing Wolfsheimer to Wolf, Goldschmidt to Gold, and Rosenblatt, Rosenthal, Rosenbaum, Rosenau, Rosenberg, Rosenbusch, Rosenblum, Rosenstein, Rosenheim, and Rosenfeld to Rose. Like the Germans, they also seek refuge in translations more or less literal. Thus, on the east side of New York, Blumenthal is often changed to Bloomingdale, Schneider to Taylor, Reichman to Richmond, and Schlachtfeld to Warfield. Fiddler, a common Jewish name, becomes Harper. So does Pickler, which is Yiddish for drummer. Stolar, which is a Yiddish word borrowed from the Russian signifying carpenter, is often changed to carpenter. Lichtmann and Liechtenstein become Chandler. Mailach, which is Hebrew for king, becomes king, and so does Belakson. The strong tendency to seek English-sounding equivalents for names of noticeably foreign origin changes Cher into Sherman, Michel into Mitchell, Rogowski into Rogers, Kolinsky into Collins, Rabinovich into Robbins, Davidovich into Davis, Moiseyev into Macy or Mason, and Jacobson, Jakobovich, and Jakobowski into Jackson. This last change proceeds by way of a transient change to Jake or Jack as a nickname. Jacob is always abbreviated to one or the other on the east side. Yankelevich also becomes Jackson, for Yankel is Yiddish for Jacob. Footnote. For these observations of name changes among the Jews, I am indebted to Abraham Kahn. End footnote. Among the immigrants of other stocks, some extraordinarily radical changes in name are to be observed. Greek names of 5 and even 8 syllables shrink to Smith. Hungarian names that seem to be all consonants are reborn in such euphonious forms as Martin and Lacey. I have encountered a Gregory who was born Grigorevich in Serbia, a Euler who was born Uljarik, a Graves who descends from the fine old Dutch family of Schravenhag. I once knew a man named Lawton, whose grandfather had been a Lautenberger. First he shed the burger, and then he changed the spelling of Lauten to make it fit the inevitable American mispronunciation. There is, again, a family of Dicks in the South whose ancestor was a Schwettendijk, apparently a Dutch or Low German name. There is yet again a celebrated American artist of the Bohemian patronymic of Hrubka, who has abandoned it for a surname which is common to all the Teutonic languages, and is hence easy for Americans. The Italians, probably because of the relations established by the Catholic Church, often take Irish names, as they marry Irish girls. It is common to hear of an Italian pugilist or politician named Kelly or O'Brien. The process of change is often informal, but even legally it is quite facile. The Naturalization Act of June 29, 1906 authorizes the court, as a part of the naturalization of any alien, to make an order changing his name. This is frequently done when he receives his last papers. Sometimes, if the newspapers are to be believed, without his solicitation, and even against his protest. If the matter is overlooked at the time, He may change his name later on, like any other citizen, by simple application to a court of record. Among names of Anglo-Saxon origin, and names naturalized long before the earliest colonization, one notes certain American peculiarities setting off the nomenclature of the United States from that of the mother country. The relative infrequency of hyphenated names in America is familiar. When they appear at all, it is almost always in response to direct English influences. Again, a number of English family names have undergone modification in the New World. Venable may serve as a specimen. The form in England is almost invariably Venables, but in America the final S has been lost, and every example of the name that I have been able to find in the leading American reference books is without it. And where spellings have remained unchanged, pronunciations have been frequently modified. This is particularly noticeable in the South. Callowhill, down there, is commonly pronounced Carroll. Crenshaw is Granger. Hawthorne, Horton. Hayward, Howard. Norsworthy, Nazare. Ironmonger, Munger. Farinholt, Fernall. Camp, Kemp. Buchanan, Bohannon. Drury, Droit. Enruti, Darby. And Taliaferro, Tolliver. The English Crown and Shields pronounce every syllable of their name. The American Crown and Shields commonly make it Crunchall. Van Schaik, an old New York name, is pronounced Van Scoik. A good many American Jews, aiming at a somewhat laborious refinement, change the pronunciation of the terminal stein in their names so that it rhymes not with line, but with bean. Thus, in fashionable Jewish circles, there are no longer any Epsteins, Goldsteins, and Hammersteins, but only Epsteins, Goldsteins, and Hammersteins. The American Jews differ further from the English in pronouncing Levy to make the first syllable rhyme with T. The English Jews always make the name Levy. To match such American prodigies as Darby for Enruti, the English themselves have Hools for Howells, Sillinger for Saint-Léger, St. for St. John, Poole for Powell, Weems for Wemyss, Cadogan for Cadogan, Mowbray for Marlborough, Key for Keynes, Marchbanks for Marjoribanks, Beauchamp for Beauchamp, Chumley for Chalmondley, Trossley for Trotter's Cliff, and Darby for Derby, not to mention Magdalen for Magdalen. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 8, Proper Names in America, Part 2. Given Names. The non-Anglo-Saxon American's willingness to anglicize his patronymic is far exceeded by his eagerness to give American baptismal names to his children. The favorite given names of the old country almost disappear in the first native-born generation. The Irish immigrants quickly dropped such names as Terence, Dennis, and Patrick, and adopted in their places the less conspicuous John, George, and William. The Germans in the same way abandoned Otto, August, Hermann, Ludwig, Heinrich, Wolfgang, Albrecht, Wilhelm, Kurt, Hans, Rudolf, Gottlieb, Johann, and Franz. For some of these, they substituted the English equivalents: Charles, Louis, Henry, William, John, Frank, and so on. In the room of others, they began afflicting their offspring with more fanciful native names. Milton and Raymond were their chief favorites 30 or 40 years ago. Footnote: the one given name that they have clung to is Carl. This, in fact, has been adopted by Americans of other stocks, always, however, spelled C-A-R-L. Such combinations as Carl Gray, Carl Williams, and even Carl Murphy are common. Here, intermarriage has doubtless had its effect. End footnote. The Jews carry the thing to great lengths. At present, they seem to take most delight in Sidney, Irving, Milton, Roy, Stanley, and Monroe, but they also call their sons John, Charles, Henry, Harold, William, Richard, James, Albert, Edward, Alfred, Frederick, Thomas, and even Mark, Luke, and Matthew, and their daughters Mary, Gertrude, Estelle, Pauline, Alice, and Edith. As a boy, I went to school with many Jewish boys. The commonest given names among them were Isidore, Samuel, Jonas, Isaac, and Israel. These are seldom bestowed by the rabbis of today. In the same school were a good many German pupils, boy and girl. Some of the girls bore such fine old German given names as Katharina, Wilhelmina, Elsa, Lotta, Ermentrude, and Franziska. All these have begun to disappear. The newer immigrants, indeed, do not wait for the birth of their children to demonstrate their naturalization. They change their own given names immediately they land. I'm told by Abraham Kahn that this is done almost universally on the east side of New York. Even the most old-fashioned Jews immigrating to this country, he says, change Yosel to Joseph, Yankel to Jacob, Liebel to Louis, Fievel to Philip, Itzik to Isaac, Reuven to Robert, and Moise or Montel to Morris. Moreover, the spelling of Morris, as the position of its bearer improves, commonly changes to Maurice, though the pronunciation may remain Morus, as in the case of Mr. Perlmutter. The immigrants of other stocks follow the same habit. Every Bohemian Vaclav or Wojciech becomes a William. Every Yaroslav becomes a Jerry. Every Bronislav a Barney, and every Stanislav a Stanley. The Italians run to Frank and Joe. So do the Hungarians and the Balkan peoples. The Russians quickly drop their national system of nomenclature and give their children names according to the American plan. Even the Chinese laundrymen of the big cities become John, George, Charlie, and Frank. I once encountered one boasting the name of Emile. The Puritan influence, in names as in ideas, has remained a good deal more potent in American than in England. The given name of the celebrated Praise God Barebones marked a fashion which died out in England very quickly, but one still finds traces of it in America, for example, in such women's names as Faith, Hope, Prudence, Charity, and Mercy, and in such men's names as Peregrine. The religious obsession of the New England colonists is also kept in mind by the persistence of biblical names: Ezra, Hiram, Ezekiel, Zechariah, Elijah, Elihu, and so on. These names excite the derision of the English. An American comic character in an English play or novel always bears one of them. Again, the fashion of using surnames as given names is far more widespread in America than in England. In this country, indeed, it takes on the character of a national habit. Fully 3 out of 4 eldest sons in families of any consideration bear their mothers' surnames as middle names. This fashion arose in England during the 17th century, and one of its fruits was the adoption of such well-known surnames as Stanley, Cecil, Howard, Douglas, and Duncan as common given names. It died out over there during the 18th century, and today the great majority of Englishmen bear such simple given names as John, Charles, and William, often 4 or 5 of them, but in America it has persisted. A glance at a roster of the Presidents of the United States will show how firmly it has taken root. Of the 10 that have had middle names at all, 6 have had middle names that were family surnames, and 2 of the 6 have dropped their other given names and used these surnames. This custom, perhaps, has paved the way for another, that of making given names of any proper nouns that happen to strike the fancy. Thus, General Sherman was named after an Indian chief, Tecumseh, and a Chicago judge was baptized Kennesaw Mountain. Footnote: the Geographic Board has lately decided that Kennesaw should be Kennesaw, K-E-N-N-E-S-A-W, but the learned jurist sticks to one N. End footnote. In memory of the battle that General Sherman fought there. A late candidate for governor of New York had the curious given name of D. Cady. Footnote: Thornton reprints a paragraph from the Congressional Globe of June 15, 1854, alleging that in 1846, during the row over the Oregon boundary, when 54, 40, or fight was a political slogan, many canal boats, and even some of the babies, were christened 54, 40. End footnote. Various familiar American given names, originally surnames, are almost unknown in England, among them Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, Columbus, and Lee. Chauncey forms a curious addition to the list. It was the surname of the second president of Harvard College, and was bestowed upon their offspring by numbers of his graduates. It then got into general use and acquired a typically American pronunciation, with the A of the first syllable flat. It is never encountered in England. In the pronunciation of various given names, as in that of many surnames, English and American usages differ. Evelyn, in England, is given 2 syllables instead of 3, and the first is made to rhyme with leave. Irene is given 2 syllables, making it Irene. Ralph is pronounced Rafe. Jerome is accented on the first syllable. In America, it is always accented on the second. Footnote: the Irish present several curious variations. Thus, they divide Charles into 2 syllables. They also take liberties with various English surnames. Birmingham, for example, is pronounced Brimingham in Ireland. End footnote. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 8, Part 3 of the American Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Language by H.L. Mencken. Chapter 8, Proper Names in America. Part 3, Geographical Names. There is no part of the world, said Robert Louis Stevenson, where nomenclature is so rich, poetical, humorous, and picturesque as in the United States of America. A glance at the latest United States official postal guide or report of the United States Geographical Board quite bears out this opinion. The map of the country is besprinkled with place names from at least 1/2 languages, living and dead, and among them one finds examples of the most daring and elaborate fancy. There are Spanish, French, and Indian names as melodious and charming as running water. There are names out of the histories and mythologies of all the great races of man. There are names grotesque and names almost sublime. No other country can match them for interest and variety. When there arises among us a philologist who will study them as thoroughly and intelligently as the Swiss Johann Jakob Egli studied the place names of Central Europe, his work will be an invaluable contribution to the history of the nation, and no less to an understanding of the psychology of its people. The original English settlers, it would appear, displayed little imagination in naming the new settlements and natural features of the land that they came to. Their almost invariable tendency at the start was to make use of names familiar at home, or to invent banal compounds. Plymouth Rock at the north and Jamestown at the south are examples of their poverty of fancy. They filled the narrow tract along the coast with New Bostons, Cambridges, Bristols, and Londons, and often used the adjective as a prefix. But this was only in the days of the beginning. Once they had begun to move back from the coast and to come into contact with the aborigines and with the widely dispersed settlers of other races, they encountered rivers, mountains, lakes, and even towns that bore far more engaging names, and these, after some resistance, they perforce adopted. The native names of such rivers as the James, the York, and the Charles succumbed, but those of the Potomac, the Patapsco, the Merrimack, and the Penobscot survived, and they were gradually reinforced as the country was penetrated. Most of the Indian names, in getting upon the early maps, suffered somewhat severe simplifications. Potawatomiak was reduced to Potomac, Potomack, and then to Potomac, Potomac. Uniakara became Niagara. Rickawakis, by the law of Hobson-Jobson, was turned into Rockaway, and Pentapong into Port Tobacco. But despite such elisions and transformations, the charm of thousands of them remained, and today they are responsible for much of the characteristic color of American geographical nomenclature. Such names as Tallahassee, Susquehanna, Mississippi, Allegheny, Chicago, Kennebec, Patuxent, and Arkansas give a barbaric brilliancy to the American map. Only the map of Australia, with its mellifluous Maori names, can match it. The settlement of the American continent, once the eastern coast ranges were crossed, proceeded with unparalleled speed, and so the naming of the new rivers, lakes, peaks, and valleys, and of the new towns and districts, no less, strained the inventiveness of the pioneers. The result is the vast duplication of names that shows itself in the Postal Guide. No less than 18 imitative Bostons and New Bostons still appear, and there are 19 Bristols, 28 Newports, and 22 Londons and New Londons. Argonauts, starting out from an older settlement on the coast, would take its name with them, and so we find Philadelphias in Illinois, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee, Richmonds in Iowa, Kansas, and 9 other western states, and Princeton's in 15. Even when a new name was hit upon, it seems to have been hit upon simultaneously by scores of scattered bands of settlers. Thus we find the whole land bespattered with Washingtons, Lafayettes, Jeffersons, and Jacksons, and with names suggested by common and obvious natural objects, for example, Bear Creek, Bald Knob, and Buffalo. The Geographic Board in its last report, made a belated protest against this excessive duplication. The names elk, beaver, cottonwood, and bald, it said, are altogether too numerous. Of post offices alone, there are fully 100 embodying elk. Counting in rivers, lakes, creeks, mountains, and valleys, the map of the United States probably shows at least twice as many such names. A study of American geographical and place names reveals 8 general classes as follows. A. Those embodying personal names, chiefly the surnames of pioneers or of national heroes. B. Those transferred from other and older places, either in the eastern states or in Europe. C. Indian names. D. Dutch, Spanish, and French names. E. Biblical and mythological names. F. Names descriptive of localities. G. Names suggested by the local flora, fauna, or geology. H. Purely fanciful names. The names of the first class are perhaps the most numerous. Some consist of surnames standing alone, as Washington, Cleveland, Bismarck, Lafayette, Taylor, and Randolph. Others consist of surnames in combination with various old and new Grundwörter, as Pittsburgh, Knoxville, Bailey Switch, Hagerstown, Franklinton, Dodge City, Fort Riley, Wayne Junction, and McKeesport. And yet others are contrived of given names, either alone or in combination, as Louisville, St. Paul, Elizabeth, Johnstown, Charlotte, Williamsburg, and Marysville. The number of towns in the United States bearing women's given names is enormous. I find, for example, 11 post offices called Charlotte, 10 called Ada, and no less than 19 called Alma. Most of these places are small, but there is an Elizabeth with 75,000 population, and Elmira with 40,000, and an Augusta with nearly 45,000. The names of the second class we have already briefly observed. They are betrayed in many cases by the prefix new. More than 600 such post offices are recorded, ranging from New Albany to New Windsor. Others bear such prefixes as west, north, and south, or various distinguishing affixes, for example, Bostonia, Pittsburgh Landing, Yorktown, and Hartford City. One often finds eastern county names applied to western towns, and eastern town names applied to western rivers and mountains. Thus, Cambria, which is the name of a county but not of a post office in Pennsylvania, is a town name in 7 western states. Baltimore is the name of a glacier in Alaska, and Princeton is the name of a peak in Colorado. In the same way, the names of the more easterly states often reappear in the West, for example, in Mount Ohio, Colorado, Delaware, Oklahoma, and Virginia City, Nevada. The tendency to name small American towns after the great capitals of antiquity has excited the derision of the English since the early days. There is scarcely an English book upon the states without some fling at it. Of late it has fallen into abeyance, though 16 Athenses still remain, and there are yet many Carthages, Uticas, Syracuse, Romes, Alexandrias, Ninevehs, and Troys. The third city of the nation, Philadelphia, got its name from the ancient stronghold of Philadelphus of Pergamon. To make up for the falling off of this old and flamboyant custom, the more recent immigrants have brought with them the names of the capitals and other great cities of their fatherlands. Thus the American map bristles with Berlins, Bremens, Hamburgs, Warsaws, and Leipzigs, and is beginning to show Stockholms, Venices, Belgrades, and Christianas. The influence of Indian names upon American nomenclature is quickly shown by a glance at the map. No less than 26 of the states have names borrowed from the Aborigines, and the same thing is true of most of our rivers and mountains. There was an effort at one time to get rid of these Indian names. Thus the early Virginians changed the name of Powhatan to the James, and the first settlers of New York changed the name of Horicon to Lake George. In the same way, the present name of the White Mountains displaced Agiochuk, and New Amsterdam and later New York displaced Manhattan, which has been recently revived. The law of Hobson-Jobson made changes in other Indian names, sometimes complete and sometimes only partial. Thus, Mauwauwaming became Wyoming. Maukwachung became Mauchchunk. Aubachie became Wabash. A Sing Sing became Sing Sing, and Machahiganing became Michigan. But this vandalism did not go far enough to take away the brilliant color of the Aboriginal nomenclature. The second city of the United States bears an Indian name, and so do the largest American river and the greatest American waterfall, and 4 of the 5 Great Lakes, and the scene of the most important military decision ever reached on American soil. The Dutch place names of the United States are chiefly confined to the vicinity of New York, and a good many of them have become greatly corrupted. Brooklyn, Wallabout, and Gramercy often examples. The first name was originally Breuckelen, the second was Walla Bopt, and the third was De Krommetsee. Hellgate is a crude translation of the Dutch Hellegat. During the early part of the last century, the more delicate New Yorkers transformed the term into Hurlgate, but the change was vigorously opposed by Washington Irving, and so Hellgate was revived. The law of Hobson-Jobson early converted the Dutch Hoek into Hook, and it survives in various place names, for example, Kinderhook and Sandy Hook. The Dutch kill is a Grundwort in many other names, for example, Catskill, Skykill, Peekskill, Fishkill, and Kilvankull. It is the equivalent of the American creek. Many other Dutch place names will come familiarly to mind: Harlem, Staten, Flushing, Cortland, Kalverplat, Nassau, Counties, Spuyten Duyvil, Yonkers, Hoboken, and Bowery from Bouverie. Block Island was originally Block, B-L-O-K, and Cape May, according to Shelley de Vere, was May, M-E-Y, both Dutch. A large number of New York street and neighborhood names come down from Knickerbocker days and often greatly changed in pronunciation. De Brosses offers an example. The Dutch called it De Bruce, but in New York today it is commonly spoken of as Des Brosses. French place names have suffered almost as severely. Few persons would recognize Smackover, the name of a small town in Arkansas, as French, and yet in its original form, Chemin-Couvert. Shelley de Vere in 1871 recorded the degeneration of the name to smack cover. The post office, always eager to shorten and simplify names, has since made one word of it and got rid of the redundant C. In the same way, Bob Rooley, a Missouri name, descends from Bois Brûlé. The American tongue, says W. W. Crane, seems to lend itself reluctantly to the words of alien languages. Footnote: it will be recalled how Pignot, the French perfumer, was compelled to place advertisements in the streetcars instructing the public in the proper pronunciation of his name. End footnote. This is shown plainly by the history of French place names among us. A large number of them, for example, Lac Supérieur, was translated into English at an early day, and most of those that remain are now pronounced as if they were English. Thus, Des Moines is Des Moines. Terre Haute is Terre Haute. Beaufort is Beaufort. New Orleans is Orleans. Lafayette has a flat A. Haut du Gras has another, and Versailles is Versailles. The pronunciation of Sault in Sault Ste. Marie is commonly more or less correct. The Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Sault Ste. Marie Railroad is popularly called the Soo. This may be due to Canadian example or to some confusion between Saw and Sioux, S-I-O-U-X. The French Louis in St. Louis and Louisville is usually pronounced correctly. So is the Rouge in Baton Rouge, though the Baton is commonly boggled. It is possible that familiarity with St. Louis influenced the local pronunciation of Illinois, which is Illinois, but this may be a mere attempt to improve upon the vulgar Illini. Footnote: the same compromise is apparent in the pronunciation of Iroquois, which is Iroquois, quite as often as it is Iroquois, with an S. End of footnote. For a number of years, the Geographic Board has been seeking vainly to re-establish the correct pronunciation of the name of the Purgatoire River in Colorado. Originally named the Rio de las Animas by the Spaniards, it was renamed the Rivière du Purgatoire by their French successors. The American pioneers changed this to Piquetoire, and that remains the local name of the stream to this day, despite the effort of the Geographic Board to compromise on Purgatory River. Many other French names are being anglicized with its aid and consent. Already half a dozen Bellevues, B-E-L-L-E-V-U-E-S, have been changed to Bellevues, B-E-L-L-E-V-I-E-W-S, and Bellevues, B-E-L-L-V-I-E-W-S. And the spelling of nearly all the Belvederes, B-E-L-V, accented E, D, accented E, R-E-S, has been changed to Belvedere, B-E-L-V-I-D-E-R-E. Bel Air, Louisiana, represents the end product of a process of decay which began with Bel Air, B-E-L-L-E, capital A-I-R-E, and then proceeded to Bel Air and Bel Air, B-E-L-L-A-I-R-E and B-E-L-L-A-I-R, respectively. All these forms are still to be found together with Bel Air, B-E-L, capital A-I-R. The Geographic Board's antipathy to accented letters and to names of more than one word has converted Isle Sainte-Thérèse in the St. Lawrence River to Isle Sainte-Therese, a truly abominable barbarism, and La Cygne in Kansas to La Cygne, which is even worse. Le Moyne, La Belle, La Grange, and Lamont are among its other improvements. Lafayette for La Fayette long antedates the beginning of its labors. The Spanish names of the Southwest are undergoing a like process of corruption, though without official aid. San Antonio has been changed to San Antone in popular pronunciation, and seems likely to go to Santone. El Paso has acquired a flat American A and a Z sound in place of the Spanish S. Los Angeles presents such difficulties that no two of its inhabitants agree upon the proper pronunciation, and many compromise on simple Los, as the folks of Jacksonville commonly call their town Jax. Some of the most mellifluous of American place names are in the areas once held by the Spaniards. It would be hard to match the beauty of Santa Margarita, San Anselmo, Alamogordo, Terra Amarilla, Sabinoso, Las Palomas, Ensenada, Nogales, San Patricio, and Bernalillo. But they are under a severe and double assault. Not only do the present lords of the soil debase them in speaking them, in many cases they are formally displaced by native names of the utmost harshness and banality. Thus one finds in New Mexico such absurdly named towns as Sugarite, Shoemaker, New Hope, Lordsburg, Eastview, and Central. In Arizona, such places as Old Glory, Springerville, Wickenburg, and Congress Junction, and even in California, such abominations as Oakhurst, Ben-Hur, Drytown, Skidoo, Susanville, Uno, and Ono. The early Spaniards were prodigal with place names, testifying to their piety, but these names in the overwhelming main were those of saints. Add Salvador, Trinidad, and Concepcion, and their repertoire is almost exhausted. If they ever named a town Jesus, the name had been obliterated by Anglo-Saxon prudery. Even their use of the name as a personal appellation violates American notions of the fitting. The names of the Jewish patriarchs and those of the holy places in Palestine do not appear among their place names. Their Christianity seems to have been exclusively of the New Testament. But the Americans who displaced them were intimately familiar with both books of the Bible, and one finds copious proofs of it on the map of the United States. There are no less than 7 Bethlehems in the Postal Guide, and the name is also applied to various mountains and to one of the reaches of the Ohio River. I find 13 Bethanys, 17 Bethels, 11 Beulahs, 9 Canaans, 11 Jordans, and 21 Sharons. Adam is sponsor for a town in West Virginia and an island in the Chesapeake, and Eve for a village in Kentucky. There are 5 post offices named Aaron, 2 named Abraham, 2 named Job, and a town and a lake named Moses. Most of the St. Paul's and St. Joseph's of the country were inherited from the French, but the 2 St. Patricks show a later influence. 8 Wesleys and Wesleyvilles, 8 Asburys, and 12 names embodying Luther indicate the general theological trend of the plain people. There is a village in Maryland, too small to have a post office, named Gott, and I find Gott's Island in Maine and Gottville in California, but no doubt these were named after German settlers of that awful name, and not after the Lord God directly. There are 4 Trinities, to say nothing of the inherited Spanish Trinidads. Names wholly or partly descriptive of localities are very numerous throughout the country, and among the Grundwörter embodied in them are terms highly characteristic of America and almost unknown to the English vocabulary. Bald knob would puzzle an Englishman, but the name is so common in the United States that the Geographic Board has had to take measures against it. Others of that sort are Council Bluffs, Patapsco Neck, Delaware Water Gap, Curtis Creek, Walden Pond, Sandy Hook, Key West, Bull Run, Portage, French Lick, Jones Gulch, Watkins Gully, Cedar Bayou, Keams Canyon, Parker Notch, Sucker Branch, Frazier's Bottom, and Eagle Pass. Butt Creek in Montana is a name made up of 2 Americanisms. There are 35 post offices whose names embody the word prairie. Several of them, for example, Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, inherited from the French. There are 7 divides, 8 butts, 8 town names embodying the word burnt, innumerable names embodying grove, barren, plain, fork, center, crossroads, courthouse, cove, and ferry, and a great swarm of cold springs, cold waters, summits, middle towns, and highlands. The flora and fauna of the land are enormously represented. There are 22 buffaloes beside the city in New York, and scores of buffalo creeks, ridges, springs, and wallows. The elks, in various forms, are still more numerous, and there are dozens of towns, mountains, lakes, creeks, and country districts named after the beaver, marten, coyote, moose, and otter, and as many more named after such characteristic flora as the pawpaw, the sycamore, the cottonwood, the locust, and the sunflower. There is an alligator in Mississippi, a crawfish in Kentucky, and a rat lake on the Canadian border of Minnesota. The endless search for mineral wealth has besprinkled the map with such names as bromide, Oil City, anthracite, chrome, chloride, coal run, goldfield, Telluride, Leadville, and cement. There was a time, particularly during the gold rush to California, when the rough humor of the country showed itself in the invention of extravagant and often highly felicitous place names. But with the growth of population and the rise of civic spirit, they have tended to be replaced with more seemly coinages. Catfish Creek in Wisconsin is now the Yahara River. The Bulldog Mountains in Arizona have become the Hirosumas. The Picket Wire River, as we have seen, has resumed its old French name of Purgatoire. As with natural features of the landscape, so with towns. Nearly all the old Boozevilles, Jackass Flats, Three Fingers, Hell for Sartains, Undershirt Hills, Razzle Dazzles, Cowtails, Yellow Dogs, Jim Jamses, Jump-Offs, Poker Cities, and Skunk Towns have yielded to the growth of delicacy. But Tombstone still stands in Arizona. Goosebill remains a post office in Montana, and the Geographic Board gives its imprimatur to the Horse Thief Trail in Colorado, to Burning Bear Creek in the same state, and to Pig Eye Lake in Minnesota. Various other survivors of a more lively and innocent day linger on the map. Blue Ball, Arkansas, Cowhide, West Virginia, Dollarville, Michigan, Oven Fork, Kentucky, Social Circle, Georgia, Sleepy Eye, Minnesota, Bubble, Arkansas, Shy Beaver, Pennsylvania, Shin Pond, Maine, Rough and Ready, California, Non-Intervention, Virginia, Noodle, Texas, Nursery, Missouri, Number 4, New York, Oblong, Illinois, Stockyard, Nebraska, Stout, Iowa, and so on. West Virginia, the wildest of the eastern states, is full of such place names. Among them I find Affinity, Anamoria, Anamaria, Bias, Big Chimney, Billy, Blue Jay, Bulltown, Caress, Cinderella, Cyclone, Czar, Cornstalk, Duck, Halcyon, Jingo, Left Hand, Raven's Eye, Six, Skull Run, Three Churches, Unita, Widemouth, or Eagle, and Stumptown. The postal guide shows 2 Ben-Hurs, 5 St. Elmos, and 10 Ivanhoes, but only 1 Middlemarch. There are 17 Roosevelts, 6 Codys, and 6 Barnums, but no Shakespeare. Washington, of course, is the most popular of American place names, but among names of post offices it is hard pushed by Clinton, Centerville, Liberty, Canton, Marion, and Madison, even by Springfield, Warren, and Bismarck. The Geographic Board, in its laudable effort to simplify American nomenclature, has played ducks and drakes with some of the most picturesque names on the national map. Now and then, as in the case of Purgatoire, it has temporarily departed from this policy, but in the main its influence has been thrown against the fine old French and Spanish names, and against the more piquant native names, no less. Thus, I find it deciding against Portage de Flacon, and in favor of the hideous Bottle Portage, against Canada del Burro, and in favor of Burro Canyon, against Canos Islas de la Cruz, and in favor of the barbarous Cruz Island. In Bourget Landing and Canyon City it has deleted the accents. The name of the DeGrasse River it has changed to Grass. Delois it has changed to the intolerable Delo. And as we have seen, it has steadily amalgamated French and Spanish articles with their nouns, thus achieving such forms as Duchesne, Eldorado, Dilion, and La Harpe. But here its policy is fortunately inconsistent, and so a number of fine old names has escaped. Thus it has decided in favor of Balsecure, and against Bon Seckers, and in favor of De Soto, La Crosse, and La More, and against De Soto, La Crosse, and L'Amour. Here its decisions are confused and often unintelligible. Why La Porte, Pennsylvania, and La Porte, Iowa? Why LaGrange, Indiana, and La Grange, Kentucky? Here it would seem to be yielding a great deal too much to local usage. The board proceeds to the shortening and simplification of native names by various devices. It deletes such suffixes as town, city, and courthouse. It removes the apostrophe, and often the genitive s, from such names as St. Mary's. It shortens burg, B-U-G-R-H, to B-U-R-G, and borough, B-O-R-O-U-G-H, to B-O-R-O, and it combines separate and often highly discrete words. The last habit often produces grotesque forms. For example, New Berlin, Boxelder, Sabbath Day Lake, Fallen Timber, Blue Mountain, West Down, Three Pines, and Mission Hill. It apparently cherishes a hope of eventually regularizing the spelling of Allegheny. This is now Alleghany for the Maryland County, the Pennsylvania Township, and the New York and Oregon towns. Allegany for the mountains, the Colorado town, and the Virginia town and springs, and Allegheny, Allegheny for the Pittsburgh borough and the Pennsylvania County, College, and River. The board inclines to Allegheny with the H and the E for both river and mountains. Other Indian names give it constant concern. It struggles to set up Kemquassa-Bamtikuk as the name of a main lake in place of Kemquassa-Bamtik and Kemquassa-Bamtikuk with two S's, and Chattahosby as the name of an Alabama creek in place of Chattahosby with two T's. Hulithloco, Hulithlokes, Hulithloco with one C, and Hutithloco with two C's, are worthy of its learning and authority. Footnote: the Geographic Board is composed of representatives of the Coast and Geodetic Survey, the Geological Survey, the General Land Office, the Post Office, the Forest Service, the Smithsonian Institution, the Biological Survey, the Government Printing Office, the Census and Lighthouse Bureaus, the General Staff of the Army, the Hydrographic Office, Library and War Records Office of the Navy, the Treasury, and the Department of State. It was created by Executive Order September 4, 1890, and its decisions are binding upon all federal officials. It has made to date about 15,000 decisions. They are recorded in reports issued at irregular intervals and in more frequent bulletins. End of footnote. The American tendency to pronounce all the syllables of a word more distinctly than the English shows itself in geographical names. White in 1880 recorded the increasing habit of giving full value to the syllables of such borrowed English names as Worcester and Warwick. I have frequently noted the same thing. In Worcester County, Maryland, the name is usually pronounced Worcester, but on the western shore of the state one hears Worcester. Footnote: I have often noted that Americans, in speaking of the familiar Worcestershire sauce, commonly pronounce every syllable and enunciated shire distinctly. In England, it is always Worcestershire. End of footnote. Norwich is another such name. One hears Norwich quite as often as Norwich. Footnote: the English have a great number of such decayed pronunciations. For example, Magdalen for Magdalen College, Sister for Cirencester, Marybone for Marylebone. Their geographical nomenclature shows many corruptions due to faulty pronunciation and the law of hops and jobson. For example, Leighton Buzzard for the Norman French Leighton Beau de Sot. End of footnote. Yet another is Delhi. One often hears Delhi. White said that in his youth the name of the Shawangunk Mountains in New York was pronounced Shango, but that the custom of pronouncing it as spelled had arisen during his manhood. So with Winnipesaukee, the name of a lake, or Winnipesaukee, it gradually came to be pronounced as spelled. There is frequently a considerable difference between the pronunciation of a name by natives of a place and its pronunciation by those who are familiar with it only in print. Baltimore offers an example. The natives always drop the medial I, and so reduce the name to 2 syllables. The habit identifies them. Anne Arundel, the name of a county in Maryland, is usually pronounced and Runnel by its people. Arkansas, as everyone knows, is pronounced Arkansas by the Arkansans, and the Nevadans give the name of their state a flat A. The local pronunciation of Illinois I have already noticed. Iowa at home is often Iowa. Footnote: curiously enough, Americans always use the broad A in the first syllable of Albany, whereas Englishmen rhyme the syllable with pal. The English also pronounce Pall Mall as if it were spelt Palmal. Americans commonly give it 2 broad A's. End of footnote. Many American geographical names offer great difficulty to Englishmen. One of my English acquaintances tells me that he was taught at school to accent Massachusetts on the second syllable, to rhyme the second syllable of Ohio with T, and to sound the first C in Connecticut. In Maryland, the name of Calvert County is given a broad A, whereas the name of Calvert Street in Baltimore has a flat A. This curious distinction is almost always kept up. A Scotchman coming to America would give the CH in such names as Loch Raven and Loch Vale the guttural Scotch and German sound, but locally it is always pronounced as if it were a K. Finally, there is a curious difference between English and American usage in the use of the word river. The English invariably put it before the proper name, whereas we almost as invariably put it after. The Thames River would seem quite as strange to an Englishman as the River Chicago would seem to us. This difference arose more than a century ago and was noticed by Pickering, but in his day the American usage was still somewhat uncertain, and such forms as the river Mississippi were yet in use. Today, river almost always goes after the proper name. End of Chapter 8, Part 3.